Well, hello everybody. Didn't expect us earlier, didn't you? But we are here today for a special day for now. It is going to be the show match of all stars between, I believe it is going to be Team Pure Aim versus Team Precise Defeat, app name for a team comprised of all stars. And
hey, there
thankfully,
they are.
Yep, thankfully, we're not alone. I'm not alone. I have Volt with me to comment all of the shenanigans that will happen before the big main event matches for today. So Volt, this is going to be an interesting prospect.
Absolutely. I mean, here's the thing. You said the people didn't expect to be here. I didn't expect to be here this early. I'm gonna be honest
Neither
with
do
you.
we, eh?
So, hey, you know what? It's gonna be a great time, though. I was talking to Magnum, our producer, just before we went on the air. There is 2 present in the server. I am a happy guy, as is. I'm not sure which of the 2 teams between Pure Aim and Precise Defeat they are. But man, the entrances are top notch. Like, this is giving me like top notch, like WWE like faction entrances. Like they got they got the fans. Yeah, like look at everything. You got the fans, you got the mascots. Basically, everybody's really happy for that one. And this is not going to be the only show match that we're actually going to be having. Valorant Mobile is going to have one of their show matches on stage as well. And
I believe it is going to be the last day.
Yeah.
It is going to be the last day. So for those who don't know, we'll have 3 show matches for the last 3 days of Chinese playoffs. First one will be the All-Star game that is happening right now. I believe tomorrow will be a combination of content creators and the pros. And lastly, on Grand Final Day will be the mobile show matches. But let's get back to this instance, because the players that we are seeing right now are no slouches.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just the setups themselves are gonna be pretty devastating. Everybody here on the green room were just really like, oh, Sufat is here, and oh my god, like he's not gonna make it to champs. Guys, they lost. Except life, like everybody was hyping FBX, they fell off a cliff. Everybody was hyping up Wolves, which, by the way, I would actually agree with a lot of the people that do see Wolves as a good team in the international stage. But unfortunately for them, their playstyle might match up well against the teams from the Americas, EMEA, but on the domestic stage, it just didn't really pan out. You gotta say, it's gonna be a pretty peculiar situation when it comes to champs itself, because depending on the performance of XLG and DRG, we're gonna see one of them drop down into Ascension. That is going to be an intriguing part. But the people that are here, some of them haven't even made it to the playoffs to begin with. Of course, 2 being one of those with JDG, Nova as well with CB and Howdong being here. Like it is a pretty intriguing setup. I really want to see like some fun. Like just bring me a Corrode. Bring absolute chaos. Like, go 5 duelists for goodness sake and just have some fun.
Do it. I would love to. And again, yeah, talking about the players that got the team, and Wolves and also Trace as well, which we thought would have had a better start, especially with a bit of a rough ending towards Bangkok. We thought Trace would at least recover, especially towards what we saw on stage 1 and stage 2. Kai was one of definitely their best performers within the team. And I need to ask you this, Volt. Between these 2 teams, which one do you want to see go all out, go full throttle?
Look, I as I've said, I am the biggest fan for Stu. I'm here for Stu. I'm gonna be completely honest. Everybody loves Wolves. And, well, I mean, what better way to have the best players that, everybody have been getting to see the action from. Like, I've been a Stu fan from day 1 on Ray Adam. So it's great to see him, I guess, with better teammates, let's just put it that way. So we'll have to wait and see how it goes for them in the long term. But on the other side as well, like, neither of the 2 teams are actually slouches whatsoever, which is going to make things pretty intriguing, like... of course, there's Lysor that is there on the side with 2, but on the other side is like Spring and Sufat, Ayang, Guang, and Kai. all being together. I feel like Kai was the one that I didn't expect to see on this lineup for the All-Star game. But whenever I was watching Kai now, now I think about it, like, sure, he's been definitely a pop-off player. And I feel like he fits in this kind of game like a glove, where you got people that love to clutch, people that love to be explosive. This is the perfect recipe for a show match.
Yeah, and for me, I have to support my boy, Fat. Come on, as well as Spring. Spring definitely a shooter to begin with. You see him, how he performs on Toronto, how he performs throughout his time here in Wolves, and coming from a duelist towards a controller and still having that amount of impact is still a massive performance boost. And now he's facing against his very own Lysor on the opposite side. I believe it is going to be a little like civil war between Nova, CB, and Guam, as well as Wolves. And whoa, well, we got Abyss. It's sadly it won't be. I believe it won't be in the rotation until after Champions, but at least
I'm not
we'll
sure.
have Abyss.
I think it will be. No, I think it will be there in Champs actually. So that's gonna be pretty intriguing, It's back.
A little teaser.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. At the time with the Asian meta, when Abyss was introduced, it was dreadful. Like, I feel like the comp from the side of like I would say this is like precise defeat. I would assume on the left side. They're the team that that's the comp that was absolutely just. It is really interesting and fun to theorize, but in practice, the Cypher with the Sova, all the wall bangs that people have been doing in the post plants at B, it was a very unhealthy way to approach the map.
Nope.
It was not the most entertaining. So, hey, at least I'm happy that the other team has just decided, no, we're actually going to be out here, have some fun. We're not going to go for some of those cringe Odin spams. And we'll see how things go. A lot of love definitely spreading out here. I mean, they're teaching them how to love. And yeah, it will be pretty intriguing to see how the Abyss go, because it has been quite a while. Icebox should be out of the rotation for Champs. Thank God for that. But, we'll see how things will go, because we're gearing up to go into the show match here. The players are ready, and we are going to kick things off on Abyss.
My oh my, have we... I don't know if I should say hate to see or love to see it return, but right now it is going to be HS and CGMZ on the attack here. Live already towards... My god, I forgot! There was a fan vote, so if you see these ridiculous crosshairs, Spring just headshotted TB. So if you guys don't know, there was a fan vote to have the players getting these ridiculous crosshairs, and right now Live actually gets a kill onto Ayang. Kai in return towards him. Oh god, Spike has been set down here on B. Guam gets the kill on the Lysor as well as a 2K, but eventually all for naught. It is going to be headshot here with the first round, and oh god, the crosshairs just threw me off.
Well, I mean, it's absolutely nuts to see how things are gonna start. I'm not gonna lie to you, Timo. I'm just still flabbergasted. It's like, what are those crosshairs? Look at the replay, okay? Like, you got the, like, I guess, like the... Big boy. Like the smiley face, maybe? Like, it's not smiling that much. But on the other side, it's just the big crosshair. It's like, well, I can't see anything. I don't know how they're gonna see much. But so far, it's gonna be pretty fun. I mean, there is a counterplay to this, which is the Marshall in the hands of Life. So you don't need to worry too much about the optics. As you can tell, pretty easy to take a shot, but it's actually going to be Spring to open things up pretty quickly for Team HS. Right now, they're trying to move quickly. They're up in numbers. At least two is going to be able to track one down, and he goes back into the side itself. All three are stacking and pushing into that Astra smoke.
Nice entry there. I believe it was from Live there, but Lysor actually gets a kill onto Ayang. Qfat gets a kill with the shot dart. Trades all around. Bulldog has been set up. No aim down sight. It's going to be a 1v1 between Kai and Stu with the... But the knife will end things around. Kai gets the final kill, and the second round for HS will be secured.
It's definitely, you know, going the way that you would expect it to. But it was pretty damaging. Yeah, you know, again, like, it was a bit close, but at the end of the day, like, with that start, especially from Spring and Kai, maybe things could have gone a bit differently. Doing that one-on-one, unfortunately for him, just the timing of the ascension of the rope was a bit problematic. Now, we will have a single Marshal again in the hands of Life. And interestingly enough, those Sheriffs still can do some damage. 2 Sheriffs actually on the side of HS, only one now, as Sufat is going to be the only one. Be playing with a pistol. Oh, the coordination didn't pan off so well, but Kai still able to find a shot on the jump. There you go. And right now, the defensive side are trying to take complete control. One from Life Sword, trade from Ayong, but a great shot from the Sheriff from Stu. And Haldong leaves it in a 1-on-2. Ayong stuck behind the box, trying to take the Shrouded Step. Now the Shroud clears the Veil. Will be taken off by Haldong, and we will get a round on the board.
A bit of a peekaboo play there for CGMZ on the smoke play towards the window. The Sheriffs really finding its value, especially on the short range there. Didn't expect some of the gun trades to be... Oh my god, oh no. Oh, they're standing. Wait, no. Are they standing? Are they standing?
Yeah.
Oh. But as we see now the replay, again, peekaboo between the smokes here. The Sheriffs finds its remark and oh god.
They are.
Now, fourth round here. Standing play all around. Lysar and Spring will be trading with each other.
Man, they're poor backs.
One hero rifle from Guang.
Yeah.
But Spike has been set down towards B. Mention the drift popped from Stu. As we see now, the third person view from, I believe it is Lysor. Outlaw shot will not run out from the heavens, but Life gets the kill onto Guang. That's a hero rifle down. TB though gets killed by Spring. Overdrive pop, another one onto Life. 3k with him, 4k. Will he get an ace? 28 HP remaining, but he will get the... Not actually gets the spike with the Astra pull. How long? Still has the Phantom remaining. And it is going to be the 2k. Spring sadly won't get his ace, nor the team will get the defuse.
Oh my god, Abyss, my beloved, it's like you've never left. I have things to say about this postpone that I would rather not say just because it's a show match. But it's gonna be really intriguing to see which of the teams actually adapt the quickest once it comes down to champs. It was a great play from Spring, but...
Especially with the new meta, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's gonna be really intriguing. If Tejo was actually still in the meta, this would have been one of the worst times ever to reintroduce the map. But now that Tejo's out and the map is back, you know, you get a lot of variety again. Like, for me, most likely is going to be whether or not we're going to see people actually utilizing the Waylay, because I believe that she has a ton of agency in the map here. Speaking of which, CB is going to take complete control. A 3-man spray down there towards the heavens. And that is the call to get the spike going. But look at Ayong. He's going to be caught by Lysor. And that is the round done and dusted. A quad kill for CB.
Well, he held on to Sven as long as he can. Gets the quick 3k, I believe, on the buy round. But yeah, like you said, especially with the Waylay, like her dashes would be amazing, especially with the open sights towards let's say A for an example, just getting towards the back of the site and getting that amount of space. But as we see now, CB, yes, the juxtaposition of the small angle with the big crosshair still gets onto me.
Okay, they're still sitting down. I'm just waiting for another round of shenanigans, honestly. Like, what else can they do? Let's see. So they played standing up. They can play, like, I guess, what, blindfolded? That was what I was thinking.
Would be too ridiculous. Oh, Spring.
Yeah.
Oh,
Unfortunately for
Wango
them,
gets
yeah.
2K. But
Okay.
Lighter with the backstab gets the 3K. Yufat will trade him out. It's going to be life remaining. But he gets a kill on 2Kai. Didn't manage to throw out the Blade Storm. Another 1v1. Yufat already where, but live with the calm angle. It's going to be 2-4 for CJ and Z.
Great work, so far to see how they're actually adapting that well to those crosshairs. I'm not gonna lie to you. Which one of these two are the worst? I feel like definitely the green one is the worst by far.
No, like I said, the juxtaposition of holding a tight angle with the big crosshair is so funny to me because you can argue with the horizontal crosshair. At least you can aim and
You can see.
Thin.
Like,
Yeah,
you can see.
but like this. Please send it to the abyss.
Yeah.
Apropos as it is, as we know, heads on towards the 7th round. A bit more of a traditional round this time around, thankfully enough. But Spike will be set down all the way towards the attacker spawn. Still holding the angle, gets the kill onto Hufat with the outlaw. It is going to be one of two outlaws, the other one hold by CB. Headshot, HS rather. Now 4 members remaining as the teams will be converging towards A as we look towards a traditional plan for once.
Well, I mean, it starts off really well. Stu is gone. And Wong is trying to find some more. That's another kill found. And the crossfire is pristine. Only CB left, but primarily for just a mere moment. And as you can tell, they're definitely feeling themselves here. That was like a textbook hold. I'm going to be very honest with you. It was beautiful to watch. And unfortunately for them, traditional Valorant doesn't seem to be working. Maybe they need to just bring something interesting out of the board.
Shenanigans. Yeah. We need more whimsy. Give me the standing round or else. But it is going to be a 3v4. One more until they are tied once again. Looks like we're finally settling down with the operator here now already on the hands of Kai. Knife pop from live as the drone spots him. Knife won't get him as Kai darting the hunt fear actually gets tagged. Actually, Young gets tagged. So B will be wide open for HS to retake.
Live going for the first. That's the second one. A beautiful adjustment on the spring, but it doesn't really do that much because Sifat is already on the angle. Another one from Guang as well. A defensive Hunter's Fury pushes them off the angle, pushes the damage on them, and Ayang is going to be able to capitalize and leaving a 1-on-2 rather. As Stu holding the angle, 50 HP, Spike planted for him, but he doesn't really have that much util. No further flashes, no gate crash, a double push that will make it a triple kill for Ayong, and they're gonna claw their way back into the game.
A 4v4, a 4-4 scoreline here, all equal in what is currently a bombastic show match here between these two teams. Live getting the great adjustment with the 2K here as well as Guang, but Ayang with the adjustment as well. So far, neither of these teams doesn't really showing that huge advantage over each other, and it's just a testament of the quality of these players, right? Like all of these different players from different teams just vibing as one.
Absolutely, and the vibes are great. Lysor is definitely running away though for the side of the attacking team on the defense, as you can tell. 9 kills for Spring. Maybe they'll add more to the tally in this round. Spring getting ready to aggress. There's a crossfire established, but the Neon is going to be able to slide their way through. And she's raring for more. The Phantom trying to find the shots. Speaking of which, Ion will be able to find one before going down.
Outdong and Live gets 1 kill for each other. Ion and Spring fell. Live getting to 2K towards Kai. It is going to be still a 2v3. That will be spelled down. Live with the 3K. Will he get the 4K? He will. And TGMZ will get the 5th round of a very fiery Live 4K.
Well, as Omen says, Balance must be maintained. There's gonna be life. That will be the reaper of somebody else's death, and that's what we have seen. That's a beautiful play on the op, and you gotta say, like, definitely a lot of like option shenanigans there, but the patience of life, especially on that first shot, not to take the shot at the neon, because that would be a very difficult flick, and instead having the awareness that there will be a second player coming through on the other angle. That must be an excellent call. Speaking of which, Stu will call on the dimensional drift. They try to regress through. They might actually catch up the Yoru, but instead it's going to be an open B site, and Stu got to be careful. He got the spawn entirely for himself. Oh, the peek there from Spring is devastating. The relay bolt is going to open up the window, but it will be a 5-on-5 in the retake.
Oh, the drone didn't manage to spot live on time. Gohang will pay for his life as well as Ayang. Kaido gets the trade, but it is a 3v4 now. Shufat gets the kill onto Haodong here. Lysor watching the backside. It's still gonna be trades all around the 2v2. Lysor, did he manage to spot Shufat? Spike will be slowly be misused.
Oh.
Will he get it? Yes! By an inch. Still managed to save it on time. It is going to be a 3-6 lead here for precise defeat.
You know, just standing up, doing absolutely nothing. NPC pose right there.
Well, you're seeing the man who popularized it, so it is that it is.
Yeah, but you gotta say though, like, so far, those crosshairs, they've adjusted to them really fast. I'm gonna be honest with you, which is more than I can say, like most people can do. We'll see how things will go though. We're almost reaching the halfway point. Aggression on Haodong. He's good for the pair. The relay bolt might have made it easy, but unfortunately for Spring, Lysor had the time to fire the shots at the other end. Speaking of which, 2 for him. He might even best up the tally there at the end because of Sufat on the other end, and he will not be able to withstand the peak from Stu. The two teams neck and neck as they go into that second half.
DMZ are starting to pick things off more. I think I do agree with the crosshair theory at least. At least with this, it's like the normal crosshair just.
Oh wait, the top
larger?
side of the crosshair disappears when you spray.
Yeah. Like,
Let's go.
you know what? Crosshair div. We can talk about the crosshair div.
Yeah, like spray power right there. That's what you get. You can spray so much easier if you're on the attacker side, but you know what? They ignored that. They're like, no, we don't need the crosshairs at all. The Spring doesn't really worry. He's found the first shot onto Lysor. And the 4 remaining operators. You're gonna try to find an incision towards mid. Not a single angle given to them. The fake out by Stu will not even pull any movement. Spring though, ready for a peek. It is a shot that will not find a sweet connection. They almost lined up, but the high-low demoralizes life. And they'll just go for another reset. Still strong at mid. And for the attacking side, just unable to really find a shot.
A bit of a all angler here. 7-4. Haodong though managed to get the flick, but not the kill. Ayang will be spotted out. It is still going to be the 3v5. CB though, almost spotted by Spring there. Almost lost his life. And life is already out to begin with. Spike will slowly travel towards me, but wait,
Kai.
Will he be aware of Stu here? He does not see the right angle. Pseudo. Saw the. Oh my god. Wait, Kai is alive. Kai is alive, and there's no kills as of yet. Both operators have not yet found it. 30 seconds remaining. Still with the 4K. Will he get an ace? He was round of.
No ace for you, my friend. No ace for you. Haodong, my goat.
Space between the receiving the opposite end of an ace or jumping off a cliff. I believe the latter is more preferred. Spring though, already getting 2 4K in this time around. Oh my god.
The smile there, the smile on Haodong. He knew exactly what he was doing. And unfortunately for them, just not gonna give them the ace, not giving them the satisfaction.
Nope.
I'm waiting for. Is there gonna be a G2 round? Is that something that could happen?
Would be hilarious, but
Yeah.
just 5 people going ham on the end of the cliff here as we immediately go towards the second half right now. How long? Waiting at the edge of this.
No way.
Oh, yep. Way wiser than expected. Now CB and Kai facing each other towards the smoke here from the dark cover. Spike has been set down, but French here from Stu will give Guang off. CB. Shock Dart will get the kill on the Kai as well as Lysor towards Ayam. Spring though. Only managed with the trade. But Silvad here. Will he get the clutch? TB. 74 HP here. Will be here and he is the 3K for the Wolves IGL. It is going to be a 6-7 scoreline as HS gets their first pistol in attack.
Absolutely. You just gotta say, in a round like that, Sufat was just able to use the mathematics to find the kill at the end. The bounce from the shock dart came in clutch there. You know, both Sovas actually got pretty much almost a kill done by the shock dart. It's gonna be CB to have that signature, and as you can tell, Sufat. I mean, it's a bit. Oh, okay. English is difficult, but as I was saying, it's a bit bittersweet because this is the last time that we're gonna see Sufat on the official stage for the year. But it is definitely great to end it on a high note. And right now, the note is that life is out of commission. We still got a shorty from Stu that can cause some shenanigans, especially in that smoke.
Exactly. Right now, though, it is going to be pistols and arrows from TGMZ. Stu will be held by Spring, but he gets a 3K. No ace this time around, but Aodong might say something else about it. Guang, though, manages to clean it up, and we are finally, once again, equals 7 apiece.
And despite the start, unfortunately for the... Well, what is it supposed to be called? Like precise defeat, I would assume?
I believe it is precise. From the translation, it is precise defeat, but I think we'll have a better translation later on. You know, pure aim so far, really sticking up to their name.
I mean, they are definitely the aimers. You know, you look at the names on the board.
19 and 12.
Yeah, 19 kills for Spring. Definitely will be looking for more. Very happy to see the Bucky utilized. And fortunately enough for Howdong, space creation is the most important part of that one. They go from A main straight on to B, and as we see that, we also see Lysor, trying to create some space. The cam is there. Sufat eventually going to be spotted and heard with the drone, so they must be ready for that play, but it won't stop Spring from trying to explode onto the side itself. At least CB's going to find the opener. Good trick from Kai. Still trying to buy time for the flash. It almost actually blinded Lysor to his death, and they're going to get up the side. Stu is not going to be able to take care of Spring. It goes down to 30 points of health, but the overdrive still being there presents a different play for the side of pure aim. Right now, the trade's coming in from life. And it's a 2-on-3 in the end with Howdong having an impeccable timing on the side itself. Him and Lysor will clean off that one to give themselves the lead.
Spring there. I thought he would have gotten a little bit more value there, but Overdrive, his first kill did get him into 30 HP with the exchange onto Stu here, but Kai with the sharp aim towards the opening here. It's just a matter of CG and Z precise defeat, clean up the rest of the round here. Now 7-8. It is going to be all rifles except Kai, who will be on the Bucky, switching out with Spring. And right now, it is going to be the buy round once again. 7 seconds remaining, and honestly, I just want to see shenanigans. Do another stand. Do another funny stuff here. As we see now, actually going to be a mid-rush from the side of pure aim. Kai immediately snaps off here, dashes towards the opposite side of the zipline. But they're already taking a lot of space here, but CB actually managed to get the kill with Lystar on the off angle. Ayang though gets both in return. Already traveling towards their spawn here. Still expecting the off angle. It is going to be a 2v3 here. Kai only with the block key. And looks like headshot. Or, sorry, real aim.
Oh, Kai.
Both?
He's gonna do it to him, isn't he? Oh no, he got caught. I was looking forward for the knife.
No way.
I was really looking forward for the knife. Now it's all in the hands of life. I mean, it rhymes, so it definitely should work. So the clutch is doable, but they're starting to play with life here. Right now, he's just, he's angry. He gave up on the round. He just wants to find those kills. They're playing with him. Gun barrel out, jump spotting, and dead. And the last head just peeking his corner, and he cannot whack them all. He cannot take the shots. The wide swing is gonna do it. The disrespect from the Sufad there at the end.
A little bit of a crying face there from Live. Definitely could have clutched it with maybe a smaller crosshair there, but the 2K here from Ayang really sets the deal here for your aim, and the save from Hufat did actually save the round in the end. So again, we are tied 8-8. There's still no clear set winner here on our all-star match.
I mean, there's definitely a playmaker though. Life was the Marshall. A good headshot on the Kai would be a great start for the defensive side right now. Not really spot on the angle. The defense posturing primarily towards the A side, which seems to be the right call, but I was gonna say maybe the Hunter's Fury can be a difference, but it will be a difference if they actually are able to get in, which they're setting themselves up to do so. But how many players can the utility get, really? The Sheriff spotting Spring. The first stun doesn't come in. The relay bolt works out well when Stu almost catching the right timing. But unfortunately for the defense, despite all of that setup, the firepower difference just proves too much for them to handle.
A novel idea there from Stu, but Lysar gets a kill onto a very late high there. But gets another kill. Ayang though. Spike has not yet been set down. It's going to be only the Marshal here. And Ayang cleans it up. 3K, it is going to be 9-8, and so far, your aim getting this very close rounds in between.
Absolutely. Oh, we'll see how things actually do end up completing for the rest of this game. That now both teams should be on a bye round, I would assume. So it is gonna make things pretty intriguing for the next set. Nah, I'm just gonna say it. Like, definitely the smiley face crosshair is so much better than whatever the hell abomination that they were rocking.
Abomination.
Yeah.
The judge here will be on the hands of Kai. Operator on the hands of Stu. Knives has been popped. It's only gonna be Howdong for now, but Life already settled here. But only equipped with the Ares, gets dinked there. Shufat finishes him off at the end. Spike will be planted, but Stu gets a trade, as well as Lystor. Howdong though didn't manage to get a kill onto Guang. Lystor puts him out of pasture.
Oh, the
but
pivot.
Ayang with the teleport there. Now settled on B. Oh no.
No, and he's still gonna discover.
Out.
Yeah,
Get out!
He's still figured out. They still know where Ayang is. It's just all about Sufat though. It's coming away from the window. Ayang still is able to lift Lysor there at the end, and CB spotted as well on that side. Surely, absolutely,
he's alive,
gonna eventually
right?
go down. Sufat. But in CB on 1 HP, Ayang could have gone for the knife, but instead it's just gonna find the kill. And as you can tell, they're like, oh, we got you. We absolutely played you, you buffoons.
Ayang though, the guinea pig deciphers utilities. I just want to know how many seconds that he was under the entire effect there, but regardless, a quick, very fast switch there on towards A. And Ayang just staying alive as long as he could. 10-8.
Double digits for precise aim. Right now, Life precisely in the right spot to be. All about beating the timing, got the tailwind, is able to find the first, and Spring caught on the transfer as well. Great tracking there from Life in total. And it will give the man advantage to the defense, but if there is a worry that, in despite of that, the firepower should still absolutely be there for precise aim.
Yeah, right now, Pure Aim still have three rifles, all phantoms, while Precise Defeat picking up a rifle for CB. They're only Haodong with the Sheriff. It is going to be a numbers game for now, as Qfat, one of the members, the Astro Divide will be popped here. Qfat though didn't manage to get Kai there, but Kai traded by Lystor, and Haodong though saves the day from the window. It is going to be 10-9, and finally Precise Defeat slowly crawls back in.
I mean, honestly, I'm just gonna say this. Maybe a lot of the I don't know how things are in some societies, but like here in Egypt, for example, like PC cafes are very prevalent, much like that they are in some of the countries like, yeah, you know, like China, like Singapore. I know that they have like bustling communities of those. And like, you know, like this kind of vibes, I'm telling you, like it's probably the most fun that you're ever gonna have. You know, like you're face to face with the other team, all of the trash talk, all of the plays just get amplified a lot more. And right now, you know, it's definitely a lot of fun, and we're starting to see some shenanigans there. Life with the Ares. Maybe they can just try to go for a cheeky spray down on the other end, but it's gonna be on the B side instead. So the A side gets to be safe for now, but CB and Lysor will start out the round well, will not be able to end it though. CB out of commission. It's a 3-on-3 at the end in the retake. Lysor trying to take matter into his own hands. 3 for him on the Cypher. That tripwire is a distraction, and Ion was mind controlled into staring onto that one.
The conditioning from that tripwire sadly results in Ion's end of life on the edge of the round here, but Lysor break kill through smoke, and then a quick transfer here on the bottom, on the top. It's Haodong creeping in from behind. Once again, no runaway lead. We are all equal, 10-10, as we are now settled for the 21st round here. Going to be only a couple of stingers from Kai and Spring on the side of Pure Aim. Full arsenal all around for Precise Defeat. Haodong tries to get the kill through the smoke. The Rolling Thunder will be popped out, but Kai didn't manage to get the...
It's cosmetic.
Here.
It's cosmetic. Oh, there we go! The knife kill comes in, Ion!
You know what? Worth it. Worth the
Absolutely.
Worth the round lost. You just stalled on Haodong towards from the top rope. That's a +1 win. That's a +1 round. I don't care.
I was scared that the second stun is gonna be cosmetic as well. Not gonna lie to you, Timo. But hey, we got a knife kill on the board.
Yep.
That's all that matters. Right now, you know, definitely feeling pretty fine and dandy. Guys, remember, 9 ultimate orbs for that. That's all I'm gonna say. 9 orbs.
The rest of the round doesn't matter. All we wanted to see was a young knifing Haodong. It is going to be 10-11. Rifles will be bought once again. Live though, now settled in on top of that little box there towards A. 2 already have been spotted as the Astra smoke will be refreshed. Ayang is trying to actively push it in. I didn't manage to get the kill onto Kibi. The adjustment on the aim is immaculate. Now it is going to be only Stu versus the rest of your aim. There is Lysor, but no settled in as of yet. Stu, overdrive, cut down by Stu with the operator shot here. Lysor, no.
Oh.
Wait, eh?
If there's ever a game of cat and mouse, I think that we've seen it right here.
I don't think it was Cannon Mouse to begin with. He just spotted Hugh Fat on the last second. Fellow Wolf member. I want to see the replay, man.
Yeah,
I
just
knew there would
looking-
be. I would knew there would be shenanigans about when he pulled out the sword.
Fight me! Come here and fight me!
A backstab all around. 11 to 11. Sorry, 11 to 12 rather. Might be the end of this harrowing map. After a quick hour.
Oh, okay. Great
How
start
long
from
didn't
Haldon.
manage to get a kill? Ooh.
And another one from
2
Stu on top.
Will we see the end? Vote. Will we see the end? It is going to be 2 fight remaining. A 1v2. 2. Operator shot will pierce him, and it is going to be precise defeat. Which going to be the opposite of them getting the win over pure aim. And my god, what a match was it been.
It was really fun. You know, my boy Stu putting off the ceiling stamp on that show match. 2 knives, insane crosshairs. We've seen rounds that they're playing while they're standing up. And it's gonna be really intriguing to see the next few show matches, because we're gonna basically go on different levels of control schemes. You know, we got mouse and keyboard with normal show match. Then we're gonna go to console. Then we're gonna go to the mobile, which I'm gonna be honest with you. Sure, you know, shooters on console, I've tried that before. I'm gonna have to make a confession. I've never played a mobile shooter game before.
Oh, buddy, mobile shooter is the life and blood here, right here in Southeast Asia. We know it like the back of our hand, as well as China. It is going to be interesting to see how I assume the PC pros will adjust towards that show match. But coming back towards this match right now, man, that's all I have to say, man.
Yeah, that was pretty fun, not gonna lie.
欢迎来
And
到赛后
apparently
采
we
访，
got an
刚刚也是
interview.
结束了一个非常精彩的表演赛。那我们也是邀请到了浩东和我们的 Stupid BB 选手，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 TEC 的浩东。
欢迎浩东。
大家好，我是龙队的小飞。
浩东他说的标准吗？
他说的差点意思。
差点意思，那你要不要给他演示一遍比较标准的？
大家好，我是来自狼队的小飞。
小斐
Hello。
对，小斐还是比较地道的。对。那这一次也是来到了一个全新的场馆嘛。浩东，你是本地人。 站在重庆的土壤上
the locals like does it feel different playing in your like native area?
很激动吧，因为我觉得大家都是来自各个地方的朋友们，然后还有包括我们重庆本地的粉丝也是。
Yeah, it's like everyone is like so passionate here. He's like he really enjoys it.
场馆也非常的燥热。那小肥，你之前一直都说非常希望能够站在舞台上收获来自四面八方的能量，这一次收获到
Did you feel the energy?
能量了吗？
我确实收获到了，但是今天
And he's riling up the crowd.
声音，哦，我收到了，
对，收到了来自重庆粉丝们的爱。那浩东，你刚刚也说，其实有非常多的粉丝朋友都是专门来到重庆去看我们这一次的比赛。
And what do you want to recommend to everyone?
可以推荐给大家的。
Yeah.
来咱家吃面。
And he recommends the noodle show.
咱家吃面，对大家有机会的话，一定要去浩东家的面馆去尝。
And anything you want to recommend to Super
小
BB?
肥的呢？ 我觉得小肥应该还没有比较完全的探索整个重庆这个城市吧。
没错的。
对，有没有什么可以推荐给小肥？
去洪崖洞溜达一圈吧。昨天在洪崖洞。
He's like he said he was queuing up at a spot for like 2 hours yesterday.
现在确实是重庆的旅游旺季嘛，包括重庆也是一个非常让人流连忘返的城市。那小飞，你这次来重庆之后有尝试什么比较有意思的
And do you try anything special in 重庆？
或者旅游景点也好吗？
就是那天，因为 我吃辣会流汗嘛，然后我就小尝了一口，然后呢，我在饭桌
He can't really handle spice. So last time he like tried a little bite, and he was just sweating his face off.
非常好吃的。对，其实我觉得那个辣特别是，然后那天也去了
he went to a few attractions, took photos. Like very beautiful city.
非常美丽的一个城市，对，包括美食可能非常辣，但是吃的真的让人停不下来，很过瘾的那种。是的，是的。对，那聊一聊比赛，我看到浩东这一次
And the time of the walkout
一个比较有意思的一个登场的一个姿势，当时那个姿势是怎么提出来的呢？
当时那个姿势是来福哥想的点子吧，就觉得我可能是个本地人，就是。
It's like Life's idea because he's local, so they made him stand in the middle, and then we just surrounded him.
2次，
排练过2次，那么比较有难度的一个姿势还是完成的非常好的。那小肥，我看到你今天是站起来很多次嘛，大家都。
And they're talking about the standing wall.
起立 buff 的一个队伍，那今天起立是谁先提出来的？
因为我们队伍开啊跟光可能就没有站的很多，然后我跟他们说就是，哎，今天要不我们一起站起来，你们也感受一下，然后。
He's like it's like we know that like Kai and Guan like don't really stand up, so CW is like encouraging them to stand up throughout it, and like let them like experience that kind of energy. He's like, of course I would like do it in game, like in like real league game.
对，那也非常期待你们接下来可能在重庆会有更好的体验也好，或者尝试更多的景点也好，或者美食也好。那我们的表演赛到这里就全部结束了，也感谢。
And that's it for the interview.
小飞，谢谢。接下来我们把时间交还给解说。
Well, as I was saying, he is like me for real, for real. My main man.
Relate.
Yeah, my main man Steve. I can't handle space. I'll say though, like Chongqing is supposed to be a city known for the beautiful mountain ranges, known for the skyscrapers. It's also for some reason nicknamed as the cyberpunk city, as far as I understand from some of my Chinese friends. But you know what? Apparently, all those should be scrapped, and noodles seems to be fantastic because everybody's been recommending those.
Yeah, noodles are a really big part of Chongqing culture. And fun fact, Hao Dong is originally from Chongqing, and his family has a noodle shop there. So that's why he was talking about going to his family's noodle shop during the interview, though. But at the end of the day, I think that match was a match. Was it the match?
No. It was the match. Not gonna lie.
It was the match.
I don't think that there's ever going to be a walkout, even in champs. That's gonna be the walkout for this show match. Like the star, everything coming in together, the mascots. It was such fun and entertainment. Well, fun and games are out. We already know the 4 teams that will be going to champs, but we'll see who is going to be the champion at the end of this journey. The upper bracket final is going to be played next. So guys, don't go anywhere. It's going to be a brief break, and then we will see who is going to emerge victorious.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Project Horizon, the English fan cast for VCT China. My name is Obi, and I'm joined by Colden to bring you our upper finals between Bilibili Gaming and Dragon Ranger Gaming, an underdog and Ascension team that nobody thought would make it this far, versus BLG, a long-standing top favorite in the region. Colden, I know you were kind of thrown into this matchup for today, but what excites you about this match and that we get to cover it?
What's interesting to me is that we've got this kind of consistent force, right, in BLG, and then DRG on the other hand. I've seen them have some highs, also some pretty lows across the entire season, but I think these two teams are at the top of the game right now. They've overcome so many obstacles just to get to this point, qualify for champs, and now they have a chance to further on in their endeavor towards that China trophy for stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the results from yesterday's game locking in those top 4 teams and servers of champions points and in placement itself, where it will be EDG, BLG, XLG, and like we said, DRG, making that trip to Paris, which I know you'll be at. I'm hoping I will be, fingers crossed. But it's all still seating up in the air, and obviously the regional title that all of these teams covet, playing things out in that venue in Chongqing. But I'm so excited because, like you mentioned, BLG, longstanding favorites, have insane players that, again, they have to be playing to the best of their capabilities, versus DRG that feels like they're finally reaching that final form. You know, rookie player like Achman starting to warm up to come into their own identity on this team, and the team being there to support that kind of development and that evolution into their a top 4 team in VCT China, right?
Yeah, I think you mentioned about Akuman, right? I think he's also one of that new face, you know, that fresh look that he could bring to DRG. We've seen him pull off some miraculous stuff already throughout the season. And as you mentioned, that support system slowly finding their groove, you know, with the new addition of a player. Sometimes it can get a little bit difficult, especially when you have, you know, imports in the form of Vukashu, albeit he has been there for quite a long time, but, you know, getting that new player integrated into your system, being able to perform at the highest level takes a little bit of time, and I think they're slowly getting to that point where they can really say that, hey, this is the best DRG we've had in our history.
Oh, for sure. And I've had a blast listening into some of the DRG comms, because it continues to impress me that, like, there's teams that, like, oh, comm obviously in all Mandarin, there's teams that comm in all English, and then there's them that have, like, both, where, like, they'll be translating it on the fly and still having as fluid of motions and calling as they do. So, again, you mentioned overcoming odds in terms of, again, bringing in a new rookie, taking that chance, and also just getting everybody up to speed both in the server and in these matches. But all in all, I mean, I'm excited because I was looking through, you know, these teams, and they have very fleshed out map pools. They have kind of very defined weaknesses and strengths. I'm expecting, again, kind of an early corrode ban from BLG, although they were experimenting with it by floating it against EDG towards the end of the group stage. So who knows what they want to bring out in the upper finals, where there's still that safety of the lower bracket finals to fall into. But all in all, what do you think we're in store for?
Honestly, I think we're in store for some crazy China stuff. You know, even the games that I watched yesterday, BLG, you know, playing on that bind also gave me a lot of heart attacks, a lot of instances where, you know, there were some mistakes being made here and there. And, you know, when you go into this kinds of high stakes environment, you need to be able to tighten up your game to ensure that you play off each other, you have those good comms. And you know, if you give one single mistake away, your opponents are going to absolutely run away with things. It's a consistent thing across China. So, yeah, it really comes down to which team makes the least mistakes, in my opinion. And if and when they do, I think we're going to get some crazy moments.
Oh, 100%. And honestly, if I had to spitball which maps that I would like to see, I think it's going to be like an Ascent, a Sunset, and a Lotus are the ones in the back of my mind. You can have the best maps there for both these teams in terms of Lotus and Sunset. And then you have, again, I think DRG get that opportunity to pick into, okay, BLG and Subansk Road, we can pick their weakest map, which is Ascent or Icebox, but I think Ascent is so much stronger for DRG, you know, with that, you know, a very, very unconventional composition with, again, the Yoru, Vice, Fade, Omen, and Clove. But they've also been toying with the idea of switching the Clove over to Neon on maps like Sunset, which is, again, why I want to see Sunset as well.
No, yeah, it was crazy when I was casting DRG, like seeing the Clove and the Omen play together. I don't think any other team has brought anything close to this kind of innovation on Ascent. Granted, PRX did some crazy stuff, but as of late, I think this is one of the most interesting compositions that has caught my eye, and I really can't wait to see how, you know, potentially they could play up against BLG.
Oh, for sure. I think it's used probably just more for, again, the post smokes, kind of to compare and pair with, I should say, the Omen smokes as well. And again, they aren't afraid to take those engagements alongside the Yoru. You know, you flash, you're running in, even if you get the kill, then you get the speed boost. So then you essentially are a dive agent after the first kill. So it's definitely a little bit different pacing than the Neon, but I think it's, again, complementing and enabling the strengths of your rookie so that they feel like they can play to their best strengths. But again, I mentioned we kind of went over the map pool for DRG. Again, Ascent, Lotus strengths, Sunset again, a mixed bag of tricks there. I'm expecting them to ban out, you know, their bind or their Haven right out the gate would be my first round ban if I were them, especially because I'm leaning bind. It's a 3-0 right now for BLG, so stay away from that map if you can. Again, they bring out the KO, which is so interesting to me. I mean, Neff, you know, IGL already is a menace when they have all that information to work off of with a double initiator.
That's actually a really great point that you brought up, because more and more teams I've seen bring out that KO, and especially on Bind, and it's such an interesting agent because traditionally you don't really expect KO to be that great of an agent on that map. But I spoke to one of the pros in the local scene, and he gave me quite valuable insight, saying, oh, you know, the KO is so strong because you have those cross map 0 points, right? You can throw them whether you're A or B. It can reach so many different areas, and we can see that happening in the server when you see those knives flying across the sky, landing on Octagon on the B side. You know, it gets you so much information when your initiator can play on one side while getting info on the other. So it's really dynamic, and I think a lot of teams are slowly catching on to that.
100%. And I mean, we got to see some of their bind action, and this is where I said I also want to see the Lotus out of DRG. Just again, their ability to scale up on a site, super super strong. And as we again get to take a look at deeper into these teams and the players that are showing up today, I think it's a fun fact and a fun storyline to bring up as well, that these two teams have not faced each other in over a year, and in that time so much has changed in terms of these rosters, right? For DRG, only Nick and Vukushu are the remaining players. They've rebuilt the majority of the team around them, like you mentioned, Vukushu being that import player that's been there for forever. And on the other side of things, BLG at the time was the same core of YZ, Neff, and K-Knight, but also Flexen was on the team, and now Flexen's on DRG. So this is his first time actually playing against his old team. So, you know, there's gonna be a little bit of mind melding, a little bit of, okay, I might have a read on my old teammates, and I'm hoping that they lean into Flexen and that knowledge pool.
Yeah, it's definitely a talking point, right? But it's been over a year. I don't know how much of it has retained in his mind, or even if it's gonna be a consideration, because we hear a lot of teams, you know, in the tier 1 scene like, oh, we're just gonna play our game, you know, we're not gonna try to focus too much on what they're doing. As long as we focus on ourselves, you know, that's the main thing. So yes, I think it might be an interesting factor, but I love it as a storyline as well, right? Just, you know, playing up against your former team, showing that, hey, you dropping me was the wrong call. Now I've gotten my revenge a year later. You know, that is something spicy.
Oh, for sure. And I think it shows, again, how much the ecosystem for just Riot in general has evolved, where, again, this may have been an Ascension team, quote unquote, but then you still have this kind of all-star experienced talent. I think there was a joke on VCT Americas for a point where they were like, when do we stop calling G2 an Ascension team because of how many trophies they've won? And it feels like a similar sentiment with how strong the Ascension teams have been in VCT China in particular. So, again, I'm excited to see, you know, 2 out of the 4 Ascension teams getting that spot in Champions to extend their stay. And that'll be its own duel happening when we get over to Paris too, and maybe even when we could see, you know, if DRG loses falls to the lowers up against XLG, you know, an early you know, showing of what could be to come, etc. But all in all, we got to get through this matchup first. Again, BLG versus DRG, and I mean, we're doing a little audience segment again. Chunksing, I don't know if you were there watching some of the show match. Number one, the walkouts were insane. The vibes on stage were insane. I know Sleep Fat Baby was hyping up the crowd, and I'm just glad the players and the audience are having fun, you know, bringing these pro players back. And the signs for the Wolves fans, I mean, those were really fun to see again.
Yeah, you know, you speaking about Wolves, right? They're not even in the playoffs, right? They're not even in the playoffs, and yet they've had this kind of impact. And I want to twist this kind of perspective a little bit, right? You can see how great of an impact Wolves has had across the entire region, across the world, really, after their performance in Toronto. Will we see something similar with one of these 4 teams that headed to champs, right? We've got new storylines, we've got new personalities, albeit I think it's hard to top Silpha and BB, but I do hope for another Chinese team to really catch the world by storm, because I think there's so many cool play styles, cool storylines in China's that I think it'll be great if you have another super Cinderella story coming in for champs.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's 2 big storylines in my mind. To answer your question about which of these 4 teams I think could be that Wolves-esque take this global stage by storm, it's DRG. Just the personalities, the vibe on stage have that kind of synergy there, and they're kind of that unknown variable, right? I haven't been on the global stage since I believe it was Shanghai. I could be wrong there. It's like something like that. It was a while ago. Yeah. And I'm excited to see them again. And the other thing is, right, EDG is going to be fighting to be back-to-back champions winners for the first time, right? Since obviously inception and getting a first trophy for the region on the global stage. So I'm excited to see that, but I do believe we have, or I thought if it didn't fly right over my head, yep, caster predictions, and Coda, high five, we're on the same page, and we are split down the middle in terms of the caster pool, 5 apiece.
Sorry, yeah, that's kind of surprising to me, but at the same time, not really, because I think every team in the top 4 can kind of beat each other depending on the day. So it being split down the middle, I think it's perfectly, you know, on brand. Both of us have got DRG in our predictions. Personally, I'm a big fan of Vukashu. I think him going over to a different region and just becoming a household name there is such a cool storyline, a cool career arc for him as a player. So I've got my vote in for DRG. But on the flip side, my fellow countryman Neff is also playing on BLG. So I'm kind of torn between the 2. But yeah, I love how it's 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going back to what you said about how it feels like any team could win on any day. Me and Charlotte yesterday, like the Zhilai All Gamers game, we're like, we don't know if it's going to be one team or the other is going to stomp or if it's going to be close. Like, that is how many question marks there are. But we finally get to see the epic walkouts here in the arena. And I love the little mascots, just again bringing something special to the home region. Wait, it's wearing a backpack too? That's amazing. But again, like we mentioned, players to keep an eye out for. You said Neff, again, their ability to call. That's why they run the double initiator, just to have as much information to provide him with. I'm going to be looking towards players like Wisey and Rushia personally, right? Wisey's been that star duelist that has become like an international name because of their individual performance. And, you know, if he's having a good day, then Billy is having a good day. And on the other side for DRG, I feel like Spirit Z1's been that player that the team has called an MVP time and time again, picking up that secondary duelist, being that player that, again, our rookie Ackman can rely upon to pick up the slack when they are struggling to adjust.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you in Spirit. I think him being that household Yoru for this team has been such a game changer, because playing that Yoru takes a lot of skill. It's not something that a lot of duelists can just, you know, easily flip the switch and be able to switch to that type of style. And you can see them rocking out the sunglasses. All right.
They're not going to get blinded today.
They're embracing the bright lights. Yeah.
Oh, that's definitely aura.
That is aura. I'll have to give it to them for the walkouts and this time around. But yeah, going back to what I said about Spirit, I think he is that X factor. He is that Euro player that will, you know, teleport across maps, catch you off guard, throw in a lurk, throw in a full-on execute with the gate crash and the blind side. So I think him having multiple faces, being able to pull off these kinds of crazy moments is what's giving DRG a little bit of an edge when it comes down to the, you know, the crunch time.
Well, making their way to the stage, which means we should be getting our map picks and bans here really quickly, and you can see the good vibes on stage. Even the coach wearing the sunglasses, and you see the reactions from the BLG members. They're like, yep, wow, look at those shades, they're cool. But they're not going to get intimidated here, right? BLGs are the kind of, I feel like, match favorites. DRG, the defined underdogs coming in to this series. But we said it, I feel like DRG in my mind had a little bit more power because they've played and they've shown good results, even with some mixed losses across the entire stage, the maps, versus there is those kind of weaknesses that feels like very well defined here for BLG, and we get it. Haven, Lotus, and Sunset, actually. Okay.
Interesting. So BLG, Billy is going to be picking into the Haven. That's something that I didn't exactly expect. What do you think?
I think it is a coin toss, but it also makes sense. I mentioned again, there are very few and far in between weaknesses in the map pool for DRG, but Haven is one of those. 2 losses. Again, they were good showings. I think there was a 1 double-digit game, and again, they're just trying to flesh out, the cookie cutter maps. I am surprised that DRG picks into Lotus over, say, their Ascent, though, because again, that is a weaker map for BLG and one of their stronger maps, versus Lotus is strong for both teams. So it's kind of that mental of, okay, we already have our champ spot, we want to beat the best at the best, and that's what that choice screams. And I got my Sunset if we make it to a map 3 decider, where again, that was a map I could see was going to be right up the alley for both teams.
Yeah, we're not gonna get that clove action that we kind of expected to see on Ascent, but hey, Lotus is gonna be interesting because the last 2 times that DRG have played this map, it was 14-12 to their victory, but still really damn close. I mean, you could not cut it even closer, so it's a little bit of a risky pick in my eyes, but hey, if they've got something in their back pocket, if they're confident in the game style, then, well, we'll have to see on that map itself.
Oh, I will so take the comps we see on Lotus for these 2 teams compared to the triple Sentinel I had to cast yesterday. XLG. No. We don't talk about it. But starting out here on Haven, and I'm seeing a change. I mentioned, okay, it's only been played by BLG once. They did win it, but they departed away from, okay, the tried and true, the long-standing composition of that Breach, Sova, the Double Initiator, to kind of that NA, kind of challengers, I say, debut composition of that ISO Yoru. So truly leading into Vukushu, and I feel like the fragging power that he has, even if it's off-roll, but it's the Ackman Cypher debut, a major role swap here that I think is going to be insane to look at.
Okay, so Ackerman's changing from Neon to Cypher, Vukushu's going from Cypher to ISO, the rest, they are staying in their roles, thankfully, so not too many more changes, but I am so freaking down for this. Vukushu on his ISO, is this his debut? I don't even know.
This stage, I believe, at least, yes.
At least with this stage, right? I'm looking at, okay, in his history on VLR, he's only played ISO 2 times. And I don't know when that is because it's very long ago. That's it. Okay,
okay, I feel like, honestly, an ISO is a lot easier to, switch into for Vukushu. I am curious about Ackman though, and I don't have time to dig into his history though, because in Neon or Clove it's so different, right? You having to be that lurk timing player, you having to stay out of the action and be away from the team to lock down the flank, and that internal clock, if it's not friendly tuned, you are not gonna have a lot of impact here on Haven. But again, it's a map that we said they've also had some fair losses on, right? So it makes sense for them also to be making those changes.
Oh, but I'm so here for it. On Haven here in the top 4, the upper bracket finals. It's gonna be ISO on Vukushu, Ackerman debuting on that Cypher, and they're gonna be starting out on this attacking side, of course. So Vukushu, let's see what you've got in store for us.
Oh, in this composition, it's C-Take Simulator all day. You can see Rushia trying to get that aggressive peek off of the drop smoke, but unfortunately chipped down as they collect that orb and flee away. But in the meantime, look who's scaled up deep in to A main. Again, Sova Utility allows for YZ to get that close angle, and now that you've had that part of the map confined, sectioned off, quarantined, yep, your Sova can rotate over, reinforce B, and see where it feels like the hit should end.
Exactly, just gonna park this Neon here. It's a little bit of an isolated fight, but this smoke will allow YZ to actually play closer around it. So a chance now, but the drone to spot him out. Stun for the delay. And a fight to ensue, but Vukushu is the one who just blindside him. So his ISO debut here with the insta-kill to find first blood.
Apparently a drone ping, even while stunned, is still as accurate, and so was the follow-through wall bang off the Ghost. And now that you've taken out that really deep A main player, it's all steam ahead here towards this A site. Vulnerability comes through, so I was expecting maybe the breach stun to be delayed, but with 30 seconds left, they're actually just making noise, right? This has all been a fake, a ruse. You see both of those duelists, and you're gonna have 4 strong if you're BLG here on the A site, but in reality, it's been Spike heading towards C, this Omen, this Cypher, and with that proactive camera there on site, they are gonna be able to make their way back to the site, and it feels like they took too long, and now it feels like it's an all-out clash where, yep, you've gotta run interference. Ackman doing a good job prodding into window, allowing for that safe spike plant. Now it just feels like cleanup duty at this point.
Oh man, this fight's going all across the map. K9 coming in by the flank. Rushia jumping up, still lands the headshot. But still, leaves themselves into 3 versus 2. Flexion's playing up close in the smokes. It's an easy right click to the head of Rusia. K-Knight now is being spotted. He's got a dart in his hands, but he's got the Avenger staring straight down the barrel. And that is DRG with a lovely first pistol win.
Yep, just again, really, really effective. It feels like in those two duelists selling the A fake, they get over to the C side. Again, I had concerns about them waiting just a little bit longer to get on that side if the Cypher Cam spotted them out. But again, the deep deposit players win their ones, and that gives the advantage that is needed for BLG to close things out.
Nice.
Or for
and another
DRG.
point I want to emphasize, DRG, it's the role that Vukashu has been, the agent that he's chosen, right? It's ISO, so you don't really need to fluff around with too much utility. It's similar to how a Cypher is, right? Not worrying too much about where you want to flash or stun or slide. You really just need to put your crosshair where the hits are at, and well, he's got the long-range weapon of choice. Can farm up the orbs a little bit, and how did the Stinger of all things get the kill down range?
Hey, don't question the Stinger. I'm sure there was some chip damage from some other teammates, but impressive nonetheless, especially with these, again, kind of very aggressive smokes. It's not front main, it's a little bit deeper there just so they can have question marks, have to use additional utility like this drone consistently to clear out these deep spaces. But I like the activity here, at least attempted. Rusia toying with the idea of pushing out grass, but it's this forced up Bucky that is going to take names for the time being. Might not expect the second one lurking in the shadows. Flex in the backstab. Oh, classic swap out going to punish, but again, now they rejoin with the team. It's gonna be this next layer of players clearing out garage, getting that Bucky ideally collected, at least some trades to come through, but it's again tag team nature, players from sight funneling in, finding, and finally eliminating Knight after he takes one down into the grave with him.
Okay. Got a little bit dicey there, but that little find that they got through the smoke onto the seaside really weakened things. It was just, that lone player in towards garage, so that's how he got it. A little bit of damage from his buddies, but good trade at the end for Flexin. Comes in a little bit late, but still manages to find the important kills. BLG find 2 frags, but that's just a little bit of consolation prize. DRG still pretty happy with the 2 rounds on the board. To the bonus they go. A little bit of upgrades around, just a single Vandal the Hand of Spirit though. So we'll see if he can make that work.
Not much changes again. BLG not really freaking out just yet because, it was supposed to be their rifle round, but Vukashu Outlaw in hand. His bonus looking scarier with each passing second. That opening blood onto YZ, again a player that you need to perform for Billy to have a good day. And once again, even if the Neon's not C, or sorry, not A, they're pushing forward here, Golden.
If you see that they're always starting C, right? For DRG, getting that ult orb, finding a pick through the smoke, or however you want to manufacture it, they've got it. And now they can work the map. B is wide open for the taking. Just a Cypher trip wide between them and the site.
I feel like as soon as they take this space, though, it's going to be break the trip, overwhelm, ideally, Achman in the situation, and you also will have that garage pressure brewing. Levius, ideally, and yep, those are all the dominoes starting to fall into place here. So now, what is the answer from Dragon Ranger Gaming? Do you fight deeper? Yep. Do you take a link like we're seeing at a Spirit Z1? And can they hold on to the site with sub-optimal weapons? The answer seems to be no. 2v4 for the remaining players. One of them does have that forced up hero Vandal, but the stun, they outpace it. They challenge and they'll take heroics from Plexton. Unfortunately, it's a counter Roman Rusia that will keep things under wraps and deliver the first round for Billy Gaming out of that rifle buy.
Oh, a lovely flank around, as you mentioned. Triple man coming in from the A lobby push, and again, I don't want to focus on it too much, but Ackerman being that backline defense, unable to stay alive in that situation. Granted, you did have the screw weapon, so really not ideal for the jobs, but still, we'll keep an eye on that one. Good job from BLG to come in on the flank and really catch the entirety of DRG off guard.
Yeah, it shows again kind of the set execs that they have brewing, right? Okay, if it's a rifle round, if they're going B, we immediately wrap, we immediately pinch. So again, when they only shown this map once, you can get away with moves like that. It's not going to be something you can easily read from one match, and might not even expect it to be playing Haven here, but mentioned it, the consistency start once again procced by DRG, but this time it feels like the follow-through, right? You have the full rifles, you have the composition that thrives on taking space off this clone, off of this cascading wall, and it's beautiful Yuto combos coming through.
Yeah, it really does seem that DRG have found a weakness or identified a weakness here on this map, and it's gonna be the Seaside Spirit. It's gonna walk straight in. Catches one, but Russia's there for the trade. Knight with the Hunter's Fury, gonna catch onto Flexin. The spike's still not yet down, Joby, and still a 3 versus 4.
Yeah, beautiful Hunter's Fury to come through, right? It disrupts, it causes chaos, denies the spike plant, and all that forward pressure that Spirit Z1 was generating essentially nullified, even if he did find an opening kill. But that's why they've got 2 duelists, Vukashu trying to no avail to find that round-defining play, but numbers starting to dwindle. Again, if they win their ones, it's always kind of taking fights together, and just like that, it's Rusia 1v2. I like how they didn't rush things. They took their time here. Looks like that will be the approach. Again, spike gets planted, 3-2-1 swing, and you take down the remaining player, and you stabilize once you get your buy.
Yeah, the 2 versus 2 there, a little bit to be desired. Went out first, but I mean, this Hunter's Fury was great. It actually dropped the spike, I think, in the open, so it forced them to really slow down the pace. But yeah, Knight going in first without the assistance of Rusia really isolated those fights for his team. And it didn't help that he got pinged by the dart at the end, so timeout now being called by Billy to really reassess their options, because they're losing a couple rounds that they shouldn't.
Yeah, they should be winning. I completely agree. I think, honestly, if I'm BLG here, I think the coaching staff I'd be picking up on, like what we mentioned, is that tendency to start C over starting A, which is what their current kind of setup with the Neon and the Sova and the Breach is designed for. Again, taking that A main space and utilizing that to have that decision making, to have that really strong C retake. But again, this composition is so C centric, whether it comes to executions or just those openings, and the follow through as well, just changing, okay, your expectations, because yep, that ISO, that they are going to be knocking on your door whenever possible, trying to, again, force the hand of your cipher that's either trying to anchor the site or trying to get out to play retake with your team. And that means, okay, play a little bit deeper, play a little bit off, maybe even try to get a player growing flank. Or my personal favorite after a big timeout like this is maybe even devise like a C long fight here, right? You have a beautiful Neon and Breach that can get that job done, but it still looks like they're brewing a fight, but it's outside of B.
Yeah, Neons are best when they're moving forward, right? So let's see if they can get a little bit of map control, maybe a pick. But seems like DRG, again, they're not going to change up the style, even though Billy have taken that timeout. It's still relatively C-centric, but let's see if BLG can take away map control as DRG go for that C site info push.
There's like another thing that they've identified and pointed out. Ackman, again, we'd mentioned picking up a new role. Not the best internal clock or knowing where they should be and when on the sentinel role. So yep, you can punish that Rusia pretty easily, and that's one thing out of sight, out of mind. But again, eco round, you're trying to take fights in numbers, so little double swing action there out of CT, and will afford you one, but that is about it. Can't keep dying when there's a utility getting dumped upon you there in that CT space. So just gonna recollect things and play this advantage 4v3 again. No weapons really collected from those CT players, but the ones that carried over rifles make the dive, and unfortunately will be swimming with the fishes. DRG, the fast pivot from CT to garage there, it was instantaneous and perfect.
Yeah, lovely stuff for the main brunt of the DRG squad. You can really see it's a bit of give and take, right? Ackerman's gonna be a lot more uncomfortable, but Vukashu has got his confidence overflowing. Triple kill for him, and despite them catching the flank, them kind of being boxed in, he just stands his ground, and they fight all together as one. DRG all in that small little box on towards the site, and they just land every single shot.
100%. So again, we mentioned ongoing growing pains, and honestly, they've just kind of reset that progress on at least this map for the time being. Again, it's a map they don't really feel the most comfortable or confident playing. The fact that they're up 4-1 on a map they normally don't play, that BLG thought they were pulling a fast one by choosing into, is impressive already. Okay. Conventional drift in.
They go Spirit. Yeah, it's gonna spot out all this information. You've got the kill contract available, and into the side they go. The paranoia coming through, unable to connect the shot though, but Vukashu will. Rusia's there for the assistance. The trade back on the flexing, spam through the smoke onto Nick. And well, Vukashu's left alone on his own devices. Meanwhile, it's a little bit of a lurk from Ackman. He's found his own timing, but his teammates have evaporated, and he's been spotted out as well. So now it's just 45 seconds of trying to escape the hunt.
YZ. Just the awareness that they could have slipped the net, huge there for keeping this operator in the mix. But also, now, DRG will know that an operator is in the mix, albeit that they have it at the cost of this round loss. And BLG feels like a little bit delayed, but it's still nice that you get to see, okay, some of the adjustments coming out of that timeout, right? So like, okay, if we can't play the seat retake how we want to, we shouldn't be afraid to fight them upon this entry, right? Really good, again, mutual combo we mentioned between the kill contract and dimensional drift, but when you have a breach again that can support, when you have a paranoia that can deny that choke point, they just fought right back in and dropped those players upon entry. No spike plant, no nothing.
Yeah, once, I mean, I don't want to put too much pressure onto Spirit again. I will say there could have been a better fight being taken right there, but I like the idea, right? You teleport top of side, you have the Yoru in assistance, should have got the trade frag there. Vukashu won his fight, but the Flood retake was just, or I guess pre-take was really solid coming from BLG, ensuring that DRG don't get comfortable in their setups. They play a little bit disruptive, you know, break things up a little bit, and yeah, they get that round win that they were so looking for.
Now they place DRG in a position where they lose this round. The majority won't be able to front a buy following suit. Mentioned the awareness of this operator, but it doesn't mean that you can't force them off the line. Just walking through. The cage is going for the cross, but it's K-Knight, I should say. Anchoring outside of long here. Now with the drone follow-up, you can redeploy, right? Why is he on this operator line to continue to rain down destruction upon Dragon Ranger Gaming and different players? Similar story where Nick now, the majority of the round, had just played survival here. Spike in a little bit more recoverable of a position, but still, just looks like it'll be looking for isolated players, isolated fights to do some damage. And ERG, this is where I might be looking towards a proactive timeout to keep this early lead they found intact.
Yeah, Nick will even get to save this one. Scanned out.
Oh.
No. Lovely
Nice
stuff
scan.
coming from K-Knight. Yeah, stand up, buddy, because you've essentially single-handedly shut down this entire A-centric approach. And I'll have to say, DRG didn't use a lot of utility to try to fight this A-long, position. Just swinging out, trying to go for those trades. Perhaps tunnel vision on YZ's op that was down towards sewers, not expecting heavy presence towards A-long. So lovely stuff from BLG. They take the fights together as one. You've put all the initiators in one spot. You've got the op in the hands of YZ as well. So, yeah, pretty solid defense there.
And minus that drone, we said again, BLG's been doing a good job of drawing out early with this Krita smoke placement. Now you have one more kind of piece of the puzzle you have to locate early on, right? That position of the operator. And started out Garage, contemplating a C reposition, but again, when you have this contact-based composition, the double duelist, you may be waltzing into danger unbeknownst that you then have to just tackle head-on, and that's where DRG started to struggle the last few rounds, and maybe why they're taking things a little more cautious, a little more hand-in-hand, all 5 players here. Now going for the re-clear over towards A main off this drone.
And it's just, here alone, he doesn't have that deep line, so he has no actual confirmation of that there's so many players right around this corner.
K-Knight. Hey, the entire team rolled up on a mate long last round, and we saw the result this round. Similar feat, but with eco weapons aplenty and a stun for support from off-site. Breach stun from Neff. Gorgeous here. The aftershock to follow up to push the hand even further, so they have to fight in. And see some quality control here. Attempt at Vukashu, that vulnerability, but if the one player falls, and suddenly YZ is there to reinforce the site hold. Hero Rifle doesn't do much when the power of friendship and 3 players are staring you down short, and Billy Gaming again able to rack up these rounds. I believe that's tie us up at 4.
Yeah, and I really love that BLG took the fight to, the attackers, to DRG first. You can see the stun coming in. Lovely isolation of the first, follow up with the shock darts. Aquaman made things a little bit interesting, but yeah, there was just, at that point, there was just too many players here to bolster up this defense. Vukashu had a little bit of a chance, but at this point in time, there was just not enough players alongside him and too many on the other side, just hunkering down that corner.
Yeah, but I was 1 round off on the timeout call, but inevitably does come from Dragon Ranger Gaming. Just, again, it feels like they're losing steam. They're losing a lot of these open engagements when I feel like the death ball towards site was what was working for them. And again, it's difficult when you're throwing Offman into the mix. You got 1 successful lurk, but it was when the entire team had already fallen over towards C. So Yeah, it's difficult when you do have such a focused approach to then have that fallback plan. So maybe I want to see a bit more splits so that they can have that free rotation. But then again, if you're not winning gunfights, it's hard to get those opportunities called in as well.
Ooh, so you're saying just shoot hits, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's an FPS at the end of the day. You're running a really aggressive double duelist composition. I mean, Vukashu was in some shots, albeit it was more just, again, trying to salvage a nearly unwinnable round. But, I mean... What else would you want to see from Nice?
It seems like the initial start to a lot of these rounds have been pretty standard, right? You throw the smoke down towards C, maybe you put the ISO wall up, get that alt orb. But after that, it gets a little bit dicey. They kind of get picked apart. And when the execute comes in, it looks a little bit disjointed. If it's not that C long execute, right? If it's anything else, it seems a little bit disjointed.
And that's the other thing as well, is I think Billy's been more primed to avoid giving them that opening kill, right? They're not taking any chances they don't have to. Well, they're having, again, these nuanced ways of getting aggressive, right? Whether it's an Odin spray through door, yeah, that amazing stun combo with the Hunter's Fury, but an operator pulled into the gulag up against Vukashu. Full shield means that operator shot won't be able to hit, so you're gonna pull out the classic and hope that you can embarrass your opposition, but this is Vukashu we're talking about. YZ. Main anchor on that site taken out because the Cypher utility spread more for info across A and B. But this util spread won't stop Achman from lurking up. We're doing a little navigation, duck under the trip, but like who's looking at you through A-Link? It's like Mission Impossible failed. Yeah, for sure.
False sense of security there.
I have to steal that trip for my comp games, but in the time being, look at this. We mentioned how, again, BLG was thriving and running interference on these retakes, but now they have the Rolling Thunder, and it felt like DRG was aware. That's why they tried to push into CT, and while full stunned, Spirits were able to find one on Rushia, and now at least the Rolling Thunder's impact has been nullified, but look at the other impact that's been brewing. K9 on the flank portion, the dark cover was in place, so they can tuck and find a temporary safe haven, but now they completely flipped the map, and you're fighting back into the Odin spray from Neff, so Spike not planted for you. Billy Gaming will be able to deny the momentum shift out of the DRG timeout.
Great protocols coming in from both of these squads, right? You're waiting for the alert to come in while the team that has the man disadvantage, the attackers, get the spike plant down. They play aggressive in the smokes. Spirit does find a couple of really nice frags, but the trades were even better coming in from BLG. And yeah, just kind of baited out by that elevated tripwire there. All things considered, great job on BLG, playing together as a team, playing the numbers, and marking each other as the trades come through. Finally
get to play the retake how they wanted to, and again, partially credited to the ult situation, but I mean, this next round against a few hero rifles for DRG, but mostly, again, just a coordinated save, stuck now in this purgatory of buy save until they can claw their way out of the depths of hell, and now... I mentioned I wanted them to have multiple options on the table, and I do think that by starting out, again, Grass starting out front B, that does keep those on the table, right? If you see some really good util from your Sova, from Nick, should open up Garage, should open up the B site, but oh, this is so difficult. How would you fight into a front stun and an off-angle Rushia? I think they've dodged a major bullet here, but they might be running into an operator and an overdrive here over towards A.
Yeah, you pick your poison, you know? Whether it's a util dump or it's just lightning in a bottle. IZ will not miss those kinds of shots, and he's still staying in for more assistance called in from K9. Oh, and he will catch the jumping spirit. Thankfully, Vukashu's shield will save his life and will afford DRG that trade frag that they were so desperately looking for, but still it's a double man disadvantage. They're walking straight into the off-angle Omen you were mentioning earlier on. They flash him though, but he still managed to get the kill. Not before the teammates of BLG all fled in towards the side, so amazing defense protocols now being shown by BLG.
Nice paranoia, but ultimately no dice. And I did see the improvement that DRG was able to kind of flex between these sites as they realized, okay, this is an unwinnable situation, and so just butting their head up against a brick wall. But again, it feels like the duo synergy here right now on BLG is what's unbeatable, right? You have this Neon Sova combo over towards A, and you have this Breach Omen over towards B, and even when it feels like, okay, the Breach is out of the picture, you have Levios able to rotate over from their C Haven, and they're good to go.
It does really seem like DRG, pound for pound, they can go toe-to-toe with BLG, but as a squad, right? BLG are a greater sum of their numbers. But we'll see if this combo of ultimates can make anything happen. Aquaman's being, or at least baited out. YZ goes in for the peek. Now he has the neural theft available, pings out all their locations, but they've got the site. DRG found themselves a nice site to lock down in.
Oh, and we've seen K-Knight always do this. They're always punishing Ackman because they take that DV main pressure. And now this means, okay, if you are DRG, you have to worry about Garage, you have to worry about Long. It feels like they are taking space in every part and just serpentines surrounding these C-side players. So again, doing a beautiful job. You can see DRG trying to damage control, trying to stay unexposed to these multiple vulnerable angles. And yeah, just tackling one problem after the other, side by side, simultaneously. And it works out in a brilliant fashion to salvage their round and get DRG hopefully back on track for a 6-6 half.
And you mentioned that all the prongs, all the extremities were being encroached upon, right? Long, Garage as well as CT, but the vulnerability of that is that you only have a single player in one of those areas at a time. So what does DRG do? They swing together. Right, you can see the power of friendship on display there. Every single fight they took other than the first pick from CT was 2v1. So amazing protocols coming in from DRG in the post plan. That's something we need to see more of.
Not even just protocol, but it was the communication, right? To clear them out together. But ultimately, things change it up. Mentioned again how it's a risky endeavor. And we also mentioned how DRG was really getting this orb unpunished time and time again. This time they decided to punish it, but I think they just really missed on the timing. So this is another kill contract for Vukashu this half. 13-8 right now. It's going to be hopefully their ticket into the C-split, but YZ outpaces for the time being. And while they lean B, Rushia has found the better of him. So, oh, this is going to be bloody Neff. Odin in the dark cover, no punish, counter spray coming through because that's risky business with these tracers. Giving a haircut to Ackman for the time being, but you still haven't even gotten past the Cypher trip, and that deadly follow means that Billy is one kill away. It's the rookie, I should say, in the 1v5 ace clutch to try and secure the half for DRG, but it's to no avail. And look at that celebration. All right, buddy. I mean, yep, you're up 7-5 at the half on your pick. Congrats.
Oh, Neff. Oh, he's feeling it. He knows what this momentum is meaning for his team because, yeah, DRG have had some great ideas, but BLG's adaptability and really ability to think on the fly has been really rock solid.
That's them. And that's them, like the little side hold of the Odin. And I feel like I've never been afraid of a breach with an Odin, but I am now, right? Who needs it to be your scan initiator on the Odin? What about your IGL just calling the shot, saying, "Hey, I need util here so I can spray down the opposition"? But halftime, a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a time for the resets, and time to check in with the audience to see how they're duking it out into the server. But all in all, oh, well, look, they got the...
Oh my
that
God.
is amazing. It looks like the new skin line, right? With the water.
Yeah. I think that's what he's going for. I love it. That's really creative.
Oh, second chance. There we go. You got it this time. Oh, but all in all, 7-5, honestly, not a bad start. Even though, it's an attack-sided Haven, I think this composition and why I like it is because, again, if you're working together, you can still gain a lot of space off of this ISO kit, right? Particularly like his wall, right? So you don't have to worry about, having a deep smoke. You don't have to worry about having a Sova necessarily set you up. It kind of provides that self-sufficiency to take space on the defense how you want to.
Yeah, it's I'm curious to see how it'll look like on the defensive side, right? With the ISO and the Yoru. I have to believe that it's not going to be as strong. So with the 7-5 half, I'm looking at BLG and saying, hey, they stand a pretty good chance at just running away with things. You get a good pistol, you strike a couple rounds in a row and things could really get out of hand if you're not too careful for DRG.
Well, hey, DRG won the first pistol. So if they do it again, that's where, again, that 7-5 half feels so fragile. And while this is, again, the tried and true composition on Haven, have to see how it functions on the defense.
This is Ackerman's time to shine, right? He's on the defensive side. He's on the Cypher redemption story.
Oh, 100%. Excited to see it again. They struggled a little bit in the first half. They kind of go to wall. They were almost getting bullied. You're bullying the new kid on the block. Like, how dare you, right? They were just on island, overwhelmed time and time again, not able to hold their own. Versus they're so used to, again, confidently just diving into these sites first and foremost alongside Spirit Z1. So,
how do you get tagged down to 30? Why is he just got a chunk of damage? Is it a shock dart from Nick?
Line up from the get-go, who knows? But the time being, it's DRG further widening the gap here. Chip damage found similarly onto K-Knight here. Feels like, again, it's a lot of ones, but chip damage hopefully will be setting up for a heroic kind of grandstand from players like Vukashu. Going searching, trying to finish the job their teammates started, but if you don't clear the corner, that's a lethal mistake that might just give Billy an in for this pistol round.
Yeah, they wait out the shield. They hear it, the double tap being activated. BLG say, hey, you guys can't use it if I'm not even there. So baits him in for the early peek. Now Nick's the only one here on this A side of the map. And yeah, just the 2v1's got to be too much room to handle. Neff gets that kill, fakes the flash, and now they're going to go back to where they've inserted YZ.
Yeah, major desync it felt like from Dragon Ranger. Just no one on the same page for taking those opening engagements. Minus, again, I think the early garage fight that we did see. And now, I mean, Spirits D1, I think they were hurt outside of B, but I mentioned all that chip damage that built up from these individual engagements. All it takes is one hero with a pistol in hand, and all it takes is your IGL to bail you out with a beautifully placed fault line. But again, mentioned Achman, you mentioned the pressure he's under to perform now. This would be his moment, but job's not done yet. It's Neff, the 1v1. No fault line, but one flash in, or sorry, one flash in hand. Oh, you don't use it. You just wait for the moment, and again, it's that HP, right? Gradual build up.
Oh man, I think that there was a ping of Neff in the minimap, or his teammates saw him just as he walked away from the garage exit. So I think that was commed across to Ackerman. A bit of a late reaction, which is why I think the communication came across late from his teammates. But lovely stuff coming in from DRG right at the end. Good comms. Allows him to backtrack on that angle, find the isolator kill onto Neff, and made him look like a fool.
For once, right? Zockman that's able to get that iconic moment, and DRG trying to get that pistol back over 50% win rate. I mean, that's an important one, right? 2 now for Haven Found. Again, that opportunity. As long as they don't get ecoed here, they have to lead back, but that's exactly why Billy has gone for the Stinger Force. But DRG, you know, long range, short range, you name it, the judge sniper rifle combo will have it handled, and that C-split momentum completely snuffed out. Complete pause, right? You have to hope that these garage players can make some room, or at least get out unscathed, and seems to be the latter. I think they made enough noise where they're confident they've drawn some players to see, but still got Nick, who arguably, as again, one of the more lethal weapons still online. Guardian, pixel angle, we'll see if they can deliver. Ooh. The cross is fast scaling the neon. This is dangerous territory, Nick. If you stick around, I think he realizes that. Just waiting for his teammates to rotate over. 45 seconds left, so there's still plenty of time for BLG to double back if they want to, but they're losing players. It's quick. Ooh, for both sides, you might just want to stay and fight.
Okay, they've got time to get the spike down at least, but is Wukishi gonna be a spoiler? Jumps out, misses the shot though, but Ackerman almost. Still, it's great damage done on nonetheless. Judge comes in from the flank, but you know, a couple of players have already fallen to the dirt. 3 kills, and the spike plant's not too shabby.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of damage done, but it makes sense when you forced up again the Stinger Brigade, but
that's true, yeah.
DRG able to keep it under wraps there. K-Knight put in so much work there. A really, really great attempt with that upgraded Bulldog, and it's just still not enough. And you can see them kicking themselves for not being able to convert that force buy up, because again, that was a desperation, I felt like, right? To stop that lead from slipping away. And now that you've given away, you again are scraping the bottom barrel. You won't have a confirmed buy. And I mean, are they digging themselves an even deeper hole by buying here? Might be just enough to get that full buy next round. Granted, a regen or light shield here and there.
When you're in a hole, just dig deeper.
Okay.
And Nick is just gonna stand and fight, and well, he's rewarded. Double kill already found. Might find a third. No, Neff's classic will do the job. Spirit though, he's the only guy here defending this A-side occasion. Buy a little bit of time before they swing out on both sides. And it's a lovely swing coming in from BLG. Vukashu now speaking out from the heavens. They try to tango in towards CT, but the shots of Flexin do not miss. Double tap activator. Livia is just running for the hills. Wants to give this round a second bite.
Ooh, nice little rewrap here. I think they would have hightailed it to C, but the double back. It's like they're mind melding right now, recognizing that he didn't quite leave. He could still be here over towards short. 45 seconds left. I like how it's, again, preying on the mistakes for DRG, and I don't think they've made the mistakes yet, but splitting off here does, place pressure for you to perform individually. And Flexen able to cap off the round. Again, they're close, but they're denying these kind of eco attempts out of Billy.
Yeah, and now that they've lost 2 rounds in a row, you could really see the ramifications of forcing that second round, because the economy is not great. They've lost 2 rounds already. And on the other side of things, DRG's bank is looking pretty sweet.
Oh, for sure. A great start to the half. Again, kind of gifted to them by that forced failure out of Billy. But yeah, this is the round. This is the tipping point that they need. K-Knight with those early kills, the Bulldog has that Hunter Fury online. They kind of recognize now some of the tendencies of this style from DRG, such as now the stun shock combo. But especially that shock, like I mentioned, to find Rusia, that's a major fighter, major player out of the engagement. They're trying to finish the job with the shock dart too.
That's lovely chip damage at the very least.
It's all.
Ooh, deep push coming in from Spirit there. Yeah, that's lovely stuff. Livia's not expecting the up angle. Now that cuts off a lot of options. Only really have presence in towards mid, and that's where they're gonna test. See if you get any piece of map control or force rotation, because they've got 3 players of DRG just hunkered down on A right now.
Yeah, it feels like they are definitely playing just the info, the retake angle here on B. Very different from, again, the hard anchor approach of the Omen and the breach we saw from Billy Gaming together in the last half, but that cam was enough.
As well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're looking decisive.
Gotta get this trip. Please get the trip.
There it goes. Your wish has been fulfilled, Colden, but I mean, if they're not laning C and you have a player this deep down C long, that fake out and destroy the trip is going to do absolutely nothing. So those 3 strong on the A site never lacked, and they will be here with less than 20 seconds when the final execute will come through to just fully anchor the site. The stun doesn't hit any of them. The relay bolt neither, and you haven't even cleared out this front corner, so I've got to see DRG in full synchronization here, but it's more a dance to the death, and while they were there, it doesn't mean they were going to win those fights, and BLG... ship has not sunk, it's set sail.
The patience to wait out the peak. DRG getting a little antsy, going for a premature peak there, but it's 2 isolated 1v1s across the map. DRG somehow have to get it up together.
Okay, YZ. Online here again. Beautiful setup from the breach for them to make that space, and then prod CT, and yep. Spirit Z1, we saw the impact the operator had. Try to salvage that, bring it to the next round, because you are sitting on that pillow of 1 round here. Out of the triumphant start you had this first half. YZ, you are going to be hunting for that final kill. Not just for the glory, not just for the fame, but because of that overdrive that's quickly coming online here in a few exits. Entire team rolling up.
It's pretty damning. It's pretty inexcusable. Like, you found the first pick. You caught Livius, right? On the other side of the map. You had 3 players essentially stacked on the A site. You go 0 for 3. Didn't get a single kill. Forced into the fight, baited out, maybe nerves, and yeah, this is not the standard that we expect DRG to have. It's a little bit of a mistake here in my opinion, so hopefully they realize that small little error that really snowballed into a pretty significant loss.
I think it's also just the difficulty of this composition, right? They don't have any util to hold that space. It is just
right.
They have to hit their shots. That's honestly, it's ego compositions, right? Spirits you want with the off, your ISO that literally is their kit is keeping them alive so they can win those engagements. Versus again, when you have the double stun with the breach and the neon, they can have advantages no matter how they entry onto that site. So, my mind, DRG, they did the right thing. It's just, again, they lost the gunfights. Again, they saw the 3-2-1 swing. They did it at the same time. They took the team fight and lost it. So, again, just move forward, but the damage has been done. The money is lost. It's just that hero saved up operator, and now, I mean, they're taking it to the B side on an eco for the opposition, forcing out the Rolling Thunder on this round to counter the Hunter's Fury. I'd say that is a fair trade here, all things considered, but Nick, Spirit Z1, last remaining, you might contemplate saving that operator again.
Yeah, he's nowhere near the B side. He's all the way back plat of C, just disjoined from all the action, hoping to bring away this weapon.
At what point do you actually go for this?
That's the way you do. Nick has got
Nick gets another?
Get like instant kill.
Wait, this shotgun
Shotgun has to kill them.
You're going for it now. Get over here, Yoru. There it is. The ult from Spirit Z1. Whether that's to save the operator or dive back into the engagement, Nick. Spike tap. You know where the Cypher is. You now know where the breach is. And unfortunately, again, just the decision comes through a little bit too late to dive back into the fight alongside Nick. And now you've lost both of those battles, whether the save or the round win.
What I call the sunk cost fallacy. You get too much success there, you get baited in, and you lose all your weapons, that valuable op that you were hoping to bring to the next, that dimensional drift that you could have used in the next round. Well, that's out of the picture, and momentum goes back in BLG's favor.
Yeah, I mean, Nick cooked there. Again, I feel like I've seen the most chip damage out of Sova utility this map than I have in a while, just across both sides for BLG and DRG, but again, that's where I felt like maybe DRG abandoned the hopes of that round a little bit too early, right? Maybe Spirit Z1, again, instead of playing Plat, was playing CT, right? They would have been able to prevent those players from getting that deep garage space. Maybe would have been able to pick off the Cypher a little bit early, holding that op line that is beneficial to denying the B space, right? As soon as that presence was shown. So, again, it felt like maybe they're on different pages there. Yeah, maybe they're playing to not lose over winning if you are, again, having the save mentality with that operator.
It's like there's no way you're actually going for it. As Spirit, you're like, oh, that's like, we're in like a 2v4, 2v5. There's no reason for me to go in towards such a claustrophobic side with an op. My teammate has a classic, he's on barely any HP, but then he gets a triple kill, and then, they get baited into it essentially, and it's a little bit unfortunate, but hey.
Yeah, I feel like Dimensional Drift was a little bit too much. I just like him going garage to try and fight, right, forward and try to get that round. Just draw attention away. Yeah. If Nick got the kill onto the breach, I think they would have won that round 100%. But fortunately, mentioned the HP differential too strong. And now, again, DRG following this timeout. Their last timeout, mind you, because they had a proactive one in the first half. They changed things up. Trying to mimic, again, that, the aggressive A pressure. And, like you mentioned, Rusia, a really dangerous spot to deny it, but, oof. Look, she needed to hit that.
Good trade coming from Spirit, but that's info garnered across, albeit they've lost their omen, right? So you don't have any smokes available for this attacking side. The flash just to break the jaw and push off any aggressive attackers there, and I love that Spirit is just buying so much time. He's not leaving, so it's forcing the rest of the team to head in towards the B or the C side, and that is where Aquaman is residing. Let's see if he can hold off this assault.
Hey, you wanted to see them tested as an Anchor Sentinel, and this is them in full swing. The support of the Paranoia comes through. They get through, but the job's not done just yet. Neff the IGL stepping up for Billy Gaming. Spike plant should be secured, maybe at the sacrifice of some chip damage, but it's narrowly avoided because Spirit Z1 down from long. You didn't plant safe, and as a result, DRG, they looked confident. They looked like they were playing to win fights, not win rounds, and it looked really good for them.
Yeah, we set him up, we put him under pressure, and he gives us a slam dunk round. Lovely stuff from Aquaman. Isolation in the cage, Paranoia, yeah, lovely stuff. Triple kill found. Nev gave it a darn good shot, but not expecting the fast burn coming in from Spirit. That's exactly what you want from a pushed up Yoru all the way in the lobby.
And that came again from the confidence to take those engagements, to take those early fights that they've since been afraid to do. And I kind of called that. That's what I needed to see out of this composition at the half with this double duelist. And the fact that we're seeing this late half is jarring, but it seems like it's enough of a scare factor, this newfound confidence, newfound identity for Billy also to take their second and final timeout. I feel like this is the earliest I've seen both sides timeouts exhausted in a series like this. And I think that shows, again, the pressure of the upper finals. Like, yes, you have your champ spot, but you want that higher seed. You want that regional title, especially if you're BLG, who has always been that top dog, but narrowly kind of trailing behind.
Yeah, and I think another interesting statistic is that a win for BLG will secure their second grand finals appearance, but a win for DRG will actually put them in the history books as the third Ascension team after G2 and XLG to reach a regional final. So it's a elite club up there, but they have a chance to really make history.
Especially if they win it. Then they'll be, the third to win the trophy, right? It would be amazing to see, but and they have to get past the foe that stands before them now, the Alpha group. Number 1 seed, BLG, they're the ones ball in their court. after their timeout. And once again, it's this confident, this revitalized Dragon Ranger Gaming who are no longer afraid to lose opening advantage. And as a result, they're usually winning it, whether it's off the trades or lack thereof, because you're going on for flawless. What a read.
Okay, now you're just starting on them. Now that's a little bit unfair, Vukashu. And who would have guessed it? The team that you know, who would have guessed it, right? The team that, you know, constantly starts off C long on the attacking side knows how to counter that. Lovely stuff.
It's like, hey, we do that ourselves, and you can see the smiles, the fist pumps.
You know what you guys are up to.
They're definitely feeling themselves right now. I mean, okay, they fought it. Okay, if you're BLG here, honestly, I'm maybe just gonna stay in spawn for, you know, 15-20 seconds, right? You're opening A, you're opening C, DRG are ready to fight there simultaneously. Maybe it's the stars aligning a little bit, like, right? The level of RNG of, okay, when they're fighting A, we were fighting A, when they were fighting C, we're fighting C. And you can see, yeah, it's okay, you're gonna win those rounds for now, DRG. Maybe on double digits now, but map's not over. But I'm nervous. BLG, look at this. A half buy, a lot of ult potential here. If they are going to lose this round and use these ultimates, it is going to be just DRG and all sorts of advantages to start closing out this map.
A position flex in here.
Can they just down the onslaught of utility paranoia to fragment the players? And a beautiful reveal. They never got the visibility on flexing on that elevated position, and while he will fall, the sight hole reinforced by Vukashu, and this kill contract where you may have lost the engagement, but
buddy.
you did enough to just make the space for your teammates to flood in and recapture that. Neural Theft as well completely dismantles the alert play that Livius was going for. So as a result, it will just be the 3-on-3 old-fashioned style retake.
But no util for BLG. This is gonna be a rough one.
Oh, but... And double Stinger Sheriff, those weapons left in the graveyard of the B site. Mentioned how this composition, though, for DRG doesn't have much retake utility. It'll have to be you getting the job done. And Achman, beautiful position. It feels like Billy almost flies too close to the sun. They give the in for the double. Duelist to jump out from heaven. And wow. They invest the Rolling Thunder. They want this round, and they will get it. Rushia, 3 kills on the round of the breach utility. Able to salvage again what would have been a disastrous investment of ultimates on the eco if not converted, but exactly why we're staring down again. Tied game at 10-10.
Oh, Neff with the selfless rip of the Rolling Thunder to give his teammate a chance, the trust in his buddy to close out the round. Rushia isolates the fight, waits for the stun to expire, expects the peak. And look at that. The belief in his teammates, Neff, arms raised, taunting DRG as they themselves get up to double digits. 10-10. 11 on the board for one of these teams. Full buy available from both. Hunter's Fury on both sides. That's the main one. You've got the combo with the Dimensional Drift of Spirit as well, so that could be something they could enact.
And you can see BLG have learned their lessons about try fighting A main. It's going to be the drone to supersede, but Spirits he won somehow, even while Sun is able to get a second boar before inevitably being shut down. And as a result, we do see the early Hunter's Fury just to keep a bandit on this A site so that they can get these two players deposited and back to pick up the slack and allow look at these two players to develop on the flank. But Neural Theft exposes the strat. They have to go back to the old-fashioned retake. Group up CT, support your team, but Neff, you're in a tricky situation with that shock dart.
There's no way you still go into this though, BLG. You just revealed that there's 4 players on this side of the map, and yeah, now they're having second thoughts. Now they're gonna try to rotate across, but the tripwire is gonna give DRG a little bit of advanced information.
My concern is, again, once they got revealed by that Neural Theft, DRG gave up too much space, right? They had all that mid space, they had all that C info. Now again, it's just wiped away. We're back to scratch, and little nervous between K-Knight and the Cypher, very disconnected on these aggressive play styles, and so many of these individuals such low HP, 11 and 33 apiece. Should be an easy job as long as you take the engagements together, and that it is. Dragon Ranger Gaming may have lost the anti-eco in the previous, but with weapons in hand, they'll deny the buy for Billy and get up to 11.
Yeah, Spirit getting 2 there in the initial engagement, despite him still being droned out. It's crazy. Not even util, you know, just a flash in for the fight, lines up to the slow. That's truly unfortunate, but great job from DRG to, I guess, stay together as a team, right? Not get strung out across the map. They go in together, 2-2 split, and rip apart that post plan.
It'll have to take another BLG miracle round in order to keep Dragon Ranger Gaming off of map point on BLG's pick as well. You don't have the Rolling
It's
Thunder to bail you out.
23 and 14, by the way. He's slowly gotten up there.
K-Knight has always been insane. Rushia as well, who's finally able to open up the round in favor of BLG, but Oxen!
Okay.
Oh, this is the duelist speaking. This is the Clove. This is the Neon saying, I want to fight forward off the rip. This is your ankle sentinel, dead and buried, but Neff gonna bury them in a different fashion. But at this point, right, you forced up the Hero Rifle, right? We mentioned it was probably going to be a DRG 12, so honestly, unless you have a surefire plant, you are contemplating just saving this Vandal already with still a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, this is just... He's just gonna try to rot the clock as long as he can. Maybe try to find an isolated fight, but DRG are just not gonna give it the light of day.
You'd hope they get on the A, they would go for the plant. Yourself as a sightline from B. Remaining two, because Vukushu is low HP, paired up on the C site. Neff, not going down without a fight here, though. Make their way out of the C site. Unfortunately, you have gambled incorrectly, good sir, because both your opponents are here. You don't clear out Plat Corner. Just like that, DRG again. Every round since that timeout, they have fought forward and they have found the first blood. And I think that speaks volumes to just, again, the mental shift where it felt like they were afraid to take those engagements. They were afraid to play the composition how it was intended, almost. And since then, been just smooth sailing. Minus
not even much utility, right? It's just great shots coming in from individuals. And yes, you can argue that, you know, to the armchair analyst, like, oh, you know, you're not supposed to fight like this. Where's your flash? Where's your smokes? But sometimes you get the confidence rolling, and that's all you need to pull over a crucial round right there. And another opening kill for Spirit to take down the main duelist of YZ.
Spirit again. It's just round after round, 3 kills this time, looking for the glory of the ace, possibly to close this map, to shut down this Haven pick. And now, honestly, from the shadows to regroup was only going to strengthen things. Rushia, Levy's winning individual engagements, piecing apart the stack of players here, just trying to hold on to the spike. Things are starting to get a little bit dangerous. No double tap active. Sova without any utility here, and a lick away from death. Paranoia comes through. Vukushu holds his cool. You see them trying to bait the Sova just so they can finish the job, and that they likely will. 2 almost line up, but Vukushu good for the trade, the 13-10, and immediately telling the opposition to sit down because we have just stolen your map pick of Haven.
Oh, you know, as I said around the mid portion of that game, you know, DRG, it feels like that individual players can go toe-to-toe, if not better, against BLG. And BLG has the ability to play better as a team, in my opinion. But as we saw towards the tail end of that map, the individuals really did step up. You know, they all found moments to really shine and show off how good they can be. And we know when that happens, that's their X factor. That's what can win them incredible rounds, incredible moments. And we just saw that on display right here.
Completely. Again, struggled amidst the new composition, the new debut, to find their identity with Akhman on the Cypher. Again, the Vukushu ISO, but once it locked in, it got locked in, right? Particularly them fighting together for these opening kills, this opening first blood, because this composition, again, does not thrive in the retake situation. You don't have that breach, you don't have that neon stun to set you up, but again, looking back at this map, it at times did feel like a team effort, right? We saw multi-kills across the board, especially in that first half, you know, from players like Flexen, from players like Nick, the IGL, or the Guardian round, for example. And again, there's still work to be done on Haven with this composition. Again, it's one of their weaker maps in the pool, having 2 loss prior to this map. But again, BLG picked in this knowing it was going to be weak for DRG, and they made a mistake. And now map 2 of Lotus, again, I said in my mind DRG may have made a mistake picking into a map that is as strong as it is against BLG as well, but hey, that just screams anti-stratting, and we'll see if that's what gets to deliver.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to say this map of DRG didn't inspire me in the most confidence that, hey, they're gonna be really consistent on this map, right? With this composition, I still see a little bit of nervousness coming in from Akhman on that Cypher, which, you know, might be exploited by other teams. But for what it is here today, I mean, they showed up and they played the best that they could, and they put on a great show. Everyone finding moments, Akhman having moments of his own, but yeah, it's just about the timings that he needs to find out.
Oh, with that, we'll take a listen in to see some of those timings in the comms.
I got that. Okay, general. Grad, bridge, window. window. 后面有位置吗？我确定 bridge garage window。这摸逼了。B。他能摸到我们这，你可拿枪。我知道。IQ 来。架着吧。好。往回来一点，不然看着头皮。I watch garage window。我已经预料到了，兄弟，他会打这一套。
And of course,
I like that.
Yeah, beautiful celebration there. And Spirits won. Honestly, I'm saying the multi kills, the KDA, right? It showed in that second half in particular. Once Spirits won, like they were like, go kill, go fight. Like we want you to fight forward, take those risks. They reaped the rewards.
Oh yeah, I mean he found so many opening kills just being absolutely stubborn. Right, they were trying to flush him out with the recon darts, the owl drones, the shock darts, and, even breach stuns from here and there. But he was very persistent on holding down areas such as A lobby, whether it was a C long push with the AWP in one of those rounds. He was being that pesky little annoyance that BLG just really could never have a finger on, and somehow was able to manufacture opening kills or even double kills at times. So yeah, great job from him. I think he has 7 first bloods, which is absolutely ridiculous, and I think one of the main reasons why they were actually able to pull it over the line.
Absolutely. And obviously we expect the Spirit Z1 Euro to translate over to Lotus, but now the question for me is raised, okay? Is this a one-time thing, having Fukushu on the ISO and your duelist Ackman on the Cypher, or are they also going to follow through on that and have a secondary duelist shift to Fukushu permanently moving into Lotus? Like, is this them testing things out before Champs Paris, or is it again because Haven is that weaker map in their pool, they wanted to try something different, try something unexpected? I'm hoping it's the latter, because changing too much on your confident maps feels like it would be a recipe for disaster. But all in all, again, Billy, again, 13-10, nothing to scoff at. I mean, K-Knight 23-16. I think honestly, the person I'm going to be asking more out of is YZ, right?
Yeah.
That's your player that was getting shut down at times. Didn't really get as many opportunities as I think they wanted to on the defense to open up rounds. Again, they were consistently in the right place, like it deposited out of A, but because they were so C-centric and they just didn't get the fights they wanted.
Yeah, he did seem relatively quiet. I had like 1 or 2 rounds where we mentioned his name, but other than that, he was being absolutely kind of shut out by Spirit. The duelist going hit to hit, I think definitely heavily favors Spirit.
Absolutely. And it's rare to see the first bloods match the scoreline, and I'm curious to see if it's like a perfect translation of if they got the first kill, they got the round 1, but something to look back on in the later stages. Aside from that, again, it shows how kind of even they were across the board, just narrowly having an advantage on the attack half for DRG with that double duelist composition and being able to fend off a few more times those post plants for BLG on their defense.
Yeah, but all in all, I think it's a good sign for DRG, at least in terms of the individuals, right? You win out your opponent's map pick, now you're headed to yours, and it's a map where you also need to have your individuals on fire, right? It's Lotus, it's going to be relatively wide, you need to have some set plays, and of course you got to hit those shots.
I mean, not only is it, again, like you mentioned, a map where you have to hit your shots, you have to get aggressive, but it is a map that is perfect this stage for BLG. They have not lost it. They are 3 wins, 0 losses, and they've never even gone to double digits. 2 13-5s and a 13-9. So, like you mentioned, their work cut out for them in order to close things out 2-0 after a performance that didn't necessarily inspire confidence amidst all of the changes, but shows that they are on the right track to make that history grand finals appearance, Colton.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the next map of Lotus. I think it's gonna be another banger just like Haven, but we're gonna go for a short break, and of course when we come back it's that second map of Lotus. You guys definitely do not want to miss that one, so we'll see you guys in just a little bit.
Welcome back to VCT China upper finals between BLG and DRG. After BLG's pick of Haven, map number 1, they somehow conceded it 10-13 to Dragon Ranger Gaming. But now we have Lotus into the cards. A map decision from DRG that's questionable to say the least, given BLG's track record on it, Colden. But we saw some changes on Haven that we're questioning if it could translate over. So what do we think is going to be the main determining factor for if we see Sunset or not here?
Yeah, you know, I was really thinking about what DRG could be doing, and my conclusion is they're the people's champ. They want to give us some good games, they want to give us more games, and they want to test out more comps. So I wouldn't be surprised if they tried something new here on Lotus. Let's just say that.
Yeah, and then the opposite side of that I said was maybe Nathan has something up their sleeve, right? They just got the seed up against Ty Lee, where even though it was 13-5 victory, if you see something majorly wrong you want to exploit, then yeah, cook up on the anti-strat, pick into it, and we'll see what happens. I also have that mentality of, okay, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best, and so picking Lotus here is definitely a power move. I agree with that completely.
Yeah, I think your reasoning is a lot more logical and sound. Mine is more for, you know, content, you know, storylines.
Of course.
You know,
I did say DRG is my Wolves equivalent for Paris, so that tracks.
Yeah, slowly becoming the people's champ bit by bit, you know, on their way there. So we'll have to see, though. I'm really interested to see if the compositions in the agents gonna be any different. Is Ackerman gonna play like a Cypher again, a Vice? Who knows?
I'm hoping again that that's a one-time thing for Haven. Again, maybe just Achman doesn't feel... Maybe Achman feels more comfortable on a Cypher than they do on an ISO, essentially. Is like a weird thing to say, but that's my only rationale in my mind. And Vukushu, again, like, it feels more confident on the ISO. Hey, you got 2 of them. That's enough for him in his track record prior to today. But again, when you're 4 wins, 2 losses with a previous composition, yup, you are going to stick with it. Vukushu back to the Cypher, Achman back on that Neon to complement Spirit Z1 on the Yoru. We're back to business, and obviously BLG, when you are 3-0 on the map as well, you're not looking to make any changes.
Yeah, and understandable. Both teams confident in the compositions. It's relatively different, right? You've got a lot more of a slower, more utility-centric approach coming from BLG. Well, DRG's one is, hey, let's just go out there and show us who is the better fragger.
And I'm super happy that second half on Haven we saw the confident, the go-getter attitude of the Devil Duelist composition out of DRG, because I feel like that is inherent and required by the Neon Yoru here on Lotus, and honestly by any team. That's just how Lotus is played. Take space, maintain space, like deep A main, that's high lows you get with the Omen. Again, having trap plays around mound over towards C, it's just characteristic at this point. Versus again for BLG, you mentioned how even though they lost Haven, you feel like they were playing the better team game, the better calling, and I think that's where again this double controller thrives. Right, can get those lurk players off the wall, can get those timings, those opportunities, and exactly what we got to see. Considering, I don't know who's gonna start on the defense and the attack.
Yeah. Well, who picked this map? It was DRG, so Billy didn't get to choose. So Billy,
yeah.
So logically speaking, you would choose to start on the attacking side, but I understand that there's some teams that actually like to play on defense, but I'm hedging my bets that Billy start on attack.
We're gonna toss a coin and we'll toss a coin and we'll see. They started on the attack, or sorry, BLG started on the defense on Haven, right? That's a 3-site map. Obviously, BLG got to choose their side. We'll see though. It looks like they are starting on the defense here. You mentioned having that weirdness, and it will go the way of BLG, but hey, 2 pistols found for DRG, right? Over on Haven. Looking to make it a trifecta here with a quick B pop. You have Vukushu back on that Cypher, back on the lurk play outside of A, and everything's looking pretty characteristic of an early Lotus round, but how far are you going to fight forward? B site 5v5 retake, just the pistol round?
Alright, let's see if there's any lurks that's coming in. Just making his long wrap around. Meanwhile, main fight's gonna be here on the side.
Here we go. YZ. Opening kill. Rushia. Good follow up here. It's just, again, systematic dissection of this hold. For player after player, it does not matter. Vukashu was on that lurk. Got the timing through the C-Link, but full trust in the teammates for protection until absolutely necessary. Neff gets off, gets to 3, and gets backs to the spike defusal.
Yeah, it's really hard to, play a post plan on B when you don't have any one of the extremities, whether it's C-Link, Heaven, or, Hobbit. So, understandably, I can't remember who it was, but one of them tried to push in towards Heaven, got instantly clipped, and yeah, if you don't have your teammates backing up on that one, right here, Spirit goes down and no trade frag available, you get absolutely crunched in. It feels like, just sardines in a can, and you are the can opener. Vukashu made things a little bit interesting, but at that point in time, the trade frag was almost certainly guaranteed.
Yeah, again, this is a team that thrives in the retake scenarios. Versus DRG, that composition has to get aggressive, right? Once they took the B side, I needed to see them on the same page, fighting Heaven, fighting Link, but hey, they're gonna run it back, right? Second time's the charm with forced up stingers as well. But we saw how BLG's stinger force went. Last map, it was a key-in for a DRG runaway, and it feels like the same occurrence now for Billy Gaming. For Vukashu. Outlaw in hand is the only one standing between BLG and a flawless second round. At this, they're looking. YZ and the Vice side by side. 2 quick shots, quick succession. Again, chip by chip off the old block, and would have a clutch play here, but we're a long way to go. Minute left. It feels like we're just playing for save on the Outlaw at this point.
Yeah, well, Vukashu, he's only gonna get as much as BLG give him, right? You've got the spike. I think you've pretty much heard where he's coming from as well, so really not masking his position at all. Vukashu, what do you have in store for us, buddy?
An upgraded Spectre, and again, Knight 1 HP. Rushia found in that fashion. This has gone from winnable to probable. As a result, Neff, yeah, you get a kill with all these guns, why not? With 7 HP though, it's difficult, right? Neff, again, standing on business when he has to, right? He lets his team take the spotlight until, okay guys, I gotta rein us in and make sure, get the job done. More expensive weapon collected. Again, the Stinger forces, both from BLG and now DRG, do a lot of damage, but they've never been good at the conversion. So, again, they're kind of giving an opportunity.
I'm not really a fan of rushing, the easiest, or at least most logical site to rush of the eco when you forced up. There's so much utility there. There's the Vice, Sheer Wall, you've got the Razor Vines, you've got Viper utility, and the multiple people, so, questions, but nonetheless, it's just a little bit of eco this time for DRG. We're gonna do a little bit of damage, maybe get the spike planted this time. BLG,
oh, wow.
What is this? Teleport just in the open from Spirit, okay. F reloads his weapon, door closes, so it gives it a little bit of breathing room.
I would have liked it if it had time with the players out towards revolving, but because Neff is alive, because they can play around the paranoia, means that you really don't even have a chance of getting onto this side. And look at what your next option is. Go towards B and you're running into the Judge, you're running into the Vice as well on the back line. It just feels like you're out of options other than to keep trucking on, keep fighting, but the toxic screen is so powerful on this side, and Neff is having a field day. Putting up Rarga levels of Lotus that we saw yesterday. I don't know if you saw it. They had, I think it went like 11-0, 15-0 or something at one point on Stage, for crying out loud, but dang, they are looking clean right now.
Oh man, I mean, I'm... What do you think about the teleport from the Euro there? I'm struggling to think of an answer, and he himself has
like,
no idea. What are you guys doing? You're just walking straight into me through the Viper
If
wall?
you communicated it to your team and your team was fighting through revolving door at the same time, it's perfect, right?
Yeah.
Neff has to choose, and he's probably gonna die. There's gonna be a crunch, but because it was alone, I don't like it. But bygones are bygones. It was an eco round. Now this is where we get into the thick of it. You lose this round, BLG are running away with this map, and again, our question mark for DRG choosing this map is kind of justified, but Rushia, the Judge, outpaced by Achman, but you never kill it out. Levius, the trade though from the TP and from Flexen is good, and you've lost a few players, you've gotten the site, you've gotten the forward position, and you've gotten the neural theft to confirm that you can lock your teeth in.
Lovely shot from Achman. That is what you want to see. Now he's feeling himself, you know, no more of that Cypher stuff. No more being locked in with my tripwires and my cages. I can slide straight into a CT spawn, take away the weapons, leave K9 in an impossible 1v3. And so, classic stuff. DRG gonna win out a little bit of a low buy. Oh wait, no,
that was their first buy. Yeah.
Yeah,
we're off on rounds when you Singer Force. Exactly. But one thing is true is that BLG, Neff forced up the Odin, right? And so he's the only one that didn't really have money here. Why is he sitting on a nice 7k before even getting, right, the lost money here? So that'll be good at least for another round or two. And I'm more excited for, I think, the first ult round. That's going to determine, okay, if in fact BLG are going to run away with this half, or if DRG have a chance to close things up after taking that risk of forcing up on the second. You mentioned Achman coming online. That was gorgeous.
That this time pretty standard coming in from the BLG side. See where the vice wall is being set up. I think it's
front B.
Should be towards the C side. Oh, it's front B? Okay.
Yep. Hard to see when it's covered by a toxic screen, but again, they have faith in the coordination between Levius and Neff with this Steely paranoia, so you can play off the thorns, the razor vines. First time we've seen the methodical C take from DRG. It was more explosive, I should say, in that last round. You also don't have your Cypher camming main. You don't have them clearing out the potential of them fighting it. So that's interesting to see. It's kind of an all-in. Again, I kind of expected this, but not to this degree, that they would be very, like, focused and centralized. Again, not playing, like, the entire map control, but playing, yep, for their strengths. This full-on exec off of Spirit Z1 the entry to get past the Vice, but this time you're not expecting them to have a friend in Neff. Fastlane try and block off his heroics, and it's after the TP tracked by Nick to keep this train rolling towards the station. Oh, but you landed in Rushia's, Bill. And Rushia... Lincoln, you'll miss it. Yeah, you deserve those team fist bumps. It's like you already had Rushi and Levius there, and then you add Neff into the picture. They are not getting onto that site.
Well, just seeing death on death on death. Just insta swaps. Everyone's dying on the site. Neff trying a very bold TP up top by Rushia. Man.
I've never seen that Ben smoke. And that's really what
I would have loved it. I would have loved it if Neff played behind his own smoke. That would have been a little bit better, but Rushia makes the most out of it.
Oh, of course. Again, nice dichotomy there between aggression and anchorage. Now that I think they scared them away from the seaside, it's back to the standard A exec. Yep. They're opening tree. Their C's nade out towards rubble. DRG. Really not showing much presence anywhere in terms of utility. Yeah, rifle in Vukashu's hands. Right. Yep.
See what he can manufacture here. Just, you know, throw a couple of his young guns in the front, and he'll go in for the trade.
Or the overdrive. That's one way to get the entry. Paranoia comes late. It'll cost Neff his life, and it'll cost Billy Gaming the A site for the time being, but it seems like they are okay with that. They're gonna have the Viper's gonna have the showstopper primarily from YZ for this retake, and it's procced immediately as soon as the spike is tapped. The players with backside control, though, with the Odin collected, able to fight in to drop here. Just like that, YZ is alone in the 1v2. No lineups, no nothing.
There we go.
DRG, yep, deliver that Thrifty.
50 in the pocket, and it's classic DRG stuff. You know, you just send the Neon straight down, a change of pace. Neff is just not ready for that relentlessness. When caution to the wind, you just get up straight in your opponent's faces. Sheriff in their face, Odin's popping out of smokes. And then Vukashu there's the insurance policy for the final kill, and just like that, money is now an issue for BLG. They have to go on a little bit of a half buy. Couple of rifles in, Judge and Toe as well, and Aquaman! Classic stuff, opens up a beautiful opening kill, and that is the Yay site, free for the taking.
Dame Bro, don't fix it, you run it back, right? You now realize, okay, we know how to win the A fight, we outpace them with the Neon, and we're good to go. Not only that, but they're gonna have the ults now because Aquaman was able to take the space to either get aggressive or to play the post plants, and while BLG get a 4v5 retake here, mentioned. Again, not the best shield situation. They utilized the ults in the last round, and quite surprised they didn't pass the pit here, but again, it's prevent, I think, that aggression and a drop here, and it's starting to work, actually. Oh. As a result, Spirit Z1 pulls out information gathering off this dimensional drift. They want the reposition. They want to set Flexen and Nick up for success. I mean, it looks like they're suddenly like running out of energy, and you flip a switch and it's recharged, revitalized, and still winning out these rounds.
By all margins, by all accounts, you look at the positioning of where BLG are coming from. They've got a pit in heaven, right? There's nowhere for any one of the attackers are gonna be there. The flank is being compromised as well. And somehow DRG just flip upon a dime. Such little real estate, but yet they find all the frags required. That is the individuals popping off.
Yeah, and I think my concern here will be talked about later, because we're seeing again that aggressive seaside explosion. And this time, while it feels like even the masters of keeping tabs on C, without much utility, with again a haphazard buy, you felt the need to fight forward, right? No wall, suboptimal thorns. I have the players here now. Again, this trio, last time clotheslined Dragon Ranger Gaming, but why they are having none of it, that's why they are rotating away, where, again, it's kind of framed for an A retake that we've yet to see them truly successful on, so they're hoping that YZ can take out some of these key players, like the Breach, the Rolling Thunder, like Achman, who's 6-6, looking for more.
And YZ's been quiet, right? We haven't really seen him pop up that much in this matchup, so now that he's headed towards his side, yeah, he's not even gonna be given an opportunity. Smoked out. Has to play a lot more of a safer angle and potentially just wait for his teammates to come in before the retake even happens.
Yep. Again, great
Are they
realization.
even going to A? Are they gonna pivot?
If they pivot to B, I'm scared.
Yeah.
There are 3 players there and ready. And Vukashu... Okay, I was gonna say Vukashu got a second, maybe, but ooh, that would have been huge if Levius ripped the ult too early, but Ripcord kept, grenade intact, hopefully explode onto that A site, like you mentioned. Be confident it wasn't gonna be a follow-through, and here it should come facilitate this retake, but I expected to fuse from that Rolling Thunder immediately, or you can try to fight off its peripheral like they do over towards stairs. They'll keep things on wraps for now, buying out that timer till their primaries are back, and I mean, Spirits, you want to add a shorty if he needed it, but again, it's this coordination, 2 players staring down drop, and again, this fragmenting utility like the aftershock, it's just BLG coming apart at the seams, nobody on the same page. Heroics from Levius attempted almost enough at the individual level to convert, but wag your finger saying, Spirit Z1, because that round is yours as well.
Oh, that was an amazing breach ultimate coming in from Nick right there. Understanding that his teammates needed to make some space somewhere as the Steel Garden comes through. Vukashu finding all the information there, but this Rolling Thunder forces YZ in towards the smoke and actually gave them a lot of room to play around with. Hit a couple more of his teammates, and look at that, telling his opponents to sit down, I guess, or at least recognize who's on the other side of the server.
Yep, BLG taking a much needed timeout here on Lotus. And DRG's pick, but a map they are no stranger to not having lost at this stage, but right now DRG, after again a bumpy start because of the force buy second round not going their way, have now stabilized again, confident in their ability to do so. And honestly, I feel like what BLG may be able to do is, again, punish the simplicity of Dragon Ranger Gaming right now. I mentioned how when they're going C, right, we don't have that Cypher Lurk of B main. We only have those deep tripwires that I don't know if DRG would be able to flex fast enough off of. And you could gain that space for BLG. You could get them wrapped up. You could get that deep info. And they're just not taking advantage of the gaps in this attack for Dragon Ranger Gaming, if that makes sense. That we as your omniscient casters can see, but if you're not seeing Vukashu as regularly as you think you should be, then I think that should be kind of a calling card for what's happening.
Yeah, they're just not... I mean, I guess they are trying to go for those retake setups, but it's just not really working. It should be a little bit more successful, but DRG are just super solid in their setups right now. So a little bit of a change up now. They've tried to put 4 players towards a rubble, expecting, you know, some sort of aggression there, but it's completely empty. Another sort of retake setup here on the C side. It's
get the Viper Wall.
Really just leave us alone. The Viper Wall, yeah, makes things a little bit more interesting. A flood retake's potential is available.
And that would take all of that backside space. But it won't matter if YZ can keep control of it in the first place. 2 kills on the opening choke. Showstopper to try and finish things off. We said he was having a quiet matchup. Well, how about the ace potential? And nice stealing it away at the last second. Vukashu, an attempt made, drags one down with them, but ultimately BLG, I wouldn't even call it a strategic adaptation. It's just YZ waking up, hitting his shots, and right place, right time.
Why is he started on the A side, by the way? Got in towards C just in the nick of time. Finds them running through the smokes. Hit by the fade ult. Low HP. Easy frags for him. And finally we get to say his name in the feed. Pops off. Quad kill there. Gets the lead for BLG.
That's what you want to see, right? The support players, your initiator players enabling duelists, enabling YZ. Exactly what happens. Now, again, DRG, I love this from them. Yeah, they're it's not gonna fail twice. B side, they get bodied, they do it again. C side, it's the same exact thing, like you mentioned. YZ Lightning's not gonna strike twice, but with suboptimal weapons, only a Heat Rifle and Spirit Z1's hands, yeah, this utility is gonna split the squad up, and K-Knight stole the base, and they are stealing more this round. 3 kills on the round already. Vukashu from B-Lurk this time, finally coming through. Your Spike, your Breach is alone on the C site, just has to play his life. Nick trying to make the call, and unfortunately, Levius drops him, and now he gets to play around his utility on the C side. He gets to play around his drop Spike, and his angle. Eye in the sky. He will keep things under wraps for BLG.
Oh, things were, it felt so nervous, so anxious from DRG. You see Vukashu panicking, trying to come in on the flank to support his team. As they get ripped apart on the C site, one by one they go down. And he tries his best coming in from the flag. Sheriff, blind hit shot found. Converts into the second. His teammate tries to get out there. Nick gets caught on the cross. A bit too over eager, and Vukashu just running straight into the fight, you know, not masking his position at all. And, you know, Levius with a better angle, better fight, in my opinion. A little bit of an advantage there, will win it out. So yeah, big timeout being taken now by DRG to really, I think, calm them down, because yeah, you can find yourself in good positions, but running it back twice in a row on something that, you know, hasn't really changed too much, it's, you know, that's the definition of insanity.
And I don't know about you, but I'm starting to get some deja vu. I did remember 6-4 half, we end 7-5 up BLG, and then DRG second half is when they really got back in control, took that reins, and galloped into first place and into sealing away BLG's pick. But on the other side of things, for what I think DRG is going to be changing coming into this round, it's honestly, I think that was more of not macro play fixes, but micro, because they just looked very disconnected. It again felt like each player playing their own game, taking their own fights, when I want to see that coordination, especially on a C exec of all things. So lean back into the set plays, lean into the preparation and the protocols that you have. And I think the best place we've seen those displayed, yeah, is how easily they're able to deconstruct this A-hold typically. And now it's completely absent for Billy, right? Just fully trusting in the Vice Wall, trusting in Rushia. Here's how this is going to go. The Dimensional Drift is going to raise some red alarms. Like, hey, why is it only the Viper here?
Oh, right. Trying to get the stun in. Oh, they both go up. Fleck around. Oh, and Rushia's ankles get broken. There's somebody else in the side, and oh, they're trapped out by the wall, but they're just gonna take the fight straight on YZ. Crucial double kill, drops the spike. But Vukashu's cage will allow them to pick it up and get it back onto the site, waiting for the plan to come in. Spirit goes up in heaven, give them a little bit more space to play around.
YZ, that Massacre left at 30 HP. Still trying to hold on to this forward line. Spirit Z1 fighting for drop. I like the site trips. That's good position of the Omen positioning here as well. Now you know the ones outside of tree too. But again, it's the supportive coordinated utility. The paranoia comes through. You're able to connect for Levius, but Vukashu Ackman just swinging off of contact here seems to be superior. And DRG, well, the Vice Wall put a temporary spanner into things. Ultimately, they get back to business, they get back to the spike plant, and they flip the site accordingly.
I want to see the post-plan win rates of DRG, because it seems like once they find themselves in the post-plan, somehow they just become absolute turrets, machines. They don't miss a shot. It's just getting to the side that's a bit of an issue. Yeah, and look at this. so confident, just instantaneous, lovely mechanics on display right now for DRG.
And I'm loving Vukashu when he's playing with the team, right? Versus, again, that desperation you mentioned of when he's away from the team trying to get back before they all die. That's what we get to see the difference of. And this is a perfect, again, right place, right time moment. They've never fought for a B main. And it happens to be the time where, again, DRG was fighting it as well. And you saw them, again, the reinforcements outside of C attempting to come through. A nice re-clear there from DRG, but ultimately, they're the ones that lost 2 players. They lost their duelists as well, and it's fragmented by. It looks like it could be coming away with another 7-5 half, as foretold.
Yeah, Nev's in a lovely position. He's read them like a book.
The crossfire now
3
for
players.
YZ as well. Yeah, this is gonna be just a meat grinder. The cage denies a complete shutout, but that's where Levius comes in from Bend again. This is his domain, his site, and this is Billy Gaming's half. 7-5 once again when they've started out on the defense, but we've read this story before. We've played these games before, Colton, over on Haven. You know what happened? The DRG pistol.
Oh yeah. Well, you never know when it's 2 Chinese teams playing in the upper brackets finals. But yeah, it's amazing stuff coming in from BLG and DRG, but we'll have to wait and see how the second half fares.
It's true. BLG won the opening. Saw the force-up attempt out of DRG. I feel like it's a little bit too dangerous of territory now in particular. I think to go for a second round force if you lose the pistol, but I don't think DRG is planning on losing this pistol in the first place. Again, we saw that confident air from them on
Hopefully that's
Haven.
the mentality. Sorry,
Yeah,
hopefully that's the mentality of all teams, you know, not to lose the
Oh,
pistol.
well, of course.
Oh, I love this beam cam, by the way.
I've actually drawn that spray on a poster for, I think, a Chips. I think I did it for LA. Have it in a box somewhere. Yeah, I love it too. I think I was like, please win or something to my team. But again, I love that little meme cam. I like how it's been starting to reach other regions as well. Like experiment in one region, every other region copies it because they like it. They're like, come on, do it with me, please.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh, what's his pinky doing?
Bros breeding bros. But all right, breather had.
All right.
DRG coming into a very, very important round. Again, another 3-site map. Again, it's gone to the defensive starting team here. Again, DRG, they know how to play the long game. I think that's what I appreciate about them as well. It's like they take the risks, but they understand like the ramifications of if everything goes wrong as well. And they usually account for it. So we'll see if that's the case here. But for the time being, trying to read the blurry mini-map from here. It looks like it's, again, going to be a very slow start here. Kind of defaulty. Versus DRG, classic, take game main off your Neon and your Breach. Curious to see what Spitfires is going to do, though, here outside a pillar.
Absolutely
Brutal.
nothing. That's what's gonna happen. And
Look at those speed of the
Alchemino,
reclear, though.
yeah, tries to re-clear that position, but Russia's not missing his sharp shot. Oh, Paranoia hits blind as well, but that just calls for the rotate, knowing that there's a multitude of people just anchoring down the B side. YZ catching Nick on the flank. The teleport up from Neff will secure Flexin's exit. Vukashu now 1v5. He's great, but he is on 1v5 grade, so another lovely pistol coming in. Conviction from BLG.
And honestly, that's just feels like a mispreparation or a misread from DRG, right? You place your Cypher and the stack over towards the A site. And I think the one thing they did right this round was the speed of that B re-clear, but and if you're losing opening engagements like that, when YZ is again online, like he is, yeah, that is going to be a BLG pistol, and DRG not getting too ahead of themselves this time. No standard force, but they are going to go for a little aggressive play outside of C. Vukashu, opening kill found with that Sheriff. They get away unscathed. Gate Crash comes away. You think it's just those two? Well, guess what? Whose elbow? Surprise! It's the Neon, but surprise! They're above you. Neff, 2 kills found with the classic. They don't even need to reload the Stinger. Vukashu still alive here backside. Not quite sure they spotted out Flexin either, but gonna do their due diligence hopefully to clear out this site. Levius does so. before the spike plant will go down, and now it's Nick, who was more just playing for information on the other side of the map, is left to pick up the pieces.
I mean, what a beautiful opening kill from Vukashu, and then everything falls apart. BLG went 0 for 4, not losing a single player, eliminating 4 stacked players on the C side of DRG, and I have to give credit to Nev, just the boldness to teleport in, somehow make the classic work, a bit of delayed comms perhaps, not aware that he's dropped into elbow already. And yeah, just like that, BLG turned what could have been a pretty risque round into a nice clean one.
Yeah, keeping 4 weapons in hand. Really, really strong bonus attempt here, Nick. Pretty characteristic down to the spike there. Don't give those ult orbs over too early for a nightfall. But this is the round that we're going to be looking for Dragon Ranger Gaming to deliver upon. The first rifles in hand. And I did like this round. Again, nice little strategy, but like you mentioned, just small things. And it's so difficult when Neff is hitting shots like that as well.
Alright, full gun round this time. Russia's brought up, I mean, he's brought in the outlaw, but well, actually, they're all susceptible except Akman, so they walk to his side, could find himself an easy kill.
Hey,
never mind.
you said he's the one that's not vulnerable. Of course he's gonna take the open engagement like that. No fear of death.
What a shot.
My Phantom doesn't do that. I do 140 and I'm gone.
No, sir. The Viper Wall is also, you know, rendered null. No threat of alert coming up, or at least not that much.
Oh, this is so risky. Why is he like, yeah, stick your head out, bob for some apples, and I'm gonna get one. But if they refight this, they would definitely have to invest in Mutil, because I don't think they realize where Spirit Z1 is because of all this pressure that Fukashu is feigning. Little TP across, a little boom bot. Now you know he's there. You don't want to take that risk, but that's pretty good. That's paranoia out already just to try to clear Mount, right? I mean, it does a good job to fake it to keep these players here, but you still have this deep omen. You still have this breach to support. Nick, thought line out to keep this A main control. They're starting to run out of time and run out of options because nowhere is working. And Spike is down. They're just gonna, again, but as soon as Spike is down, they're not afraid to take the risk to fight to keep it. And they're gone.
It's like,
where do you go though?
You can take it. Yeah, we still got 3 other players on the other side of the map. You want to head in towards B? Well, we've got the sharper shooter in the shed.
15 seconds and counting. Akman, you don't even have to take the kills, right? You can just play for the timing. And while you try to TP past the relay bolt, you're TPing into your demise. And YZ, again, only Vandal in hand, probably just playing for exits, playing to save this weapon. Bring it to the next round if you can. Flexin, master of that deep A main control, putting again Spanner into that A rotation, that A fake out that had happened. Means that again, DRG. Yeah.
Look at all these shots. They're so confident they're just gonna win it all. Flexin not, you know, not requiring any utility from his teammates, still converts onto those 2 and yeah, essentially shuts out the round from then on out.
Again, I mean, that was a bonus for BLG, Billy. DRG working to keep them off of double digits. Again, it's embracing this Haven style almost, right? Where once again, Spirit Z1 is on his first blood escapade. He gets one, he gets out, he survives. You have the advantage. You've forced BLG within 10 seconds into a plan B. And I think the difference here is that for Haven, it was all in, right? They didn't have the other side of the map solved. Here they do, right? This combination, Flex and Nick, are so in sync here to hold on to the space.
Gonna try to use the Viper Wall to feign some sort of presence, but Flexin just disrespects the util, creeps up behind his smoke, and just like that, they've re-locked in a rubble. The rest of the team does not need to move too much. BLG do not like the look of A, so they're gonna try to test B and C. Look at this, when Flexin is pushing even further, he can allow the breach to go past.
Just gets away too.
It's so disjointed, look at this.
You're fighting back into the Cypher site? Yeah. And again, it feels like Nick's util is always where it needs to be. And I'm surprised after losing Neff that they're trying to fight towards a site with that doesn't have this Viper Wall, that doesn't have this toxic screen. My difficulty here is that YZ, no paint shell means you're going to be running into these tripwires. Achman and Vukashu really easily handling each. Achman going for a risky play, the immediate trade found. And honestly, when you're up numbers, you can take that risk because it's still going to be a 2v1 at the end of the day where, yep, a lovely double-sided crunch comes through.
Aware that it was a very likely planned spot considering the position of your teammates, having vision from Waterfall. This eliminates him without even needing to see his body. But again, I mean, that was so disconnected. You had 2 players in A, 2 players trying to enter C with the spike, and by the time the rest of the team came in, so did the rest of DRG. The trades were fantastic. They went out the numbers game. Flexing coming in from the flank and the spray with little time left, so another well-orchestrated run from DRG.
DRG on this defense, just such good map control awareness that honestly wasn't there on the attack, so refreshing to see out of them how complete this defense looks. Impenetrable at the moment as well, minus the freak rounds where you can get the opening kill, because again, the first bloods are going towards DRG time and time again, whether they're fighting C-Mount or whether they're post up with a sniper rifle, or whether Spirit C1 is on the elevated position where Nade isn't really going to do much when you're playing over the cage, but Rushia denies the safe TP out. The cage not going to protect you either from this deep execution, and finally they're going to get some brevity. Finally they would get a breath of fresh air, and there wasn't Util getting flushed in from Waterfall simultaneously, and look who's on the flank yet again. They have paranoia too. Ooh.
Okay. We're taking it around the world. They don't want to isolate K-Knight though. That's an easy 2v1 there. They just hedge their bets. They want to take the other 2v1 across the map. It's just Neff. He only has one smoke that's going to be up on recharge. But other than that, he's just got to wait and hope that K-Knight gets here in the nick of time.
It's not planted for Neff, which is my biggest concern here. And Neff doesn't have paranoia, doesn't have anything, right? That you smoke it off, you get a player on the spike and a paranoia as well. It really is going to hinge on probably a haunt, probably on K-Knight here, because that stinger is not going to find much. They're just going to stick it all the way. Doesn't matter if they have to take a 2v1 or a 2v2 when they don't have to see the opposing players to win out the round.
Where did that haunt go? I swear I heard it pop, but did they instant break it or did it miss? Did it go behind the smoke?
Let's see what the replay reveals about how that panned out. Starting again with the C site. I think it was a really good call with that rotation from the shadows, because again, didn't know info about where Flexen was, but looks like we don't get our answer about where that haunt went, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was destroyed, honestly, as soon as it was deployed. That was the only, again, win con, I think, to get them off that spike, and once again, Colden, very, very early timeouts being invested. Feels like.
It does, but we're already kind of at the tail end, no? It's 9-8. Couple of rounds going in either team's favor, and you could easily take away this this map and potentially the series. DRG 1 round the difference from BLG, and they seem like they have that momentum going in their favor.
BLG, again, they finally broke through the C site to a degree, but even when they do, it's again this deep pressure, the lack of a lurk player, that Flexen is consistently encroaching upon their territory, and as a result, it never feels like they kind of have that advantage or have full grasp as to what is going on. It's not looking like a team that's undefeated on Lotus this season, to put it frankly.
Yeah, you could definitely could put it that way. But DRG have always grinded their wins as well, so
True.
Maybe they kind of just play up to their opponent, you know? Sometimes styles make fights or competition, so depending on how the playstyle of BLG is, DRG tries to adapt to, and this time early pressure in towards this rubble take. Flexen's under a lot of scrutiny but evades the Prowler, still stays around for more, but surely the flood of util is gonna force him further back.
I mean, paranoia and that flood of util hopefully gets neutralized. Still gonna have the Shroud Step as well to get out, hopefully avoid the Showstopper, but K-Knight will steal the glory. Somehow Nick avoids the Showstopper, quick little Shutter Step, and now with the Relay Bolt here, you can just keep fighting for this position. Nightfall attempts to bail them out, but it's the Aftershock to follow up, and the entire team rolling up for Dragon Ranger Gaming. You get crashed over, you high gear it over, and Achman, we got 3 kills on that round to snuff out any sort of spark that timeout might have ignited.
You're kidding me. You're absolutely joking. The showstopper just disappears into thin air.
Cosmetic.
Where did it go? And then the whole flood. Everyone just comes in, realizes the omen disappeared from his face, so just flicks upon a 180-degree angle. And then the cleanup crew sweeps BLG off their feet, tears them apart. A roar of victory right here. They know what they've just done. Broken the money after this round and broken the morals. At least the confidence here.
Maybe too confident, maybe too eager. Dives past the toxic screen in enemy territory, and the trades at the first start to lean Billy's way, but out of weapons you feel inclined to fight, and should have been a nice clean one for Flexin, but Wisey penetrating bullets with that Sheriff able to actually give Billy an advantage here. Device, Levius?
That's right.
Yeah. They've made their way past the Cypher Cam, but again, now, I mean, all cards are off the table. Positions confirmed. I don't like that these players are divided, but this is PRZ1 we're talking about. The individual frag machine, and now they have the information off the neural theft that should have guided them towards victory. But it's all left to Vukashu to close it out. Don't get to the left either.
Oh, the wraparound is criminal from the K-Knight. He's not gonna expect this one. Surely, right? Vukashu?
It's not planted for top either. Oh, you're right. It's chalked. Oof.
Yeah, the reposition was just way too quick
bold.
coming from K-Knight. It is bold.
And they didn't get there in
Really
time.
giving him isolated 1v1s. That's not what you want to do up against Vukashu, but still, it gets it over the line, and that's what matters here as you reach the tail end of Lotus. A lot of crucial 1v1 fights. Low buy round, but still, they get it over the line.
For sure. That low buy round as well breaks the bank here for Dragon Ranger Gaming. Again, surprising after 4 rounds in a row that they only have 1 extra buy in the tank, but I think they're hinging on the Rolling Thunder, hinging on the overdrive to hopefully patch that hole up. Really aggressive overdrive into spawn as well. Your lurk player, Rushia, starting to get caught off guard, but through the smoke, you'll be fortunate to shut that strategy down and see the reinforcements that were following up as well. Disengage, like retreat, get out of there, and Spirit Z1 has to take a similar advice. Missions come through. You will have the Rolling Thunder if you want to play like a retake angle here, if you want to ramp things back up and fight out towards Mound, but again, it's BLG. Really liking to sell the C presence, the fake out, but Flexin has been so good on this A space hold, I'm scared of what he's going to accomplish alone here. Even with the Sheriff.
Would love if they left like a little bit of a love towards B, maybe push back Flex in here, and then you have options to either go A or to B. Paolo get him off the line, he's forced back to TP towards the side, and now they have options. DRG bringing in a rotate from Vukashu.
Handle in hand. Wisey! Rare whiff, but again, the Sheriff shot's not aligning either, means they will live to fight another day. And whoa! Collateral damage done, but again, because you're fighting alone, trades will come through. Advantage still kept by Billy Gaming, and it's Dragon Ranger Gaming, similar to Haven, on these eco attempts. They will invest everything that they have. High risk, high reward. Spirit Z1 comes out of the ultimate, and the one player not stunned out is the one that will shut down his tirade and any hope you had. Yep, raises again the question marks of why are you ulting on a round like that? And we are going to come down to the wire. I mean, what was it, a 14-12 last time against EDG on this map, you said, Colden?
Yeah, it was 14-12. So the last 2 games were 14-12. So I don't know if you want to make it. Yeah.
Ooh, OT
time.
or BLG closing out? What do we think?
Yeah, right now, DRG, I mean, they're landing some nice shots, but there's gaps in their attack, I guess, or at least their retakes. You know, not expecting them to be marking that angle, using the ultimates, not sure of where certain players could be. Seems a little bit panicked, a little bit anxious, perhaps, in the heat of the moment. That's when the pressure is the highest, and that's when you need to stay composed. And right now, Billy, they're looking like they're in the driver's seat. DRG taking an important timeout now.
We mentioned again how prior by 9-9 all the timeouts across the board were gone, but Dragon Ranger Gaming, with the early half success, were able to pocket this one for the time being. Last stand again to close out this map. Sneak away with a 13-11, or at least lock in an overtime. BLG similarly though, they need one more round to guarantee that 12th. To guarantee they see overtime or sunset, and I think giving them that opportunity is a dangerous game as well, so curious to see the strategy that comes out of it, especially when you invested so many big ticket ultimates for Dragon Ranger Gaming. What do you do now?
It's a good question. As you mentioned, right, the economy of DRG is not great. They've used so many ultimates the last couple of rounds. Not near anything too useful. Russia's got his Viper Speed available for a post plan, so ideally you don't want to let them have that kind of a luxury, but it's another A-side take. Flexing just jumps straight in towards the smoke, and that's the aggressive Omen on display. The entry duelist shot out for the opening engagement.
Billy, I really liked that kind of delayed A pop, right? It was meant to avoid that kind of util combo, avoid that space take, and catch them off guard, but it's Dragon Ranger Gaming that has gotten the edge. Spirit Z1, like, surprised Z1 out of that revolving door. Another kill found, it's just chipping away, kill after kill. And you can see the desperation starting to set in, individual players trying to just find something here off this toxic screen. Ooh, high positioning over the smoke. Nev! That is absurd. Now dark cover just to be that entry player backside onto the A site. Vukashu though, to keep things close. This is where again, Vukashu, you got yours, get out, wait for the reinforcements. But again, he's gonna play the game alone, and his weapon ripped away means it's all down to Spirit Z1 to keep Billy Gaming off of that point. First found, blown out to clear out backside, and ideally 36 HP. Viper's Pit comes out as they're flashed to half HP. Spirit Z1 though unafraid, braving the new frontier. Shorty's out, 1 HP. It takes just one smattering of bullets. 4 bullets left in the chamber. Trying to bait them out with the close off angle. Could be sticking it, they don't know. They call the bluff, and it's the Shorty kill from afar. Rushio with the 3K clutch says, yeah, give it to me. Give us that map 3 on sunset.
Oh man, just as you called it, right? Vukashu left alone in the side, could have backed off. But this is the relentlessness of DRG. They take fights on their terms. They want to dictate the pace. And that opens them up for mistakes like that. Not expecting Neff to have teleported up top of rubble. Small little oversights result in massive consequences.
And you point out that Neff, that's the consistency, right? He's willing to use this Omen TP to put himself in vulnerable positions, but high impact positions as well. And now, I mean, 3 rounds in a row just to get to overtime. A decent buy here sported from Dragon Ranger Gaming. I don't know if that's online because of the heroics from Fukushi last round as well. Repeat that revolving door play, get the infill, get the denial of space ideally, or force out the additional utility to re-clear this space and appear minimum. But look at this. A lot of fake pressure A main with the Omen TP in just to pull these players out of Bloom away from the B side, but you didn't pull Aquaman away. Guardian and Toe 2 make a third up. Rushia shuts him down, but the tag team mess nature from Vukashu will keep it narrowly in Dragon Ranger's favor. 3v2. Nick alone in the A site, but again, proactive neural theft will allow them to reframe the round, get on the same page, get on the same site, but I actually like this call. Stay together, play off the Cypher Camp B, play off the Trip C, and they're just going to play this, I would assume, as a retake situation.
I like that. You know, just staying together, preventing any isolated duels. No one's near any ultimates on the attacking side, so not to have to worry about any of that. Just the haunt and a recharge smoke available for Neff. Where's K-Knight off to?
I don't know. I mean, they're gonna know, no? Like, are you gonna haunt Prowler B? Like, they're gonna see on the cam that you're not serious about it.
Guys, we have 15 seconds.
Neff doesn't have TP either. You can't. How are you gonna? Okay, 5.
They get the strike down. That's all that matters.
Are you looking for the late wrap? Wait, actually, okay. Again, high risk, high reward. This would have been smart from K-Knight, but they abandoned the idea of the late wrap through the site. Gonna play. And for the tag team, for the double swing, for the trades, and risky business with the utility still in line with Spitfires. And look at the little high-low, taking this in time, taking the fault line. It's gonna take heroics, it's gonna take the offense, it's gonna take the element of surprise. And Neff, known, pinpointed here in the corner. High-low action once again, reading Vukashu like a book. 3 kills on the round. Nick is low HP. It's IGL versus IGL to the side of the map. The Shorty's out, and the Shorty hits. 4 kills found, 13-9. Lotus goes the way of Billy Gaming, and we will see sunset.
A raise of arms questioning DRG. How do you fumble around like that? No bullets. The final shot of the shorty drops a smoke just for him to play around. And he calls a beautiful clutch there for Billy to take away their opponent's map pick and push us to a third.
Again, I wouldn't even call it an opponent's map pick. We questioned DRG taking that risk, playing into undeniably one of Billy's best maps, and it definitely bites them in the long run. Coming to Sunset, a map that I said was very similarly a really good map for both of these teams. Changes made by DRG in terms of the Clove to the Neon. We'll see how that entails, but honestly, I can tell you right now as we start these highlights, it's going to be Neff MVP for BLG. And if it's any other player, you are absolutely lying. We saw the impact in the server, multi-kill after multi-kill the first half, clutch after clutch, like that moment to close off the map. I mean, it was absurd. And look, even on the pistol, right? It was just never ending, Golden.
Was it really a surprise if you think about it? Is it really?
Never.
BLG. You know, DRG picking one of BLG's strongest maps, and they themselves don't have the best track record on it. At the very least, they did give it a really nice shot. Really close rounds, but towards the end, Billy, again, slightly better momentum, slightly better reads. Again,
just some small mistakes, some small rounds lost. I look back to, again, that kind of half-buy round from BLG that went their way. That should have been the turnaround point. Look back to, obviously, that final round of the map as well, where Neff was able to come through. We even look to Vukashu, right? That one round, he gets the 2v1 for the team and then keeps fighting. It's all down to Spitfires in the 1v2. Like, again, just rough moments, some major missed calls, and I think, again, it's going to take some regrounding from the coaching staff in between maps to be like, guys, get on the same page, play together. You can give up space. We don't have to play not to lose. We don't have to play the perfect game, right? Give them the plant if it means you can play off your teammates. I want to see Vukashu and Spitfires on the same page because it could be electric. Donald Haven.
Yeah. And Sunset's gonna be the final frontier to determine the first grand finalist, VCT. Let's take a bit of a look at the comms.
鸡蛋没顶，鸡蛋没顶。等我吗？我可以分黑油烟了。我分黑油烟了，可以进啊，可以摆啊，再摆啊，是不是？没事，取消。两个币，两个币，两个币。开门可以转飞，开门可以转飞。可以给我架吗？两个币。还有一个。黑了，要打过黑了，黑了，黑了。别打，关门转 C， 关门转 C。来欧门，第一个欧门好像。快点，快点，快点 C， 闭着正南。给我包好吗？给我包。右边，右边。进来了。啊，没事，我直接踢了。右边白到了，白到了，白到。不，死了。我在哪？不，别急，别急，别打，别跟他打，来跟我。
There it is. As for mentioned, MVP, IGL, Neff, you name it, they are there. Cast 77%, but it's that KDA and that ACS that truly shined for him. Curious how many multi-kills he's got at this point, because that's also just where he shined, honestly, on this map.
Yeah, I think other than just his statistics, I think some of the calls that he was making on that attack side was really, really nice. DRG definitely, you know, put up a lot of fights in difficult situations, which really threw BLG for a loop. But at the end of the day, I think that final clutch was just a great cherry on top on the performance that Neff was having throughout this entire map.
Absolutely, and honestly, it just feels like Billy, again, there's been some mistakes, some rockiness, obviously lost Haven, even here on Lotus, there was a faux comeback there from DRG. It's like we're leveling up, like we're charging up for full capacity, right? I think we went from like a 55, now we're maybe at like 70 to 75. It's like, okay, Sunset, are we going to hit that 100%? Is everyone going to be firing? Because even Yzier had some really good moments, but we still have seen a lot more from him at times. And even, you know, looking at players like K-Knight, who had an outstanding map 1, right? Had a little bit quieter here as well, you know, got overwhelmed, you know, ripped into Antsy Nightfall here and there. So, again, we can see the best of them, but right now that was enough to pull us to Sunset.
Yeah, on the other side of things, Vukashu, I mean, are you surprised? Is anyone surprised? 23 and 17, he's just
He forgot he's not a duelist anymore.
yeah, he's still top fragging and by a decent amount as well. I'll give it to Aquaman. He did have some nice moments, but I wasn't really feeling that spirit impact that, you know, we know how strong he can be, and he had some crazy moments on this map just the other day. So yeah, I wish that he could have come online a little bit earlier with a little bit more impact. But yeah, BLG did a great job here to really stem that kind of aggression that DRG were just throwing at, you know, different corners, different parts of the map, and yeah, ensure that things did not get out of hand.
Like Spirits Z1 had impact when they went C. He always got the opening kill. They didn't go C, he didn't get the kill, he didn't find the impact he was looking for, which is unfortunate. Whereas again, you're gonna have to lean into players like Nick, you're gonna have to lean in that coaching staff to come up with the right solution, to come up with the right change, because it did look stagnant on Lotus at times. Like the initial defense really clean, really hard to get through for BLG, and that's what we saw. But that's what we said, BLG is a really good team when it comes to adapting on the fly, making the calls that they need to, and that comes down to players like Neff who are able to not only MVP but call a masterclass on a map that they have multiple reps on, that they're comfortable on, that they have not been defeated on this stage, and will remain that way at least for this series, and we'll see if it is for the foreseeable future if they make it to those grands or when they drop down to the lowers. But all to say, Colden, I said I wanted to see the Sunset because to me that was going to be the most interesting map. Both teams, you know, 2 wins, 1 loss under the belt for Sunset for DRG, but it was an 11-13 against FPX in the group stage, so I don't want to count that too much against them. Again, it's a close matchup, and I believe, fact check, they did lose that series as well. So all in all, I'm excited for map 3, Colden.
Yeah, with the potential change of agents, you know, in the lineup for DRG, are they gonna stick with the ones that they most recently showed? Are they gonna try something different again? And for Bilibili, I mean, they've had a pretty decent showing on Sunset as of late, you know, up against JDG as well as EDG. Good wins there. But yeah, I can't wait to see how that map's gonna transpire after 2 really back and forth affairs here. You know, between Lotus as well as Haven. So yeah, can't wait to see how Sunset's gonna pan out.
Well, again, we here as your casters have been having an honor bringing you guys the English commentary for this amazing upper bracket finals between BLG and DRG. And while we are going to be throwing to a quick break here in a minute, you might get stuck with some ads. So if you don't want to have those ads, we're having a really nice deal actually going on where there is a Twitch, if you gift subs, there's a discount. So if you want to support some people doing a good thing, a good deed, and bringing you this coverage that normally otherwise wouldn't be an accessible resource, we appreciate anything that you can throw our way. The people behind the scenes put in a lot of work, a lot of preparation, and I don't know about you, I've woken up my fair share of at 5 a.m.s to bring some commentaries. So we appreciate all the love and support you can bring us. But Colden, I think with that, we'll throw it to a break to give them time to get those gifted subs in. How about that? Yeah. All right, we'll see you on the other side.
Sounds great.
Welcome back, everybody, to the VCT China Upper Finals between BLG and DRG, where set a spot. One spot is available in those grand finals here in Chongqing, and it comes down to Sunset, a map that I was super excited to see because mainly of this Ackman switch up. Previously playing the close, opted now for the double duelist Neon alongside Spirit Z1, and honestly, I want to get your thoughts on this, right? I feel like the more traditional is that double initiator over on BLG side. So what do you think of the double duelist here?
Ooh, I think that is just their style now. You know, that is their signature tried and true for DRG, running the double duelist. Whoever Vukush is playing it or Ackman is, they still love to employ that. And I think with the Yoru in the meta right now, I think it is a very viable strategy. But, you know, up against the KO that Bilibili like to play with, I think it's a tall task, right? You get so much information playing with the KO. You have good lineups against, similar to Bind, where you can have those cross-map info utility that is really difficult to get if you're a Yoru, right? You kind of have to put your body on the line, which plays into DRG style. So again, it's gonna come down to those individual mechanics. Can DRG put their bodies on the line, get those opening kills, and then play the numbers, or is Bilibili's teamwork gonna edge them out this time?
Not only that, but Neff and his role flexibility is insane, right? Just we've seen him on a Breach, Viper, KO, Omen, and honestly, if Omen's the duelist of the controllers minus Clove, I feel like KO is of the initiators, right? Just the speed of the flashes and the individuality you can have to play around your own utility. If Neff carries the performance he had over on Lotus to this map, and we get players like YZ online, this is going to be a very difficult map for DRG, but same can be said for this double duelist combo that's already fighting out over towards elbow, but unfortunately, yeah, you've been pinged out by the double initiator. They're granted some brevity from the shock dart missing, but nothing when it comes compared to the pop flash that sneaks in through the window. 2 kills found there by YZ, a third as well, pushing this agenda through even into elbow, where trying to run interference on Nick, but he's not going to escape the teammates rolling in behind.
Yeah, this is very nicely done by BLG. You can see the utilities all lined up, albeit shock dart a little bit off kilter, but I mean, you can't avoid the 0 points of the KO, right? If it's through a wall, what can you do? So lovely stuff to get things started. You can see them with no utility. The Neon couldn't slide away, couldn't drop a stun, no fast lanes available, Yoru couldn't teleport away. That's how you catch DRG.
Of course, and now, honestly, they're up in pistols on this series after their performance on Lotus, so insane to see them again starting off on the right foot. No Stinger Force this time from Dragon Ranger Gaming. Maybe that's the Lotus specialty in their department, but again, BLG living up to that high pistol rate. Haven the exception. This time, Dragon Ranger Gaming get that A fight, that A space they were looking for. Ackman posted up on the line here. Sheriff in hand. BLG thorough again, not only taking engagements they don't have to early, or at least framing themselves to do so. And I really like this, and I really want Dragon Ranger Gaming to disrespect it and walk up here, but nothing for the time being. Is that a flash through window to fake the scale? I think they know.
Yeah, but it's not really drawing any rotations, because you see the Ackman is still very much just standing in towards A main, and that's gonna cause a rotate over from DRG to bolster up this B side, and that's exactly where BRG hit it.
Now you're running into stack. The full rotation comes through from DRG here as well. Head-on collision again. Paranoia in place as well to scale up off of the relay bolt as well, making it hot territory. Watch your step, because you're running into a molly, you're running into a stun, you name it, it's there. But K9 and this Bulldog, Rushi and this Phantom are a lethal combination. Neff with the Stinger, not so much for the time being, but it doesn't matter. The Ghost will come out and get the job done. Second round, even if you're running into 5 strong on B, gets converted.
Yeah, a little bit left to be desired in terms of the information game, but still, at least they win out the trades with the better weapons. Albeit they were so low, right? One more bullet from a Sheriff, from a Stinger might have lost them, you know, a lot more guns, but they keep 3 alive. That's the magic number. Can purchase up a little bit to bolster up this bonus round. 2 Phantoms being chosen for BLG. And again, this A-centric approach.
Now, why is it 3 off as well from his ult? Again, this is A fight getting shut down. Just out right here, and the last to fall flexing as well. This is not looking pretty for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming, and it's not mistakes at the macro level, it's just, again, lost fights. And really oppressive utility from Neff. I think these pop flashes have hit like every single time they fought a main. And that is absurd. Now they have the Stark advantage. Now you'd expect when you've gotten 3 kills to follow through. Nope, they're doubling back because it's Billy Gaming.
If you think about it, the KO is actually such a perfect counter to DRG because DRG are playing double duelists, right? They need a fight for map control. If you put the KO exactly where those double duelists are, they can't escape. Right? The Neon and Yoru are so good at getting a pick and dipping out of their util, dumping, disappearing into the night. But if you have a KO that hits them, they can't fight effectively. So you put the KO where the double duelists are, and you just take the map control away from them. You prevent DRG from having that info, having that space. They're not gonna have the best calls. You're gonna have situations like this where Nick and Vukushu are the other side of the map, no choice but to save.
Yeah. Different buy sequence, but same outcome of Billy Gaming, much like Lotus being up 3-0 start. A big thing to point out as well, this is the only map where BLG starts on the attack as well. So it almost feels like they're carrying that momentum from Lotus over, right? Where they get to call the shots, they get to control the tempo, and I think that's difficult for a Dragon Ranger Gaming that already looked kind of out of sorts after Lotus, right? We talked about them, getting ahead of themselves in some of these fights, fighting alone, not being on the same page. I never really saw indecisiveness out of them, but here we're kind of, again, seeing the opposite, where they're taking that initiative, they're fighting like their win con was on Haven and Lotus at times, but this time the outcome's consistently going the way of BLG.
No one's breaking the knife. It caught the Omen and the Yoru, 2 characters that could teleport away. They're left defenseless.
Like, how frequent is a KO on this map? I don't think they expect it. You're not used to having to track that down, right? Like, yeah, Sova Dart, but you're not picking your poison, right? Sova Dart or KO knife, and can't get both of them. So now BLG banning the A main fight. Again, DRG simplifying things, going for kind of the all-in rotation you have to when you're scraping the bottom of the barrel economically here, leaning into the shares, leaning into those saved weapons. We're gonna run it back, see if the retake works this time around. Ooh. Again, it's proactive view to look. There's already a dart in market, so you have to wait that out. Time's already delayed. And look at the cycling. Smoke drops, cage up, and you are spraying away if you're Wisey. Oh. Comes the second layer of util. Again, playing their own game, playing their own timer, but it's just Billy. Crossfires upon crossfires, you break one and somebody else is swinging, and even then, Wisey is on a tear. I said I wanted to see this team supercharged to 100%. Every player delivering, and it feels like right now we're getting towards that point.
Yeah, it's not ideal when you lose a player just through spam, right? It's a 5 versus 5, gearing out for the retake. You take down Vukushu, one of the hard hitters. And you just hit shots like this. Wisey, this is the man that you want to come alive if you're a BLG fan. He's found 4 in this round, and he's had a relatively quiet series so far, and still BLG are doing pretty damn well. So once he finds that groove, which he almost inevitably will reach, it's just a matter of time before DRG gotta face up against the monster on the other side.
Okay. DRG making a change in this timeout. Again, I'm kind of
see like.
What do you want to see?
A bit of mid-round aggression.
That's what I was thinking. Do you mean like wait? Do you mean middle of the map, or do you mean like in the middle of the round time-wise?
I think more time-wise, because the knife is always gonna come out at the start, right?
You want to just delay
you can do it. You can do it in the mid portion of the map, but
that's what I was thinking.
You know that the knife is gonna hit somewhere. There's gonna be like a 30-40 second cooldown. You have that span of time where you won't have the threat of your abilities disappearing. Then you can get that aggression, take some map control away, and then play off whatever information or picks you get.
Kind of like the advice that we gave Billy, honestly, the first 2 maps, like wait out that aggression, wait out that aggressive play, Spirit Z1 looking for that first blood, and then scale up. We're saying the same thing for DRG, which is ironic because we're still asking them to fight forward instead of playing backside, right? Playing for the the retake. But even when they're playing the 5v5 retake, they're falling short. So I think that's why we're saying you have to fight, but you have to delay it. And seems like that is the attitude here towards B. They're all front facing, but can they get ahead of it, right? The smoke feels askew. The drone's kind of keeping them at bay.
See, this round, DRG didn't push B main and instantly die, right? It's at least given them a little bit more space to play around with. Yes, you lose B main, but you still have your double duelist that can do damage. You have full line of sight from A main. You know that there's a bunch of players in B main initially, so now you can go in for the reclear. Oh, but it's false info.
You know there's a tripwire there as well, thanks to that Prowler. One way to play off of here for Nick to get the safe reposition. You talked about that sight line over towards A from Spirit C1. That'll take the A rotation off the table here with 45 seconds left. They're forced to rescale off the fast lane. Achman carrying all of this. The spray with the Phantom Good to connect upon the first. And so again, we're going to ask, don't take solos. And they don't. Nick swinging alongside Flexton out of this market smoke. And again, asked to deliver heroics again to play his own game. Takes this time, fighting for the ones, but Vukashu will win his, and Dragon Ranger gaining on the board following that timeout.
Yeah, once they didn't get instantly obliterated on the opening fight, DRG, they stabilize, fight together on the execute, and when BLG realized, hey, I'm not finding that opening kill that I used to have, I'm gonna have to try to prod and look around the map. That is when the Sova dies across the map. That is when you're forced in towards the B execute, and that is exactly where DRG are just waiting to just crunch upon that.
Well, we're back to the A fight, which is a little nerve-wracking to see here.
Oh god.
And again, you're paranoid. Again, you're getting hunted down by a Hunter's Fury and a relay bolt. It's messy, it's not delayed like we asked for, and now it's only getting worse by each passing second. Overdrive good, the follow-up trade good, and even if Neff is down, if K-Knight can battle past this one way, he can get lifted right back up, but Nick doing all he can to ensure that possibility does not come true. The first layer of defense falls, the double duelists fall, but the support players rise to the occasion and hold up the foundation.
Perfectly said. That's exactly what happened. You get the duelist to take the brunt of the damage like a meat shield of sorts. And then the cleanup crew comes in to ensure that things do not go too awry. 4 players on the defense here. It's not something you expect. The knife still tags 2, but perhaps a little bit of false information. DRG try their best. Oh, sorry, BLG try to push through, but perhaps not expecting 4 opponents on the other side.
that feels insult to injury, Billy. It's 4-2. That the proactivity again. Billy very inclined to the early timeouts. Both maps ahead, behind, it does not matter. And you kind of saw again, I think, the gears turning in the support staff last time out when DRG called it, pointing out, maybe ults that were coming online, things that they could do if DRG did get the round started. And I think that's what we're leaning into here. Again, I don't think there's too much that Billy is doing wrong that can be extracted from how that round went, if that makes sense. Because again, the util combo was really good. They got the initial 2. It's maybe the slight indecision that allowed DRG to fight back and ramp back up, but aside from that, again, I don't think they're gonna, I think this is more again just coming up with a concrete strategy to stay on track than fixing big picture items.
Yeah, at least just be a little bit more aware that, there could be a 4-man stack there. And I think it's just credit to DRG in that round, right? Hedging your bets, saying that, hey, we need to establish some sort of presence. We need to, show some dominance somewhere on the map, gain some respect. And that's exactly what they did at A main. Now they have options to try different things. Got a little bit of a luck, an op luck in the hands of the Yoru down towards mid and Spirit. So we'll see if you can find a pick here.
Yeah, operator for the first time. We said we wanted mid aggression, right? I like the haunt that comes out as well, because then it makes it seem like, oh, maybe like they walked out tiles, but you're not going to expect would have been the operator to get crash away as well. So you're eating away at the timer, just forcing them to re-clear all this space. That's really nice here. You have the op over towards top mid, you have the Cypher playing contact here in tiles.
Yeah, no reason for DRG to do anything, right? You've got the op that's slowly going to re-clear mid just as the drone comes in. But it's all just a ruse, right? The main attack is going to be towards A. You've got Ackerman on the line. You've got Flexion ready with the Paranoia just to delay.
And Ackerman, similar to how Spear Z1 did a deeper A main, but this time, yep, YZ outpaces it. Require heroics again, but Flexion read like a book after the ping. Nuki tucked away into the dark cover, and the site will fall. Players from B-site rotate over. Now you're forced to retake with an operator in Spirit Z1's hands. Feels a little too early to call for a save, but doesn't seem impossible just yet. Could also be waiting for recycling of the haunt from Nick here. Nightfall, Dimensional Drift, there's options for this retake here on the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. It's just how much do they want to invest, and do they even get the time to decide to? Immediate trade out, and it's just, again, disconnected fights. Vikushu, though, likes to play these 1v1s, likes to play for the heroics, and now he gets to be put out on a pedestal to do so. Operator in hand. The switch out, the indecision costs him his life, costs him the clutch, and will give Billy Gaming their 5th.
Yeah, that round right there was just a domino of effects, right? You have Ackerman on the angle, but I'm not sure why Flexen didn't use the Paranoia to slow down the push. The Paranoia comes in late. Why is he so ahead of the action already, knowing that someone's gonna come in towards the smoke on elbow? And so they just take the fights in towards the side. There's nothing that the defenders could do. They're caught with the pants down, essentially. So, yeah, a little bit of delay, miscommunication, or whatever it may be. It's just a waterfall of effects.
Yeah, side hold hinged on Achman, and Achman didn't get the opening kill. Got overwhelmed. Now, though,
even if he didn't get the kill, right, the Paranoia would have been maybe enough just to slow it down.
Yeah. Hard to say. Bygones are bygones. You're moving forward into a round where Spirit C1 has the hero rifle. You have a lot of ults. You have the Nightfall, the Overdrive. Again, we've seen consistent DRG attempts to convert off these ultimates and Ecos, but they've always faltered. So if they're going to invest it, I need to see the conversion. And that is a heck of a crunch off of that Sheriff. Why is he able to pull them away from the clutches of disaster? And somehow they've gained A as a trophy amidst the chaos, but 3v3 weapons down and recoverable here for Dragon Ranger Gaming. I think it's about time you can invest these ults if you get those guns. Here you come. All right, Dimensional Drift in, Nightfall in. You saw the Paranoia to try to counteract. I liked the follow-up there from Vukashu, but again, it requires you to win out those engagements. Spirits C1 at least will win his, plus Vukashu's, and now it's all up to Levius, Nick, good angle. Haunt not here for 5. Is it going to be bodyguard action? Is it going to be taking 2 at a time? It doesn't matter. Now, decision's been made for you. Haunt back online. Nick trying to hold the aggressive angle, but he is running out of time. Levius has called his bluff correctly, so that is going to be the round. Wow.
Masterful stuff from Levius. That is how you play clutch. Little bit of miscom coming in from DRG. One goes to swing, one goes to the tab, not ready for the trade frag. Little bit of a misplay there in terms of the spacing, but it went down right to the 1v1. Right? It was so damn close. So many rifles available for DRG to pick it up, but thankfully Levius prevents an Eco Thrifty to come into fruition. And just playing by time itself, Levius. Great job. Great job.
And I think that's the difficulty here as well. Finally, when DRG kind of gets their footing, when they finally have a way to address or come up with a way to counter, it's like things like those timeouts that come up with a different play in the playbook. You flip the page, move to the next paragraph, and BLG again are the first to 6. It's happened every single map. They've always been up at the half, and one more round, they can guarantee that here and now on map 3 for grand finals. This stage of VCT China, and honestly, I think this is the quietest start to a round we've had so far, Golden.
Yeah. BLG are just really holding down all extremities. Now Flexen's under pressure.
Okay.
Still wants to stay and fight. We know how eager he is to fight, especially looking back on the A rubble hole on Lotus. So just gotta stand his ground while ping. That is bold stuff, and that itself deters BLG from the commitment on A. They want to pivot in towards B.
Trap wire off a simultaneous kind of pressure. Achman getting hunted down by Neff. Doesn't even check over his shoulder. But DRG, the players on the B side, find differing levels of success. Neural Theft out as well. They completely clothesline these players mid-rotation through the B site. Billy spread themselves a little bit too thin.
Yeah, I thought that Neff's flank would have been everything.
Yeah.
They had no idea that he was coming in from that direction, but the refrag coming in from the A side rotate player was crucial to prevent the flank from being an issue. And the main anchors on towards that B side just did absolute God's work. Lovely shots. So aware of where the peaks were going to be coming from, so not too much issue for them.
Ooh, they've actually broken the buy for Billy here. again, we mentioned how it's been advantages for BLG, but it hasn't been by much, right? Both times the 7-5. Usually it's that 6-4 timeout from Dragon Ranger Gaming. It had to come out a little bit earlier when they were down 0-4, so it's just going to be the IGL, it's just going to be the team's work and elbow grease to get them to that score line here. But you mentioned Flexin, right? We've seen Spirit Z1, we've seen Achman. It's now his turn to be that deep A main line. The difference is Flexin, he won't die for it. He's willing to give it up. And that's what I like to see. Oh! He wins it. The power of concession at times. Okay, and then now you can fight with your team, right? You can re-engage, you can re-aggress with the paranoia. Ooh, I was gonna say you can try to keep grasp over that spike, but the counter paranoia is beautiful. And now, oh, again, you can't overstay your welcome. Spirit Z1 punished. Really effective lurk there as well from Levius. And now, I mean, with that neural theft, you know the B-side is Ghost Town, so go ahead and deposit the spike over there. The only silver lining for Dragon Ranger Gaming is the plethora of Cypher utility that they'll have to navigate here, but Levius has some Cypher utility of his own, and it's going to shut down, hopefully, this overdrive or Vukashu. All it does, though, is find the chip damage. Achman still fully unleashed here to get the backstab. Flexin, head on a swivel. Spike planted. Time favored, but not the numbers as DRG. Again, slow things down, right? They meter their pace and it works out well.
What a lovely 3 versus 3. They don't lose a single play off the back of that. DRG get so aggressive down towards that elbow position. Lose mid though, but the recovery is insane. They expect the flank from K-Knight. They clear every single angle with due diligence and don't leave a single stone unturned. BLG now 2 rounds again on the deficit. See if DRG can rally in a couple more rounds and potentially tie up the half.
If really lose this round, they don't have a bye for the last round of the half as well.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting YZ not going to use this overdrive. You cannot. Maybe we'll see the null command to try and get them into this A side to take out again that infectious Flexin utility. 0 point will give them that temporary window. Again, close wall can't destroy it. But Achman mentioned again him getting tested, but little flash, little stun, you are trapped for the time being, and yep, you need Flexin to bail you out, unfortunately, but look at this, what's brewing outside of main! Side by side, it's Nick and Spirit Z1, where Nick able to find 2, but again, it's wisely always to keep the Billy Gaming ship afloat, but he is alone for the time being. Double swing, no dice, and you know that the Cypher is the pesky lurk player.
DRG are so insistent on just fighting for this elbow control round after round. Despite them being faced with a boatload of utility, they just re-aggress. But they don't do it alone. They're always buddied up, at least with 2 or 3 players, and they're winning out the trades because of that. So DRG just cannot find a foothold in long whatsoever, or at least in A elbow. So Levius, money is an issue. You've got to save this one.
Yep. Again, mentioned lack of a bye going into that last round of the half. And I like that again, Dragon Ranger Gaming, they've started to concede more space. They're not afraid to play the retake on the opposite side of the map. They're using, again, if they're not executing Vukashu's utility more so for, okay, information of position when they actually follow through and they go for that plant. But this was really nice. I think they've figured out and solved how to fight A main without, again, getting flushed out by all that utility. And it's, again, metering it, waiting like we wanted. And then also making it multi-directional, right? You have to choose which direction to fight. They're into elbow or into main. They're getting that optimal timing here. And
it feels like DRG is using the utility to stop the push of BLG initially, and then go in for a second round of second wave of utility just to push them even further back, gain the advantage. Whether it's in elbow, whether it's in short, you know, it's catching BLG off guard. They're not expecting this kind of crazy aggression to just fight for A main control. And well, BLG says, hey, we don't like it and we're gonna fight fire with fire. All 5 of them are lined up again for A.
I mean, speaking of expectations, right? I was expecting, DRG to play a little bit further back, right? There's a null command, there's an overdrive. You know they're gonna come into this site hot. So I'm not too keen on where Achman was playing there. Really out in the open, really exposed here. instead of playing with his team, so it is going to be a disadvantage for V5. Nick, 1 off Nightfall. Spirit Z1, 1 off from Dimensional Drift. There's a lot of potential in this round, but they've got to kickstart it first. And no dice so far until that site smoke fades. Tripwires again aggressively placed on site as well from Levius. It'll be a minefield navigate, and there's so much utility because those ults were used to just counter any sort of reflood attempt. Hunter's Fury in. BLG players respond and evolve off of it. 2v4, low HP. Vukashu though again. Minefield, trapwire goes off. So does the round. It's inevitable. The 7-5 half for the 3rd round in a row. Golden favoring BLG.
Yeah, there's just 2 dark covers just littering the entrance of that choke point. Nobody can see anything. Just tripwires around, small little sliver gaps around the smoke. But this flash here was great to alleviate pressure from short. All the attention down towards long. And not even seeing their opponents, just spams through the smoke. Final kill as it pops right out of it. Favorite duel every day of the week. And that is how the cookie crumbles. Another 7-5 half, and this time still in Bilibili's favor.
And again, we're going to be calling upon Dragon Ranger Gaming to get a pistol here. To even our pistols in the Series 3 apiece, mind you, at that as well. But again, it's our time for a little bit of a breather. And we're getting what is a must-eat in Chongqing. And I will say, actually, I'm so surprised that I actually get to bring this up because I had this in my notes. Literally, both Nick and Achman said in their matchup, or after their previous matchup, that they wanted to try the Chongqing hot pot specifically while they were here. So that is really, really funny that is the halftime question. I hope they get their hot pot. Now I want hot pot, even though it's 8 a.m. in the morning.
Now you're making me hungry.
Hey, it's probably a good time for hot pot for you.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's about 7:40 where I'm at, so 7:40 p.m. So yeah, after this
perfect
match,
hot pot hour. Go for it. Yeah. Hey, it might last too long now. We'll see. I mean, hey, you said DRG likes to play the long game, and right now it feels like they are. But why is he? He's locked in. It's like he's been leveling up each map, and he's reached his final evolution.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like it's just a one-man show, right? Bilibili,
no.
They're all putting up numbers. They're all fighting together. And they managed to pull away that 7-5 half that they've had every single map of this series. So my question is it gonna be like Haven or is it gonna be like Icebox? Sorry, no, Icebox, Lotus.
The fashion in which that last round ended does not scream momentum favoring Dragon Ranger Gaming. But I really like... I really like 7-5s becoming 7-7s. It's just like my favorite development in scoreline. So I'm gonna lead the DRG pistol, and we'll see if it comes true. I believe in the double duelist.
Last 2 maps, the team that won both pistols won the map. So
fair analysis. Then let's break the curse, right? Get a pistol apiece, right? Then we don't know what we're navigating. Yeah. And an opening kill like that is perfect.
Let's make things interesting, shall we? Vukashu, a little lurk here down towards mid. It's got a big gap down towards the top of it, but the main attack's here towards the B side.
He crashed directly into a trapwire over towards the jump up. Fortunately, no one's able to punish off of it, but look at how fast Bilibili has reclaimed this backside space, and before the double duelist can even fight forward... Ooh. There's 3 here, almost 4. Spirit Z1 decides to recall their previous decision. Instead, occupy the space that has now been cleared out by Vukashu here, and it seems like the correct call. They can try to labor things, but Knife out, classic out, it does not matter! Rushia! A knight in shiny armor for K-Knight to take the prowess that they need, and... Well then, did you just cast a curse by saying that if they win both pistols, they win the map?
Yeah, no, who knows?
Here's with the pop pot. You want to get out of here?
Oh, I'll be having that regardless of what happens. But this was crazy. Like I thought that Bilibili was just gonna get pincered. There was so many angles, so many crossfires that could be established from market that I thought that DRG would have been able to just. Sorry, yeah, like I thought that DRG would have been able to just form that crossfire. It's just so surprising to me that every single fight Bilibili just straight up won.
Of course, and I think part of that came out of the indecision as well, right? Spirit C1, we talked about, yeah, we liked the crossfires in the market, but it also takes time to reposition in that fashion, so gives more thinking to Billy. Billy gives more planning time before that initial execute, and we see the repercussions of it. No Stinger Force, though, this time, out of DRG once again. A lighter buy than I would have expected for the second round buy from BLG. We typically see, you know, one rifle, I would say, but I think it's partially because of that YZ Outlaw that we don't. Should, you know, pack enough punch, I think, to get the job done, but for the time being...
It's really
Billy, yeah, they look like they're playing for an A retake here. Like, already out the gate. Minus, yeah, I mean, the Guardian for Rushia can get some good damage here into elbow. Oh, that knife should have been huge.
that hit. Oh my lord, that's 4.
Probably, yeah, 4. And now the immediate rotate. Look at that, 2 players from B.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? You can't break the dart. I mean, you can't break the knife. You just gotta sit there and take it.
Oh, gap in the smoke. I'm getting flashbacks to Lotus, but they will find a different outcome this time around. Vikushu with the Sheriff finds one, but it's again the presence, the immediate flood back into utility. Nick's lucky to escape with the plant and his life. Offside 2, Flexen able to escape with 2 HP and a kill. They are getting away with highway robbery at this point in terms of the kills they find and where. But when it comes down to the team coordination and the weapon differential, it might not matter in the long run. Nev? The timing, the thrifty! Okay,
this was not in the script.
Yeah, I'm gonna say your 2 pistols win the map has been thrown out of the window after that. We got a script change called in to the office, mark it out, line 101.
Yeah, trash the old one. We're going in to uncharted territory. What a beautiful eco round. Despite them all being hit by the 0 point, they still just, bury their heads in, ram into the site, somehow get away with crazy pistol kills. Flexing, lovely shots. Vikushu with the wraparound, and Heartbreak Central. The coach is absolutely livid.
Oh wow, and we don't even have time to break down the buy or the situation because we are already getting bloody and battled here outside of A main, and maybe it's not, you know, a BLG or a DRG winning A main, maybe it's just an attackers win A main because DRG has bulldozed through, partially credited probably to the better weaponry, but it looks like they are on for a flawless at this point. Last player standing. Levius on the rotate to come through. Little fake action. They know he's in spawn. They have his scent and they are tracking him down. They want this ult orb. Funnel it to the right player. They wanted that knife follow to come one way or another, even in death. And the thrifty is, or sorry, the full loss is prevented. All in all, a really strong round.
Clean. Nicely done. It's aggressive, but it works. A lot of utility spam from both sides, but as you mentioned, the slightly better weaponry. You've got all the players focused on the same angles as well, so you can see why the attackers win this one. So now that we've got the guns out, we've got Spirit on the Dimensional Drift as well. He's been farming up those odd orbs. Might be a great opportune time to really set the motion in the favor of DRG if they can get this round win.
I think I heard a Spirit Z1 Dimensional Drift, and indeed I did. Really early to have it in that 3rd round, and it just gets information on where the Cypher is. It allows you to circumvent a lot of the Cypher utility. Bold to disengage in the cage and not even able to get past that Cypher trip, but the information garnish, you can fight back side. They recognize that. They occupied that space so fruitfully in the previous round that they have counted it perfectly. Nick 3 kills, the paranoia lands, but the scale up isn't effective enough. You're out of bullets, but the follow-up, the trades deliver. And Dragon Ranger Gaming now are on their feet, revitalized, confident enough to smack talk Billy Gaming on the road to recovery.
Amazing scaling. Did you see the patience and then the aggression just unleashed? Amazing shots from Nick, but it's the utility that set up the whole team. 3 players swinging together. Is this DRG or BLG that I'm watching? Because that was some beautiful synergy and teamwork right there.
Look at the money for Billy now. They have nothing. And YZ is still 2 off from the overdrive, so really the chances of conversion here are so slim. I mean,
no significant ultimates that they could use. You got them from the shadows and the the neural theft, but that's not gonna help you get an opening kill.
Not at all. Versus a Nightfall, if things get prickly. Achman also 1 off from the overdrive. Spirit Z1, using his no charge last round, it just feels like they're metering these ults really, really well. So that not only if they, like they should win this round and take the lead, but it feels like, again, a good roadmap to close things out. And Billy, while they'll have timeouts to hopefully weather these oncoming storms, the forecast right now is looking bleak. And now Dragon Rangers also being cautious, right? They get the opening kill, they don't immediately follow through. We talked about how they kind of rushed into the A fight and just fortunately won it out because of the better weapons. Not this round.
I think it kind of makes sense, right? This is DRG's more comfortable side, I would say, right? The double duelist, you get to dictate the pace. You know, you don't have to essentially worry about the attackers throwing in a 0 point and making your abilities all useless. You can decide how fast you want to take these fights. And so far, they're doing a great job. It's a little bit tempered, but it has that spice of the DRG kick as well. Flawlessly getting towards the site. And BLG are just all locked out of everything.
Yeah, I mean, DRG spites is you setting up a high-low in Boba to hold down this side, and I'm questioning what Billy's doing here. This worries me, and I think we're going to see a Billy timeout. I think they're just trying to deny the ult orbs at this point. You're not going to save a Stinger, a Judge, and 2 Sheriffs. Like, if there's something that screams the team is lost, it is a situation like this. Like, obviously, like, okay, like, the second round eco of a half, it makes sense if you're throwing away 4 players to the spike. But at 8-8 scoreline, that is brutal. Hey, that's lucky, but they're just playing for econ damage.
Okay. They got a Vandal.
Oh wait, okay. So you have one person saving a Vandal. So you denied the ult orb, so success to that degree, but still that's the lead gone. And I still don't know if you have a game plan moving forward.
I would love a timeout here. I do agree with that. They do seem a little bit flustered.
Well, we'll see very, very soon if Coach Bale agrees. But if you have a strat, you run with it, right? And that seems to be the call. Seems like they have an idea. And that's what's so concerning, is this is the buy round. It's 4 ult round as well. If they mess this up, they are handing DRG likely an 11th.
Yeah, there'll be an absolute rut, so I do hope they have some idea of what they want to do this time. It's just a stand in the open, a high-low setup from IZ as well as Neff. Here the orb being taken, one-way smokes getting deployed, but no contact just yet. DRG can explore the rest of the map.
It's reminding me of Haven, right? On their attack, where they kind of again just started over towards an extremity. We're always getting that ult orb, and BLG didn't really do much to punish it except for like one fluke round here or there. BLG, I just said if they use these ults without conversion that this is going to be disastrous, and we are already 1 down. It didn't find a ping, it didn't find info except for negative space. That's good info off the spy cam, at least for the time being. But even then, not capitalizing off of it, it's just util brutefully invested.
If they've got mid, they've no access to go back towards A. It has to be a B finish. There's 3 players of BLG here waiting to receive.
Oh wow. And that double duel scales up beautifully, each winning their own engagements. Levy's really good anchorage from backside. A lick away though from death, and the north F from Bukashu, the parting gift from this mortal plane. 6 HP, Reason Shield back. Spirit Z1, very risky to play disconnected from the team, but reaps the rewards as well from the late rotates, and just like that, back in favor 3v2, and with chip damage and 6 HP, feels inevitable that Dragon Ranger Gaming would shut down the buy run for Billy, and did it without diving into their ult reserve, Colden.
Yeah, that was really, really nice pace coming in from DRG. I love that they took mid control first. Spirit goes in for the entrance. Ackerman coming in from the flank. It just wraps around the side players. Levius does an amazing job to find 2, but this kill right here, Spirit catching the late rotate over, gives, you know, so much space to DRG. They have mid under control. They have market under control. They don't have to worry about multiple angles. They're all, the defense are all funneled in from CT, and that makes the post spam so much easier. 10-8, DRG are running away with things. It was a 7-5 half. 7-5 for BLG. It's been 5 rounds for DRG now, and they're looking for their 6th.
If there's anything like a good old cast curse, it's like we say something is going to happen, and then it doesn't. So you saying, okay, the team that wins both pistols is going to win the map. Well, Billy have only won that pistol.
And then fumbled the bag.
Yeah,
Just
absurdly.
disappeared from the server.
And this feels like a late time. Like I needed this timeout before the big potential round. That was the previous one.
I do agree.
I'm not gonna lie to you, because again, that felt like the make or break round here. Versus now, again, you're forced into an eco. You can come up with a one-off eco strat, and if they win this eco, that's thrown out the window. You're good. You're golden. You're back to back to a chance. But they lose this, and again, like it's 11. You lose that. They're running out of opportunities. Even now, they don't even have a buy. Like we said,
Yeah, what do you
it's
take
like
the timeout for?
Like overdrive, maybe. Look, that's a full shield. That's like the number one indicator that YZ's about to let it rip.
All right, you gotta have something convincing here. It's all 5 in the same spot. And they get stopped right at the doorway. It's just a 0 point that stalls the whole push. But perhaps it's a silver lining. DRG, they might not walk into the stack now. They might take their time, and that allows for the defense to even out a little bit more.
Oh, Nightfall in. Terror Tendril, though, not quite locating this judge. Neff is gonna go nuclear here. If I was gonna say the Dimensional Drift doesn't spoil it, that old orb farming coming in to clutch here to terraform the lands for this side execute. You mentioned the stack of players for both sides. Well, doesn't matter because these better weapons and this, again, thorough information gathering is so clean for Dragon Ranger Gaming. They have hit their stride. These are your underdogs in full swing.
I'm not sure if there was some audio cue, some audible that was being heard that caused 2 players on the defense to rotate off of site. After the 0 point hit 3 or 4 players. Like, was there something that made them rotate away? Because all 5, of BLG were here. Oh, sorry, no, of DRG were here on the A site. So
I think it's just a second
maybe
guessing.
getting a little bit antsy. I don't know. Second guessing, nerves getting to them.
Oh, this is the round, I think, to determine the game, right? If not, it's a lack of a buy for Billy. And with an opening kill like that and YZ on an island with no support, because I don't even know how your omen from side just fell. It feels like the momentum is just so strongly in Dragon Ranger Gaming's favor. And even if we get a miracle on match point, they'll have a timeout to get their way out. 4P2. K-Knight and Levius on opposite sides of the site. What do they have in the tank left? Or do you just save weapons?
It's gotta be DRG throwing it. DRG has to absolutely throw this round.
Hey, we've seen that before.
Crossfires are deadly. We have.
That's how we got to Sunset.
But will they do it this time? That is the question. BLG, they don't want to have a second look. They know their economy is in shambles. They need these 2 rifles into the next. They've got the null command on Neff. But that's about it. That's all they're gonna have up against the 12 of DRG.
On their side, I mean, look at this. Vukushu, I'm expecting to go hunting. He's the one that needs these ult orbs, honestly. They're gonna have the overdrive for Ackman, so it doesn't matter if he lives or dies, but... Oh, from the shadows is a nice insurance policy for Flexen as well. Like we said. Wow, we just cast a curse to this team. Have not won around since the pistol. Timeout and all.
Oh, to add insult to injury, I mean, you have no weapons. You have nothing up against 12. Oh, and that's how he dies.
What I was wondering.
No one broke the font.
He was so worried about helping keep YZ alive there in the elbow that it's just so difficult. And yeah, you should be celebrating. You should be hype.
They have not stopped a single execute. All these executes on DRG have been suffocating the double duelist. Again and again.
Oh, wow.
If it don't work, why fix it?
Oh, wow. Rushia thought he was about to topple the entire AXX and create a trip placement. This is a change. They placed the Cypher on the site, but it might be a little too late. Gotten through the layers of Util. They've taken the site. If it's an equal 4-on-4, you've taken Ackman with that ult out of the picture, but if Vukushu gets a kill, that's neural theft. That's reframing to the post plant. And Spirit Z1 is the best at poking and prodding into deep space. You see it on Haven. We're seeing it now. Or at least it's a double clear over here towards the extremity, but Flexen. Yeah, it just... This is when they falter. When they take these one engagements and YZ. Oh, that was close.
29 HP on Neff, a bullet away from death. A bullet away from dropping down to the lower brackets. DRG. A bullet away from victory, but It's not in this round. Not just yet. And Billy said, hold on. Hold on for just a second. Let's see how far we can go.
Dragon Ranger Gaming. And that'll be what? 3 more rounds for an overtime. Did we get the immediate timeout? Nope. Okay. And look at that. That was 7 in a row from Dragon Ranger Gaming. Finally broken by a miracle round out of Billy. And again, honestly, it was gifted by Dragon Ranger Gaming out of mistakes they made more than what Billy Gaming did. I'm gonna be completely honest. That's a scary prospect.
I have to give credit to Neff.
Yeah, that's
his null command actually did so much work to prevent any util from coming in from DRG. But now they don't have any ults to work around it. Right? So
oh wow.
Gotta just do it with the utilities that you've got in your belt. And instant damage dink onto Vukushu through the wall already keeps him honest.
Slowing things down after the perpetual A explosions that we saw.
Well, this time nobody's in A lane. It's fully open, both sides relinquishing control. But DRG might go back and find it that it's free for the taking. It's a full retake setup from BLG on A, heavy presence on B.
I mean, you can see they kind of like are respecting and are terrified Dragon Ranger Gaming at this point, right? That even screamed like we're giving them away market control so that we don't have to worry about it. Speaking of things to worry about.
Sense.
Yeah. Vukushu mid. They were low HP from the open engagement. That makes sense, but I'm worried about the timing from Rushia here. They don't re-clear this. This elbow exec could get shut down really, really easily. Trapwire's still up. They know these players are confined really closely in sight, and flexing, Nick, doing some damage here. The numbers are starting to drop, or even 3 apiece. And Achman still has this overdrive. Oh. Flexing, navigating the 1v3, attempting to do so, but again, it's Wisey when his team needs it most to step into the spotlight and guide this team away from the darkness.
Oh, it's the Neon this time to step up. But again, it came down to the wire. I mean, a couple of shots going either way, but BLG, great job to find Vukushu before the execute came in. In the one-way slow of Nick, tries his best, but the slide from Wisey was lovely. Catches Ackerman on the white swing as well. Final one. Back of sight. Here we go again. Timeout now being taken. DRG realizing things are getting a little hot under the collar.
Yeah, again, to me, you mentioned it's getting hot. They're probably out of breath. It's a breather, honestly. Again, I think they just need to resync again. They're making easy mistakes of taking these solo engagements that I think it just takes one collective exec and they are good to go. They are sailing. And it pains me that they didn't...
take a look at...
Yeah, go for it.
I just want to say I want to look at the ultimates because I feel like, you know, DRG is slowly getting a few. I know they just used the overdrive, but I think Billy are also getting up to their own ultimates.
So they are for sure.
We might be in for some messy rounds.
They've been stockpiling them. Again, just getting through these rounds by the skin of their teeth and put them better for it in the long run. You said DRG likes to sweat out these matches and their history proves it, but we somehow like go double digits almost every map. Obviously 9-1 off, like, and without an overtime, that'll be absurd. But this is the big round. Dragon Ranger Gaming broke. Maybe could get a little bit of a bye next round, but you mentioned those ults. They're one off from like everything except that null command.
Yeah. You got Nightfall 1 off, Sova, Antisuri 1 off, Dimensional Drift 1 off, and it's a full-on A execute yet again. DRG is sticking to what seems to work. It's the postmans that's the issue, but BLG, they themselves confident in the retake setup. So let's see the clash of titans, right? It's 5 versus 5 for the retake. With everything on the line.
With this composition, they have not gotten rid of any of these trap wires or the Cypher Cam. It's all just retake antics from this team. This is the difference. The double duelist, Achman, Spirit, Z1, they like to fight forward. Here it comes. It's going to be off the Nightfall. It let the Ripcord go, but the counters, the Nightfall, the players immediately flooding it from backside, and the Hunter's Fury. It is chaos left, right, and center, as you foretold, Colden. And it looks like Billy Gaming is the masters of the chaos for the time being. The players out of elbow, though, explode back out. They counter. And while they divide and conquer, that might just be the opening they need. Each side the Billy coin win their engagements, and just like that, 11th.
Wow, Billy, step by step, round by round, the DRG just cannot win a post plan to save their lives. Time and time again, they get the A side, but BLG have so much utility for the retake, right? They don't expend any util early in the round, and so their retake becomes so disgustingly strong. The position's all isolated, and out in the open you can see them.
Oh,
DRG.
wow. Frustrated.
Head in hands, literally.
Of course, it's a tech pause as well, only to prolong the suffering of the teams. Honestly, this is coming into this important of a round. I don't know if it stalls the momentum of Billy Gaming, then therefore favors DRG, or if it gives like DRG time to overthink what they want to do in this next round. So obviously, you can't chat with your team.
I think it just causes DRG to simmer in the thoughts of losing. What was this? How many rounds has this been? It was what, 8 to 12?
They won 7 in a row. That's all I know.
Yeah, so
math.
They've just got to be scratching their heads. I mean, they've getting the sites. They're just not winning the post plants.
And
they
again,
gotta expend the utilities somehow from their opponents.
And that's the thing. The rounds they've gotten on the sites really effectively have come off the dimensional drift, number one. Number two, I think when they're fighting into CT, it's very reminiscent of Haven, where they're doing it without utility, and I want to see some sort of joint util. This composition makes it a little bit difficult, but we're noticing, okay, Spears, the one and Achman fighting different extremities, that last round in particular, right? I want to see some coupling. I want to see like a relay bolt. I want to see like a flash, and they swing together, because that's when they're strongest, and we're not seeing that. So again, just get on the same page, go all in one direction, cut off half that puzzle, and it suddenly becomes a lot easier to flip the map, but...
Never mind. You know what the DRG special is? We do it again.
Oh, wow.
The exact same thing. At least this time they've got Vukashu. They've got Vukashu for a mid-lurk potentially. That might be the key. But they've just
been clearing it out so well every time.
They've just broken the Cypher Cam in mid, so now they definitely know that Vukashu is not with the team.
He can delay it really, really late. I think that's the solution here. But that's exactly why Billy is searching with all their might to find it. If Vukashu, though, goes nuclear here and finds even one, they are in for a world of hurt. And unfortunately, that is not the world we are living in. Now it's going to be already a disfitted situation. I mean, might not even be a retake. Like, they're droning main, and you don't have a triple on the flank. This just might be an all-out crunch by, again, Rushi on the elevated position. But DRG, through the smoke point, all three lined up, and that might just be game. YZ, K-Knight, they probably heard the drone from main. They're prowling for main. They should know where these players are coming from, except for YZ. Close, paranoid, it doesn't matter, the tag team. And it's down. The K-Knight. Positioned elbow, known off the shock dart. 7 bullets left. Here's Z1, 1 HP, but they're playing disconnected. They are playing this so safe. Crossfire established. Just gotta be careful of the RNG spray through the smoke. Gotta be careful of the recon. And this should be done and dusted. There it is. 13-11, your first grand finalist. Dragon Ranger giving from Ascension to history made. They will go on to face the winners of the lower finals, XLG, or EDG's winner versus Billy Gaming. There it is. Hype up the crowd. Relish in the moment, Golden.
DRG is the epitome of relentless conviction through obstacles, challenges.
Oh, they're crying!
They are your third. Oh man, you can see the emotions, how much it means to them. Third team in Valorant history where an Ascension team has made it to a grand finals and they have a chance to win it all.
Bro, I'm gonna cry with him. Oh my goodness.
So am I. Yeah, I mean, we see it as just a game, right? But to a lot of these players, this is what they've been working for. This is their life's goal, right? From Ascension, imagine that. An organization that's come in from tier 2, a second one in the Chinese region to make it to the grand finals. And even in defeat, you can see how happy Billy are for their brethren, right? Making it all the way, putting on an amazing performance.
And again, this is not the end of Billy Gaming. We will see them in that best of 5 against the winners of our lower round. And the shades coming back for Vukashu, of course. The cheers here. As again, history has been made with that victory. They sweated it out, but they get the win regardless. Now pose it up. They're all getting the shades back. Baku's handing them off. There it is. Wow.
Amazing, amazing stuff. So happy for them. Wow.
Absolutely. And at this point, it's inevitable for them to pull aside and have that winner's interview, but you gotta hype up the dragon. Look at that, that's so cute. I wonder if they know who's inside of it. That'd be like a W, but all in all, I wonder who's gonna pull aside for the interview. If it's the one crying, that'll be like so sad. But I love that they're doing the Toronto approach. They're taking the engagements, but it is gonna be Flex and pulled for the interview. We're gonna throw it over to our translator Beatos.
So how does it feel getting to the finals? We saw that we were pretty emotional.
难以平复，可以稍微平复一下。大家可以再把掌声送给福乐星吗？
我想说，这次因为是我年少时。
He says that it's his dream, like from when he was very small, that brought him here.
电竞的这一条路真的走了很久。那在今天的比赛开始之前，其实你们已经通过积分。
So what was the mentality coming into the match, knowing that you guys were very cold?
其实心态方面还好吧，因为自己一开始目标就是去巴黎嘛，然后我觉得今天可能比较特殊的就是面对 BLG 嘛，因为去年在
首尔，
对，在 BLG 也是。
He's like kind of this match is kind of special because like our goal used to be like Paris, but then he says that during like Seoul last year, like they had a lot of memories with BLG.
我在一个新的队伍。
Yeah, and he's like really happy.
赢回来了，所以很开心吧。
对这一场的 MVP 也是属于你的，我觉得这个无疑是对你能力的肯定，不要对自己妄自菲薄。那其实还想问到的就是，因为你之前可能单纯的是一个控场位的选手，但是现在你要肩并起指挥的职责，现在还在 battle， 可能比较心情比较激动。那你觉得兼顾
But how does it feel being IGL?
自己在个人的感受方面会有什么不同吗？
什么不好意思？
就是现在在打了指挥位，兼顾了指挥位之后，个人的感受方面会不会有些不同呢？
以前我作为控场，可能有很多道具是想给自己创造一种比较好的对枪环境或者比较好的站位吧。但是现在，当指挥。
Yeah, no, he says that as IGL is like before he was IGL just purely a controller player. He used this utility to like to create advantages or like positioning. But then like now, whenever he has to like think about his utility, the first thing he thinks about is his teammates.
在 BLG， 然后今天面对到的也是老东家 BLG， 心里会不会有一些比较特殊的感受在舞台上
？Yeah, and he says he just wanted to win today.
只是想赢他们。
只是想赢他们，证明自己。去年的8月，你们一起在首尔；今年的9月，你要跟着新的队伍一起去到巴黎了。有没有什么话想要对伙计们说呢？
And what do you want to say to your teammates?
有没有什么话想要对 DRG 的伙计们说
？He's like, thank you for believing me. I'll bring you guys to like greater heights.
对，大家非常的相信你，我相信粉丝也非常的相信你。接下来的
And that's it for the interview.
好，谢谢。
那我们的本场赛后采访到这里就结束了，接下来我们把时间交还给解说们。
Wow, and I mean, that just feels like a full circle moment. There was that little, like, I was like, this could be an interesting storyline for later, about how Flexen was on Bilibili just a year ago, competing up against Dragon Ranger Gaming, and now, like he said, he's gonna be the one to bring them to greater heights here, now beating his prior teammates, that core, right, of YZ, of Neff, of K-Knight, and I mean, just the growth he's had, the development with this team, so emotional, so deserved here, Golden.
Other than just that, right, his journey from a team that dropped him to now being the IGL of the Ascension team. I mean, he's had to climb all the way back to the top, and you can hear in his interview, right, everything he wants to do, his utility, his positioning, even his reactions post-game was all for his team. This is a selfless man that is on a mission for his boys, and I mean, what better storyline do you have than that?
And I didn't even get to talk about it. I'm wondering if the blue and pink hair was like in coordination too to be that duo on the team. It feels very planned.
It does.
Well, I'll ask that if I get to when we get to Paris, but all in all, again, this team, rags to riches type of story right now, and the fact that there's a world where we could get Ascension Team Grand Finals is astounding to me, and is something I really want to see. I mean, XLG would be trying to go back-to-back for regional titles, and DRG would be going out for the stars above and beyond after, you know, making that run. They could not qualify off of, like, anything but top 4, and they made it and are now, like they said, setting their sights further that they've accomplished that goal.
来抢，是我丢闪那个阿宽去，
这是哪？
我们4个人打就行了啊！对，他说要射大的，这一条大，你看着点，我没狗是吧？啊，尼克打远看，尼克，好，打远看，我反黑，我被黑了，哦，我先去，TP 了我，我没发抢了，交不了技能。该打了，挨动了，我们开大蛇屁股没堵。 能攻白吗？哦，这个 nice， 滑翔什么时候用掉了？我都不知道用。他交了4个大，4个4级的。
Wow, and I mean that's just one more hurdle they overcame, right? And of course, look, Flexen also gets MVP.
Oh,
that is
so fitting.
Amazing. I mean, again, he had multi-kills highlighted in the reel. And he talked about how he was both like enabling himself and being that support player for his team. It's absurd.
Yeah, and the round that they showed, I mean, it fully encapsulates that, right? That was the round where they 4-man fought for A main, despite knowing that there was going to be a lot of opposition on the other side. They let the duelists take the main brunt, and then Flexen, you know, being that supportive player to really lock down that side. So I think it's a great storyline of how he has really being that rock for the team when they need him the most, and in one of the most important games of their career, he puts on an MVP performance. Could not have a better storyline.
Absolutely, and again, I can't wait to see this squad in grand finals. But looking back at those moments again, some of the multi-kills again, how he was always the one that when they finally were able to break through these moments, it was off of his util the majority of the time. Again, head-to-head. The Almonds honestly were such a deciding factor in this series, and to say that when again DRG was a team known for the Clove as well, that's another thing to pick up as well, right? He used to be playing on a double controller, right, with Ackman as well. So now you're like taking up that sole responsibility. So you're a little bit like reined in, right? Because then you don't know like, oh, we're not gonna have the Clove in the post-death smokes anymore, so I have to stay alive longer, and to still be emboldened and put up that level of performance. It's just super impressive.
It's incredibly rare nowadays, like statistically, for a controller, especially an Omen, to have this kind of a performance, right? To frag out this at this degree when you are required to be smoking for flashing for your teammates. You're always like the second or third guy in, but still being the clutch factor when they needed trades. If you look back at the highlights, a lot of it is him going in with his teammates, the second one in, marking corners where his teammates aren't, going for refrags. It's those really important kills where you can't mess up, right? If you mess things up, you know, the round falls apart. So incredible work coming from Flexen, well-deserved MVP for him. And an incredibly exciting series. This map went all the full distance as well, 13-11. And the team that got both pistols didn't win.
And that, and also the fact that it was always they coming back from a 7-5 deficit half, right? BLG was always sitting at the half, and it speaks a lot to the DRG mental fortitude again of just playing it round by round. Again, keeping in mind like it's like they knew the maximum room or margin for error that they could like accommodate, like before like complete structure failure, right? And they just like pushed that to its absolute theoretical limit, and we're able to come back from it, right? We saw what happens when it teeters to the edge of no return over on Lotus, but again, you live and you learn, and we said it was a risk picking into that map as well, but I said, hey, if you want to beat the best, you have to beat the best, and while they couldn't on Lotus, they did at the end of the day in the entirety of this series, and they're going to play best of 5 eventually, so getting, you lose and you learn. So I think that VOD, if anything, is going to provide them so much for either a rematch against BLG in the grand finals, or we probably will see Lotus against any other team.
And now I'm so excited for a potential XLG DRG grand finals.
Oh my god, give it to us!
That would be history. That would be insane. But yeah, that was an amazing cast, by the way, Joby. I just
Thank
have
you.
to say, it was lovely casting with you, and so glad we got to watch such an amazing match between two teams that, you know, really want to prove it to be the best in the region.
Of course, and the fact that it's only the first best of 3 of the day after we had, you know, a very wholesome and explosive show match as well, and then leading into that entertaining and absolute cinema of a series, and that will decide, right, who goes up against BLG in that best of 5 lower finals. It'll be XLG versus EDG, and that will be Charlotte and Volt taking you through the action. And I love that I think, and I'm double checking, that no matter what, DRG should be rematching against a team, right? They went up against EDG and XLG, right, in the upper bracket. They just went up against BLG in the upper bracket. So either way, we got a banger from Dragon Ranger Gaming. Just which flavor?
Yeah. Yeah, that we will never know. That is something we will never know unless we see it on day itself. Vukashu might pull out a Phoenix. Who knows? He's pulled out the ISO already.
ISO now, yeah.
You know?
Again, that's just a Haven thing. They get double bans, so I'm hoping for a Haven ban, and I'm hoping for I'm referring to my notes. They better ban Haven and they better ban Bind. Those are their 2 bans. I'm telling you right now. If I roll up to grand finals, they don't ban those 2. I'm having words when we get to Paris. But
we really want to avoid the first seed's curse, you know. Toronto, that was
that is true. That
discussion.
was so bad to witness, but. Aside from that, as we wind down and get ready to throw it to a break, just a reminder, guys, again, everybody here at Project Horizon is doing this for the love of the esport, love of the community, to bring VCT China to more communities across the globe. This is an effort, right? You're from Pacific. We have Magnum, who is producing today from EMEA, our translators. I'm from NA. And all of this is just to make these players and their stories more accessible and hype up the VCT space. And we do it all for free. So if you're over on Twitch or on YouTube, you know, word of mouth helps if you can't support financially. And if you're on Twitch, we have some gifted sub discounts going on that you can check out if you want to spread the love here. But all in all, Colton, I know your voice has been dying from all of the action today and over in Saya, so I won't keep us tied up any longer. Do you have any last words before we say goodbye?
No, this was just the first series of the day, guys. There's still one more banger waiting for you guys, and Charlotte and Volt will take you through that. So very happy to be here, and yeah, glad to cast alongside you.
All right, and with that, we'll throw it to a break, and we'll see you on the other side for XLG versus EDG.
EDG hater.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Project Horizon. I'm Charlotte, joined by Volt, who just told me to call him the EDG hater. But, you know, no bias here on the casting desk. We've got XLG EDG, right? This is a very exciting game, Volt, for our lower bracket semi-final.
I mean, absolutely. This was the upper bracket semi-final last time around in stage 1. It was the reason that EDG could not actually... Yeah, it was the reason they couldn't go to Masters. Because then EDG got knocked into the lower bracket. At least now, the chip is off their shoulders. We know the 4 teams that will be making it through. But as Zobi was talking about that, you know, like, the whole thing about seeding is going to be pretty important. I feel like you just want to be the second seed, you know, you don't want to miss the Swiss stage. You want to actually you want to be coming in hot into champs, if that can be the case. Because I would agree, first seed curse is pretty real. It's almost as real as the champs winner curse.
Yeah, I mean, and we know EDG have suffered with that a little bit over this stage. You know, we had Simon go out, and then we had Jenny come in, ZJC, and Jenny go out, ZJC come in, ZJC go out, Jenny come back in. It's been a real shifting hot pot of players here on this EDG side, and
Yeah.
they haven't really been able to find any kind of stability, even here in stage 2. Partway through that group stage, they took the JC out, brought Jenny back in, and they ended up losing in their first upper bracket game against Dragon Range Gaming, who we now know are seemingly incredibly legit because they've beaten literally every other champs team from China. They beat EDG, they beat XLG, now they've beaten Billy to get to that point. These two teams, they both kind of want to prove themselves again, obviously not being used to finding themselves in the lower bracket.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing is, though, you know, we talked about DRG. They're already logged in the grand final. The winner of this one is going to be playing against Billy. And either of those two matchups are going to be rather intriguing. This matchup in itself actually really carries a lot of weight of what the region is, you know, because a lot of people, especially with all the problems that happened to XLG, they were a team also that in their run in Masters and then when they went to EWC as well, they had a lot of roster problems, especially with like how things were happening, them not being able to integrate No Man as of yet. I did miss my predictions, but I'm gonna say I'm still an XLG. Yeah, I'm an XLG truther. In any case, love to see that both Koldan and Madante, my man, are actually here on the XLG camp. So it's only Zobi, that the only disbeliever in the camp here today. But as things do stand, I do actually agree with the fact that the majority of people are voting for XLG. Like, they look like the more convincing team. You know, we were talking about EDG's identity crisis. Not just that, the fact that the veto basically for the two teams basically suits XLG to perfection.
Yeah, we will probably touch on it a little bit later, but just to sort of look at the map vetoes. I mean, from the XLG game yesterday, me and Zobi talked about the veto a lot. XLG have two maps that they haven't played. Well, they've now played one of them being Icebox, but most of the time, they first ban Corrode, second ban Icebox. That has been the two maps that XLG haven't played. Their debut on Icebox was yesterday, and they did look pretty poor on it. It was a 13-9 loss against All Gamers, but that also included a 3-9 first half.
Yeah.
So for them, Icebox, you probably don't want to play there again. The good news is EDG have been perma-banning Icebox. They played it once near the beginning of the stage, lost it 13-3, and have been first banning it ever since. So for XLG, you can ban Corrode. You know that Edward Gaming are probably going to ban away the Icebox. That's your two worst maps taken out of the pool immediately.
Yeah, and that also works out in the favor of the next few maps, you know, because Bind is one of the floaters.
Yeah.
That both teams were considering playing it. I mean, the track record is 1 win for XLG, no wins for EDG, and that was against Trace. And not saying that Trace isn't a legit team, they did make it to the playoffs, but quickly they just got tossed aside in the playoffs runs for both teams. And as you can tell, most of the statistics actually favor XLG, those being attack win rate, defense win rate, first blood percentage, and 5v4 win rate. And I feel like the last statistics especially is the main contributing factor. Another factor has also been what I would say the mysterious case of the disappearance of Varga. You know, like in stage 1, he was the best duelist in the world, bar none domestically. Like the numbers backed it up. It was like between him and Zekken, I would wager. But right now, like, he's just completely gone off the cliff, and you gotta say that the departure of YOU from the roster has really changed the way that Varga's approaching the team. He's still trying to find his footing. That much has been the case for Viva. You know, he's the person that has been the rock of the team for the most part. And as you can tell, very consistent results. The output is always there. And that is at least something that they've leaned back upon. It's like, you know, we can rely on Happy Way, we can rely on Viva, we can rely on setting up Varga for some specific maps. But right now, it's all about the integration of when do we utilize No Man and when do you utilize Varga more in like the flex spots.
Yeah, but for Raga, I mean, he definitely had a step up in form yesterday. I'm just going to get the statistics up now because he had a ridiculous Lotus. I think he got to like 15 kills before he finally died. And that was a 13-1 win for XLG. And that has been a key talking point, I think, for this roster is their success is very much tied to Raga's success. If he's having a good game, XLG look absolutely unstoppable. And yeah, that Lotus yesterday, he was 23-4 with a 452 ACS. I mean, that is ridiculous. But on the other two maps, he only had 18 kills total and he had 34 deaths. So overall, he only ended up +8 despite that incredible third map. So like you say, it's going to be about making sure that you can get Raga activated, because against all gamers, it already was looking slightly shaky. EDG are a completely different level of opposition.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, for AG, Spitfires, he was absolutely red hot. And I would be very surprised if either AG doesn't build a really competitive rosters around like Delby and Spitfire.
Honestly, I don't know if they need to change anything. Like,
I mean, here's the thing. That is one of the few things that I actually agree upon. Is like, what other roles do you get the upgrades from? I can be pretty ruthless and just say maybe you get a few pieces from Nova. Maybe you try to build a roster with like, you know, the best players that we have seen. You know, like I would definitely say that like Howdong would be an upgrade. But then it would, like, I guess, clash a little bit in roles and the way that the team plays. But one of the things that they have been touching upon there, like the Lotus, that is also another map that both of the teams like to play to pretty much the same degree of success. And with the two teams basically lining up for the Corrode and Icebox, it is going to make the other 5 maps really pivotal in the way that they are going to approach it. I have my own prospect of how this veto is going to go. But it will all depend upon like what does Avoya, the coach of XLG, actually have prepared, because you can instantly toss bind for your first pick. That is something that he can do. Ascent is also an option, so I feel like that there are definitely plenty of things that they can play upon once you get into the thick of it, because the first wave of bans is guaranteed. It's all about where do you want to get the decider going and what do you want to pick against EDG to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, this is the thing. A lot of the maps that these teams like are the same. They've got a very, very similar map pool, but XLG just kind of have overall, you know, a better round difference when it comes to these sorts of things, which implies they're either losing closer maps than EDG are or winning more blowouts than EDG are, which tends to sort of show a little bit more confidence on the map in general. But one key difference from that is, I think, the Sunset, where both of these teams have 2 wins and 2 losses over stage 2. But you look at the round difference, and XLG have a -13 round difference, whereas EDG have a 0 round difference. So the 2-2 for Edward Gaming is, you know, fairly representative, whereas XLG, it seems like they've been scraping wins. And yeah, against DRG, their Sunset looks pretty woeful.
I would actually have some pushback on that one, though. Because one of the main reasons that the round difference is that bad is the loss against All Gamers. Like, that was such a big loss, and that was their first game back from the international stages, back to being domestic. And, you know, that can definitely become a factor if that is something that, you know, you can talk about how did AG actually crack the code when they came back in week 1. But absolutely, I feel like, you know, they've improved a lot. I wouldn't say that they're one of the best Sunset teams in the world by any margin. Like, I still think that their setups are a little bit linear for my own liking, especially the way that they try to play No Man on the deadlock towards the middle and those trap plays. You know, they're good. I like the ideas, but I feel like they're very one-dimensional. But it's a lot better than that -13 would imply, because they lost, what, 13-4 to All Gamers on week 1? So, like, that's a -10 that you already have got to work against. And I feel like their wins, yes, they've been close, they've been scrappy, but that is exactly because the Sunset usually is actually one of their deciders. They don't pick it as often as they used to.
Yeah, I would still probably, you know, worry against picking that Sunset, because again, they've kind of had both sides of the stage be very, very worrying for them. You know, they started it out rough. They've kind of had their most recent game on that map also pretty rough. But we start to get the teams out here. And when talking about things that are rough, I think for EDG, with Jenny coming back in, their roles have looked very, very shaky. Yesterday, I enjoyed what they were doing a lot more, but they've had nobody playing the Yoru a lot, which is just feels like a big departure, and he has not been performing well on that duelist role. So we had him back on the Sova yesterday, and in fact, the 2 maps that he won, even back when we weren't in Chongqing, were when he was playing the Sova back on that initiator role, even though he has given the IGLing capabilities over to Chichu.
Yeah, and I feel like that is one of the main factors whenever you consider the teams. Like, the mid-rounding have changed a ton. But if there's at least some stability, it's definitely been in the Hitman. Kong is, well, he's been a torch of fire for the team. But that also contrasts to, like, the other point, you know? Like, we talk about the duelists, talk about the importance of Raga. For my money, it's actually about the newcomers. Both Nomad that unlocked a different angle and, well, I would say a different variety for XLG with the amount of flexibility that he has with the picks. And also, you gotta say, like, Gianni, pivoting over from playing a secondary duelist in stage 1 to the controller in stage 2, that has been such a big difference for EDG. Like, you know, we were talking about Flexen in the first series. He's one of those controllers that will have the output of a star player.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jenny hasn't had that, and he was back on the more duelist roles yesterday when they won pretty convincingly against Tai Lu. And, you know, you talk about duelists, you have to look at Raga, who, yes, hasn't been having the best performances, but that Lotus yesterday gave me a real hope that we can start to see what he's capable of again. And you combine that with Noman, who is constantly bringing the energy, constantly bringing the vibes up of this XLG team. He's got the name Mr. 3K as well, so sort of balance on texture in Pacific. And every time he was getting a 3K in a round yesterday, he was just sort of jumping up, had put the number 3 in the air. And again, the vibes are immaculate. And the key thing is as well, no man can speak English, which was really the main problem with MIDI coming in at Masters Toronto. So XLG, a much better system around them now, as we will start to see this map Vita come through as the last team huddles before we actually start this game. Come on out. These teams, I mean, everything is on the line, except, you know, they're already qualified to champions, but in terms of the pride, in terms of all of these teams, they want to win stage 2 for different reasons. EDG are the kings of China. They have been historically. Last stage was the only time that they haven't won a stage. And who was it that actually ended up getting on top? It was XLG, who want to make sure that they can reclaim their title.
No actual way. What are they doing? With that veto, they allowed the corrode to come through.
XLG banned Bind, which is very, very weird. EDG still banned away the Icebox, okay? Then a Lotus corrode pick before Ascent goes, Haven goes, and we do end up... No, we get...
Yeah, they banned the Sunset,
I'm trolling.
Right?
They banned Sunset.
Sunset.
When the maps are black and white, it's so difficult, especially with the whole X over them, to actually tell which map it is. No, Bind is the decider. So yeah, Sunset gone, which I guess makes sense. You know, EDG, XLG, they both kind of are like, on Sunset, but I would say XLG are a little bit worse. But the corrode coming in is going to be really interesting, because now it means that XLG will have shown every single one of their maps before Champions. Obviously, not Abyss, because, you know, Icebox is out, Abyss is coming in terms of the map pool, but having a hidden corrode could actually be very, very helpful for them. And considering how shaky their Icebox looked yesterday, you get another map that they haven't shown, and I start to worry a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, the comps, I would say, for this Lotus is pretty much what we expect.
It's a triple Sentinel from XLG again.
I love the return of the Sage. I mean, Raga has been pretty good on it. And even, you know, when you go to Champs, when you go to Paris, eventually the Sage is going to be a lot more potent. I don't know if you've watched the TMV video. It was talking about, like, the changes that the implication of the extended range of the wall would mean. Like, you can play angles like back C, for example, as a Sage after the buffs, and you can wall C main on Lotus. Like that was not possible. You had to play water. You had to be in a lot more of a risk. And I feel like something like that is gonna give you another dimension where, yes, on attack, you're pretty much the Joker. You know, like you're the wild card. You're trying to figure out whatever you can do. But on defense, like I feel like the Sage, especially with the increase to the range of the wall, she's gonna have a lot more potency in being an actual sentinel for what is probably the first time ever since the shattering nerfs that she's gotten on. But for EDG, this is part of course. This is the stage 1 part of course more than anything.
Yeah, Jenny being on the Raze, I like. And actually for EDG, there has been a slight change from stage 1. In stage 1, Jenny very much came in as a Yoru specialist. Kang was very much struggling on that agent. He could not figure it out. This time around, though, Jenny, he was playing the Neon. He's now playing the Raze here, and Kang has seemingly finally learned that Yoru agent. And I think it just lends itself a lot better to this EDG style. But Raga on the other side, you know, you think, why isn't Raga not on Duelist? If you actually look at only in terms of kill, like KD, Sage is actually his best agent because he's been popping off on it every single time. But either way, as we jump into Lotus, this one... There are still a bunch of question marks for XLG because, you know, that 1 win, 1 loss with this composition. Yeah, sure, it was a 14-12 and a 13-1.
Oh.
But they're getting dealt with here. Never mind, 2 kills back. Nobody is the one to press the difference yet again on this initiator roll. And it's an advantage for EDG as the door gets opened up. And Viva also falls. It leaves Happyway in the clutch straight away. Low HP on these players, but, well, Jenny deals with it. A swift 3k. And Edward Gaming off to the races here on Lotus.
They might have lost in the LPL, but here it seems like they're going to be putting a much better fight off the get-go. I've got to say, I understand that you want to take some mount control early if you're on the side of the defense, but then you would need probably either a little bit more util, or you would just have to be a bit more passive about the approach. You know, you could have only had Rarga and who is it? You could have had Rarga and Coconut on the angle together because the Omen then could have the Shroud of Step to go back. They didn't have that in that round.
Yeah,
so
and this is
they
the problem.
had to commit, you know,
Yeah,
in the way that they played. And it basically disabled any play that they've had right now. A few sheriffs that we do see. Actually, a single sheriff from Viva. That's pretty much it. And I doubt that there's going to be much of a problem for EDG, even if they hit that seaside that got 4 players.
Yeah, that was the problem with not really having a duelist, is it's so difficult to take that mound space on the defense, and conversely on Rubble on the other side as well. You just don't have that utility that, you know, a Raze Nade or Gate Crash or Blindside can give you. For XLG, they're going to have to be cautious about that in this round. Playing things further back, like you said, just the one Sheriff on side, playing this is very much a true eco. EDG, the smoke in their way. Just take things out for now. Seasonade's combination into the back, but they're pivoting over to the B site. And unless Viva can hit some ungodly shots, this, well, it should be there for them, and he's quickly dealt with.
This is not the first time that Viva got deleted right now. 2 rounds back to back. He had no chance of having any real input. And the Pistols pretty much will be trying their best to cause some damage and not give away any extra credits to EDG, who seems to be on the right track. Ankong already feeling like he's on a heater. And it's gonna be a pretty easy one for the rest of the members of EDG. Those Pistols were gonna go down anyways, but a flawless victory on the second round is such a good omen.
Yeah. Oh, actually, Kang's playing Yoru. Okay. I mean, it's a very, very low buy eco there for XLG. It's a lovely reaction there from Jenny into heaven, but for XLG, they wanted to go down to the spike.
Let's go!
EDG, they don't let it happen. So now, it's a full buy for XLG, but 4 Bulldogs on the other side of things. This is by no means a shoo-in for Sheila Gaming, and again, they're trying to contest over Mound, but without any duelist utility, it can be quite difficult. Now Rubble a free take for EDG. Sorry, it's all under their control.
I mean, if anything, I would definitely say that with all the light shields, things would have been different. Viva returned in the favor. He did not get to play Valorant for 2 rounds, and he's going to deny Chichu from doing much the same. Kong, though, not that far off the dimensional drift. But it's going to be yet another kill for XLG, so they're definitely playing their off angles, getting their picks. And now with the mesh barrier being established towards stairs, is going to be either a pivot towards B, which they elected against, the smarter call given that the 2 sentinels are actually setting up at B, waiting for that pivot, or a longer rotation towards C. And as you can tell from the very advanced util from Happyway there, that Tripwire is going to alert them to an early rotation with the cam as well. So XLG seems to have everything set up for whatever case this round is going to end up in. I feel like EDG are much more likely to stick to that C-select commitment anyways. But that means that they'll have to work against the stack of the players at water.
Yeah, they do make their way in, but a spy cam spots them on their way through, and Happyway finds one, finds the second. Nobody left to clutch. It's just a bulldog in his hands. It's not going to be a flawless round answered with a flawless round. XLG, no players falling, and they get to keep their rifles for another.
And it's such good play from XLG, especially those 2 kills, like those 2 openers. They were crucial for the way that they want to establish that game. If you play without duelists, you need to pick your fights on the Sage. And right now, it's just all about conditioning for Waga. Sometimes he's going to put the wall defensively, sometimes he's going to put it defensively, so he can use the abilities of the Sage to their best extent. The gun round is still there from EDG. Of course, it was a bonus on their previous, but as we said, now that there is a bank built up for XLG, round 5 is going to be an absolute cracker depending on the ultimate utility economy. But right now, the utility and the economy should be slightly in the favor of the defense, but it won't actually make them play aggressive. As you can tell, like the 2-player stack on B, they were just very wary of EDG lurking. Now they cleared away that option and that proposition. I'm interested in seeing how they actually will adjust their motion. They seemingly are going to be more heavily stacked toward the A site, which might be the wrong call. But I feel like EDG are actually also inclined to pivot away from C, so it might end up working well for XLG.
Barrier mesh towards B main means that XLG can, at least for now, ignore that side of the map. But as soon as it falls, Edward Gaming could be in business towards that middle site. You can see no man thinking about it, but a Prowler and a Haunt sent towards A means that XLG now inclined to believe that this is their angle of approach. However, it's just a lurk from nobody as the rest of EDG now setting themselves up for the B push. Rugger has been caught out. Nobody from stairs is now making his way through to the defender side spawn. Coconut from the C direction. He's also been found. A double opener there from nobody. The former IGL of EDG. He's unleashed now to go on these wacky plays, and it's working out. 5v3 and XLG, they've got to try and retake here in towards B site. They might just be looking to save things.
Yeah, I was about to say, do they even need to commit? For the way that this round has panned out, they just don't have any ends. It's not like that they can try to contest A link or try to contest stairs, both of which have been taken away from them. So it makes a lot more sense here to go for the save. They got a little bit of credits, not that much, like as you can tell, like 1600, 1700, with a loss bonus being reset. It's a lot better to try to keep hold of those guns, and it seems like EDG don't want to give them the contest either. They know that they too need to build their economy, but that is a bit of an estranged death for no man, and it might hurt their economy in the long term.
Yeah, I just don't think they expected a spike to be in that corner, instead expecting perhaps the plant tucked up close to heaven. No, because EDG, XLG, they didn't actually have any eyes on in the site either. No way of knowing. Took the gamble, took the guess, and it ended up being the wrong one. A slight mistake there, and among these other mistakes, it means that XLG take their time out. Voya spotting things that he wants to fix. And at 3-1, XLG are, threatening to run away with things here on this first map, which, let's not forget, is the map pick of Gilai. So, again, potentially danger there, but they should at least have enough to buy in this one. And I mean, in the game yesterday, I don't know if you were able to watch it, Volt. Havoya was very, very irate in these timeouts. There was one time that he was gesturing so much that the entire table was shaking, and you could see it in the camera.
Hey, I mean, here's the thing: when you're a coach, you've set up an established plan for your team, and you see it coming undone on the server. There's no worse feeling than that. It's like you set them up for success, and then they try to. I wouldn't say rattle the ship. They basically try to take a canoe and just try to work it out somehow. So it never works out well for the team that is losing, but it also gives away some valuable time for EDG. Now that they figured out how they are set up on the side of XLG, maybe things will be different, but XLG also went for a change. Both a No-Man Sonic Sensor and a Trip on the B side, 2 Prowlers detecting each other. And it might be EDG just feigning some early presence at the B site to get all of that utility force into there. The presence from Raga towards A-Link, the fact that you get to keep Viva there, means that the 2 extremities can be much easier to attack.
One player that I want to see a bit more from is No-Man. He's 0-2 right now, challenging towards this A-lobby push. And Kang has been caught in the grav net. He sends a gate crash out, but in the game against DRG in the upper bracket, No-Man had a really rough time of things playing on the deadlock. And this is a role that normally he was pretty good for throughout the group stage. He's been shut down again by Kang. Coconut is there for a trade, but well, now he's in so much danger. 140 damage dealt to nobody thanks to the headshot with a Phantom. Trading things out though. Raga on top of this wall. Been caught by the Prowler. Forced to dip away and nobody could get spammed out here as now he's the only one left. 1 versus 3 and it's not to be. Again, another 3k from Raga, but I mean, No-Man is just getting bullied here on this deadlock. He was 13-23 on Lotus against DRG, and then 4-16 on the Agent on Sunset in that game as well. This is unfortunate for a player that has been near the top of the standings for his side.
I mean, for the way that things should go, I would absolutely say that in a game like this, you would always look at No-Man as, you know, like, again, like you're trying something very different. Attacking side deadlock should have some potency if you have util traps, but they don't have the raise. So you can't really go for the paint shells and gravnet combo and just get some more guaranteed value out of that, if that makes sense in comparison to playing the Sentinel with Raga. But, you know, Raga seems to be back in full form. So I would always wager, you know, just give him the Sage. Play the game as it is, but speaking of playing the game in a different way, they try to go back from C, but it seems like EDG already, Gianni will find a pairing, and that is the play crumbling on its back. No-Man has to pivot towards C, but that leaves the B side open for play.
EDG not looking towards the B side of things for now. Instead, Prowler towards Mound, and Dimensional Drift here from Kang. Try and find a lot of this information sent in. No-Man has been spotted. Fake out clone coming through. Showstopper doesn't catch. A little bit of damage being dealt and getting spammed through the smoke. He's having a rough day. But Viva trades him out 2 versus 3. But Jenny pushing forwards and finding that pick. Yet again, we're looking for a clutch from XLG player. This time it's Raga. A 1-on-3. And he's still wrapping through spawn as the time ticks ominously low.
He gets a kill here. You can pivot back for the revive, but time might start to be the enemy. Nobody on the off angle. Might be unexpected. Will be unexpected. The recovery is great. The double peak was almost broken through. God bless Gianni that he was able to save that one. A quad kill in total and single-handedly winning the round for EDG.
I did get worried that perhaps they've mistimed this double swing there, the high-low. But Jenny just in time, in the nick of it really, to get that kill before Raga had the time to adjust and transfer. A great round from him, 4 kills. Again, proving his impact when he had a very rough time on this EDG roster in stage 1. went 4-20 in the map that eliminated them from Champions contention. But right now he's found his footing as EDG. They finally got a bit of stability in their roster. For what feels like perhaps the first time since they got 3rd place at Masters Bangkok.
Yeah, and you gotta say, like, they tried it before, of course, the double duelist composition, but as he said, like, first of all, Kong was not comfortable on the Oru, so they had to pivot back, and then Kong will play the ISO, which I feel like wouldn't be the best option on a map.
That was an experiment, wasn't it?
Yeah, it just is not the pick, unfortunately. Like, unless there's another ISO Reign of Terror, you just never go for that as your choice. But speaking of choices, EDG electing to go back towards the seaside. He's gonna be happy way on the angle, but he's not actually set up on the site itself. Nightfall comes in, doesn't find any real value. The Arcros will identify that there's a player there on the angle, however, but it will not be enough. Ahead, spotted, shot straighted back and forth, but at the end of the day, there's gonna be a spike plant with a 5-on-5. There is a resurrection on Rarga, and Happyway is only one away from Euro Theft, but they will need to get the ball rolling if they have any chance of finding this retake.
And they still have a couple of weaker weapons with them. A Guardian and a Bulldog in hand. Smoke's coming in, dark cover from Coconut. Jenny's up close. Chichu finding a kill. Raga, there's a double. And the resurrection onto Viva as well. Comes into a 3 versus 3 yet again. Nightfall being sent through to try and clear this space. That's information and sound taken away. Raga, he's on the warpath. He's on the march. And Coconut is there. It's up to Kang. A first found in a 1 versus 3, but that's all it is. Coconut has the lockdown. And Viva, with the defuse, gets XLG their 3rd.
An assassination there from Raga. Just finding both of those kills because the trade sequence has actually started in favor of EDG. But then Raga decided that enough is enough. That opener there from Chichu, it pretty much would have actually won them the round if they were able to stave off the offense from the spawn entrance. But then again, you know, when Raga's shooting like that, there are very few players in the world that can lay a scrub on him.
Yeah, and the thing is, he brings up Viva, who then has the Nightfall available. It helps them get the 2 kills on site. A very impactful revive there from the Sage player here from XLG, and he starts this round, but it's absolutely doming Kang there with the Outlaw. They know it's going to be a weaker buy. They know they don't have the shields for it, and Coconut, he's getting cheeky. Taking down Chichu, a 5v3 now for XLG. They're looking set to tie up this game.
I mean, it was a weak buy from the start, but nobody expected that EDG would just crumble like that. I mean, I say crumble, but realistically, it is XLG stealing the show. A player close on 3. Raga should have been pretty sharp. There is a reload, and it's not going to be enough for the satchel. Coconut still able to find the kill, so the advantage still solidly in the favor of XLG. At least the B side is empty, so that is a place where maybe they can go for a spike plant because they will need it severely. Look at the economy of EDG. Sure, the ultimate economy is well, but the finances is where the real problem is.
Yeah, for sure. Like you say, it's in a fairly weak position for both teams. EDG will be able to plant on C here. Trap wire in the way. Smoggy with a rifle. He could do bits as XLG, they're a bit slow on the uptake here. Expecting perhaps a B pivot, and well, now they know the C site is where EDG have ended up. You've always got to back nobody in at least one of these gunfights, even with a sheriff.
Smoggy has made his name on the Lotus here in the A site. And he take another side and claim his own. Nobody starts off really well. Smoggy will find another kill. It's Coconut, and the leader will be able to stop to the plate. A quad kill from him on that one, and it staves off the danger of the sheriff.
Yeah, it got very, very close. Again, this is what EDG can do to you. Yep, oh, that kill was ridiculous. Even when they've got a weak bite, they're still capable of getting these massive moments, and it needed Coconut to step up to the moment there. A 4K from him. EDG take a timeout. They want to put a stop. Whatever XLG have had going for them, Because there have been mistakes slipping through here, Volt. EDG, they've seen the game get tied up now, and this is where they wish to talk things through with their roster. We're 2/3 of the way through the half as well, so this feels like a pretty good time.
Absolutely, and I've gotta say myself, it's not like the game that they're playing right now is perfect in its own right either. You gotta give it to EDG, individually they're great. You gotta give it to XLG also. Like, there's very little you can do when like your team is just firing all cylinders like that. They're one of the teams that if the full firepower is realized within a game, I don't think that even the teams with the highest like ceilings can actually fight them like Gen G. But in this current game, they're a bit slow on their rotates, and that's the thing that has been actually allowing EDG to plant the spike as many times as they have. It's an okay thing if you're guaranteeing rounds, but as you can tell, it has facilitated another full purchase. The ultimate economy is in the favor of EDG actually, and if they're able to allow nobody to at least get an orb and plant the spike, they can have the ultimate ready for the post plant, and that is going to be a big factor for them in the long run. Speaking of which, No Man himself only one away of the annihilation, and EDG will start off with a bit of a slower footing, I would say. They're waiting for Viva to make a mistake, the shoulder peek there, luckily enough averting much of the crisis that would have happened if the Fade went out early.
Yeah, it's a solo initiator on this squad. Would be bad news, but for now, crisis averted. EDG just keeping things slow. There's a 4-stack towards this B site. Still Garden coming through. Viva has got to get out of there, but I don't think he's able to do it in time. Instead, the classic through the smoke. He's been able to get it thanks to a reveal as well. Very nice work. The combination of the utility. They've still got to wait to fight back in. Now Happyway has his ultimate neural theft. Information given over to XLG, and EDG are pivoting towards the A site. It's free and open for them. But they might not get there in time. Raga's trying to fight from long range. Viva as well. They both end up falling. Now a 3 versus 4. Make it a 2 versus 4 as Happyway again trying to play ahead of his team. And he gets cut down. Coconut with something, but Smoggy has the lock off, has the shutdown. XLG just, again, getting too antsy, not playing together, and give EDG the round.
Yeah, they could have been patient. They could have allowed the spike to be planted and then try to play the post plant instead. They tried to utilize the numbers advantage perhaps, and that is the downfall of a composition like the one that they're playing. If their players just don't shoot and the sprays and the shots are inadequate, the utility isn't gonna save you. And right now, you know, EDG get back to the winning ways, to get back to the lead. It is going to be a save for XLG, but if they are given an inch in this game, they can absolutely take an entire mile with the annihilation and taking care of that C side. XLG, big in numbers, the annihilation has not been popped yet, and I really like that call because they know that the Oro can TP away. They know that Gianni can also satchel himself away, and the blast pots are absolutely a perfect tool to create
alone on A.
But that distance is forcing them into a Raga. Now they know that he is there, though.
Yeah, the Sheriff, what? He gets 2? That should not be possible. Still, the site secured. EDG have it under control, have the spike planted, still at a deficit. The gun's not recoverable, though, from these defenders. Jenny is trying to play forward. Prowler out, annihilation coming through. I don't think it's caught onto anyone. Happyway there, firing back, but it's a trade out 2 for 2 now. Coconut left to clutch. They only got that Sheriff still yet again. Spots nobody. Trying to play behind the box, and it's just not to be. The game of death, the dance of demise, and ADG end up getting the round, but I don't think it should have been that close.
Raga is definitely making everything workable here for XLG. And again, you know, a little bit late in the way that they've played the round. And the annihilation itself, I feel like, was the crucial factor here. Where I was talking about earlier in C, about how you can create distance if you're playing the Rays with the blast packs, and that is exactly what has happened. If I'm a Voya, I'm a little bit annoyed about that one personally, because I feel like No Man could have definitely invested it into clearing drop, into clearing the back of the A side. It would have made things easier, much like Jenny has done with that pristine opener. But Kong Kong at least is traded back. Still a 4-on-4,
Yeah.
but I would still say it's advantageous for EDG.
Oh, but yeah, XLG only have 2 Sentinels in this round. I mean,
Out of 3.
yeah. Well, now they've only
Now
got
one.
one. Now they've only got one. No Man falls there on B. Again, he's 0-9. It's a difficult game for him. Smoggy taking down Coconut. It's just the march on forwards. Raga, I mean, we know he's good for kills, but he's just looking to save here. 1 versus 4, even he thinks that that's too much. EDG are looking to clear him though. Look at how many players are going towards his position. It's Smoggy through the box to take him down. No weapons able to be saved there from XLG, and this last round of the half is going to look rough economically.
I was talking about like the firepower of Gianni. Right now, that has been proven. Kong Kong is being more of a space creator, which is something that I never thought I would have seen, given the way that they've been playing early on in the groups in Stage 2 and the first few rounds of the playoffs. It was very clear that everything was devoted to allowing Kong Kong to be the fragging player. Right now, Gianni is the main man. 14 kills on him, 13 on Rarga. And the two of them are trying to run away with the early proceedings. I like that slow orb combination with the spray, but it doesn't find that much. You look at the rest of the buy outside of those 3 Guardians. A Vandal in the hands of Rarga, No Man merely on a Sheriff, but at least there's still the Grafnet that can definitely do some damage if they're able to play that one. But I gotta say, No Man has gotta play this game. You cannot afford to be a weakling in this stage of the game. Sure, you're still gonna make it to champs, but you don't want to have a display like that, because this is screaming that something is wrong with that composition if you cannot find any value from the deadlock.
Yeah, get him out of deadlock jail, please. XLG expecting the A push, anticipating this. Barrier orb goes up, so Kang is alone here on the site, and Gianni finds another one. That's a blast pack up. Raga though dealing with Smoggy, teleporting on in, but Happyway has been dealt with. Raga again is the one to find value, but now he's been taken out and it's on the others. No Man, Coconut, what can they do? Well, No Man can find his first kill through the smoke. Nobody falling there. Now a 2-on-2. Kang though, long range with this operator. We know he's usually good for these. No Man, he creeps into the angle. That's ridiculous. Now shut down. Chichu! Said it before, said it again. Challenge that man and you will fall.
Nothing's gonna work for XLG in that kind of spot. You allow EDG to get themselves into the clutch, into the late rounds. They are the masters. We've said that they're the kings of China, and they've tried to take a hit at the king. And despite Warga's best efforts and No Man's best effort in that one as well, fortunately for them, it was not a kill. So now EDG are probably gonna run away with the game. That purchase means that they should be reset again. And maybe a second timeout. Yeah, I was assuming that, oh, maybe there's a timeout, but then I forgot it is halftime. And right now it ends in an 8-4 score, which, you know, it's not the worst if XLG are actually able to convert the pistol, because that will make them competitive yet again.
Yeah, for sure. And again, it's an attacker-sided map. Let's not forget that. So, EDG are still in a good place, so that's the thing, you know. It's like, yeah, you can look at the statistics and go, well, XLG, there should be a better half for them, but yet again, we've seen the attack actually be, also the defense be a little bit weaker for them. Yeah, sure, against all gamers, they didn't really have much chance to showcase themselves, as it was an 11-1 attacking half, but with 3 Sentinels, and against DRG, they were only able to get 6 rounds, and here they were only able to get 4. Let's not forget, this is XLG's map pick, and right now, holes and weaknesses are getting exposed here. Again, you think double Sentinel, triple Sentinel, you should be doing better on the defense and the attack, and right now they are going to have to hope that very much the opposite is true.
Yeah, let's look at Gianni's output though. Like for the most part, 199, I believe that's ADR, or I think that's ADR.
Yeah, I think so.
Absolutely crazy numbers. 4 rounds where there are multi-kills, and that pretty much makes things near impossible if there's a duelist on that kind of fire form. And luckily enough, they're playing on a raise, so Gianni still gets to have massive input on those rounds. The pistol started in such a good way for EDG. They find 2 kills as nobody collaterals Nomad and Coconut. And right now, XLG are trying their best to scramble their way back, maybe back into A site, but the position that Hathaway is found, and with that kill from Rarga, things could go a bit better for them. Gianni very low on HP, 9 points for him, 40 for Chichu. We've seen a player in that stairs position before, and they've been able to win rounds on their own. They almost lined up for Happyway, but he still is being corralled by those 3 players, and they are gonna overwhelm them in terms of numbers. Right now, Raga trying to be cheeky. Wall is up. Gianni very low on health, but they have not detected his presence yet, which might be the final card. Now they know where the raise is. But the spike plant is not coming yet. Gianni found a kill. Look at that form from Viva. 2 from him, 2 more to find in the clutch, but he will not be able to miss Smoggy this time around.
Another pistol goes the way of EDG, and this is where the alarm bells start to ring if you're an XLG fan, yet again. Their own map pick. He's lost double pistol. And, wow. It looked pretty shaky so far. Gianni being able to get 1 in that spot on 9 HP is fairly criminal as well. It's like the one place they haven't cleared. Even still, he finds value. I see Mound Push not working out. They're going to go for it again, XLG. And Kang's here with the Marshal this time around, just sending hip fires on through the smoke. But he's got to get out of there. Chichu caught by the grav net. He's now forced back. XLG, this is a very, very speedy push, and they've been able to get control here of C.
It's beating the timing of Kong, but he still is going to go down in the end. Spike plant though, so I feel like for 5 classics, that is absolutely mission accomplished. It's all about how much further damage you can inflict. Happyway trying to take a timing. Him and Nomad are going to account to absolutely nothing, because Gianni is on fire for the series, and him and Kong are going to finish the job to put EDG on double digits.
Yeah, at the very least, like you said, XLG, you're able to get the spike planted. That's 300 credits per player into the next. A little bit of an economic boost, but 4 players left alive for EDG. They are not going to mind that one bit. They don't really have to reinvest that much in their bonus round, and that means that come the 4th round of the half, they will be able to have a pretty good buy themselves. Yeah, not spending much money at all. Plenty in the coffers. For XLG, though, it is full rifles, as you would expect from their anti-bonus. They haven't found success on the attack so far, where it was an 11-1 half yesterday on this map. EDG proving to be a little bit better opposition than all gamers themselves. Kang, he's got the lineup, got the read, and Coconut falling early.
No real viability there from the deadlock GravNet. It actually captured multiple members. It's just that the timing for XLG did not sync up to that util, and they couldn't explode out again on rubble. And that's the problem with playing no duelist. You don't have the movement. You cannot exploit the space, and it leaves them slowly scaling onto that seaside. Very audibly hurt as well by Kong, who is ready now on a full rifle, waiting for the spawn, but Ragnar finds the noggin, and he's able to find the kill as well. XLG might have pulled all the rotations. I was thinking that maybe they're gonna pivot back towards the A site, but instead it's a full commitment on C, and that might be a problem. Chichu identified, figured out, 2 players on the wall, but he's trying to buy as much time as possible. For now, the rotations have also been pulled from EDG. All the players are on the site, and the Sheriffs are starting to have effect. The Grabman and now Smogging his face for a double kill from the Sheriffs, and the bonus converted breaks the back of XLG.
Yeah, you'd think that's the map over now. 11-4 on the scoreboard. And XLG struggling here on the attack of Lotus. I mean, they struggled on the defense as well. Having a little jiggle peek. I mean, that is quintessential Raga. He only finds the one kill very quickly. EDG are there to punish. Nice job from them. And XLG now back down on an eco round. The timeout comes called. Do they force? What can they do? They save here, and then you're looking at a 12-4, most likely. 8 rounds in a row needed to get to overtime. Even from this spot, if they want to avoid overtime and win the map outright, that's 9 in a row that they need from this point, and that probably includes a save.
Yeah, and I gotta say, this is one of those spots where maybe picking the bind would have actually been a lot better.
I agree.
Because, you know that they're good on Lotus. So I'm going to say, like, from the veto, from the get-go, I was really surprised by both the banning of the Sunset and the selection of the Lotus as the first map. Because you're supposed to be so much better in the different variety of maps. Why would you pick one of the maps that EDG are actually looking good on? Is something that I would never know. Raga and Coconut pulling their weight for this part of the map. I know definitely Raga's shooting in all cylinders, but you gotta say, like, not the best of starts for Happyway and No Man. And I was highlighting, like, you know, the different ability of the clutches when you compare players like Chichu and Smoggy to Happyway and Viva. The XLG pairing just haven't showed up in the same way that the EDG players are. They are big games player for sure, but right now this is a big game for the side of XLG, and they will need a victory. They will need something. A miracle here could start with that shot from the Sheriff. The A side is open, but they are very wary of an EDG pincer.
At the very least, they've got 3 Sentinels, so if they do get flanked on, that would be a very major surprise. Instead, it's the baby door where they do have to be cautious of that B site. Potential cause of concern, but coming in through tree. Push on through. Viva does come down, but the Sage Wall has been the death of them right there, because they push through. EDG cleaning up house. Map point now secured, and yeah, it's an anti-eco, but that sets XLG on that road. 8 in a row needed. It is a mighty tall mountain to climb.
Not just the mountain, and not just an incline of that, it's also the fact that you're carrying the baggage of your composition just not being the best on attack. You need to be very slow in your approach, and EDG are approaching that perfectly. Like the traps that they've set there, they can easily break the wall, try to pincer from multiple angles, and right now they're trying something different, you know, exposing that movement. Vianney on top of the smoke. Sure, he got no further tools, but Coconut finding a double opener out of nowhere can put a monkey wrench to any plan of EDG. Those are the 2 main men gone from the mission already.
Well, that is certainly quite something. XLG getting the better of Edward Gaming there in the opening of things. It's all Coconut. Now nobody, the next one to step up to this plate. Sneaking past the sonic sensor. But decides to fall away from it at the exact same time that No Man recalls his utility. Just Chichu and Smoggy here on A up against this entire squad. The tree pops again. Happyway, he's gone forwards, triggered the sheer wall. The Gravnet comes on in. This utility, it's a bit mistimed from where the players are actually trying to push now. Paranoia through. Smoggy underneath the dark cover as well. He can't see, but still gets a kill. Dropping down, there's a double. No Man gets the double himself. And now it's all nobody. A 1 versus 2. Left to try and find as the spike plant comes on in. Beaver and No Man falling back. 3 is where they're going to decide to hold this.
It's a nightfall. You risk the investment. Aunt and Aziz both should be present in that part of the round. Nobody going for something ingenious. Oh, if he has found the lineup there, that might have been the round. That might have been the game. Now there is a chance for XLG, and with time running low, it should be pretty much unlosable.
Surely not.
But nobody might prove me wrong. They peak there, and a sigh of relief for XLG as they get one more chance on the Lotus.
For a second, I thought that nobody was going to use the Nightfall onto towards Tree and then trigger the door to make sure that they wouldn't be able to hear that revolving door activate. Instead, he opts to just sort of play his life, doesn't want to waste the ultimate. You're 12-4 up, you don't need to get desperate in plays like that. You can just go, yep, we'll just head on to the next. Make sure you just bank up all your ults and use them. This is what Gentlemates fail to do. You see his nade towards A lobby, and the Haunt going through as well. Nobody, he wants to get up close, and he wants to let this Odin sing. Doesn't find anything from the first, and XLG have very quickly vacated the area.
Surely, like that Odin, of course, is not gonna sing some Christmas carols. It's all about doom and gloom and the misery that Concon could be in if he is not ready for that shot. First up, but forced out. You got there an annihilation that doesn't really find much value, no man. Just gotta say, the deadlock has not been panning out, but at least he seems to be firing again. So mechanically, he's gone back to the full form. You gotta say that EDG, you never discount them off any clutch. Sure, they're down a player. They might not have the most ultimates, but now the Nightfall comes in with that shot from Concon. Things might be very different. Raga with the resurrection double kill from Coconut. And Concon is the last player standing in a 1-on-4. HP bars might not be the best for XLG, but it is all about keeping them there, because Concon can definitely try to force a few exits if he stays alive.
Yeah, instead he picks up the operator now, gets out of things. Makes sure that none of the XLG players are chasing him, and indeed they're not, just hightailing it away from Mound, out through the attacker side spawn. It's a round for XLG, still 6 now required, but it is a start, and well, that's kind of what I was talking about at the end of the previous round there, with nobody using the Nightfall. Is they're not saving their ultimates to be used all in one go, instead getting antsy with it. A sign of desperation, perhaps, and again, we've seen it many, many times with Gentlemates in the MEA. We've seen it with Gen G in Pacific as well. That desperation comes through, you don't plan for the future, and XLG can start to claw things back.
I mean, 6 more rounds. That's what XLG need. They're trying to beat the timing, but instead, they absorb the util pretty well, which I feel like is something that XLG will need to do plenty. They'll need to keep feigning presence, they'll need to keep feigning a real hit, so they absorb more and more util. The 2 flashes there from Concon, not the end of the world for them to be playing against, but the Dimensional Drift is going to be a pivotal tool in the way that EDG are going to navigate their retake, but it might seem that they don't even want to allow XLG on the site. Concon posted, and the smoke will fade now. No further cover for XLG. But with a minute left on the timer, they can definitely still pick and choose where they want to go.
Yeah, the whole thing of this round is trying to play around that operator, making sure that Kang doesn't know where you are, making sure that he can't get the better of you. He's posted up here on B main. It is the right call. There's no man falls there. Perhaps XLG want to try something different. Instead, they pop the baby door. Gianni inside of that main area as well. Gets the catch. 3 versus 5. XLG. Their hopes are waning. They can go back towards A. The sheer wall will be a challenge for them to navigate. 2 players get past it. Chichu here already, trying to wait. Raga has to punish on nobody who's trying to get them, and Raga, that's a double. Now a 3 versus 3, but look at the time. It's so damn low. 12 seconds left. Raga, there's a kill. Viva falling. Coconut has to try and plant. Chichu's also on 1 HP as the spike gets planted. Raga, there's 4. Now looking for the ace. Heals up his teammate. Falling back in towards Tree, and the watch over from main. Smoggy has got to try and isolate these 1 versus 1s from the shadows coming through as well, just to try and double up. The only thing is the spike, it's not planted for them. There's the jump spot onto 1. Still, Smoggy doesn't know about Coconut's position. XLG are playing the smart. The first tap not buying anything, not taking the bait, just a couple spams through the boxes. Now Smoggy knows where these two players are, sends out the smoke to try and get in the way, and that's Raga falling. He's got to try and get on the defuse. Coconut pushing forwards, trying to spam. He's got a Phantom, low HP! And Smoggy falling. XLG stay alive.
Yet another such a close call, and it was not for Raga and his mechanical prowess. This round would have just gone terribly wrong. You gotta say, smooth as a hot knife through butter there. Just look at that replay. It was almost a collateral from Kong Kong, and that bait and switch. Yeah. I thought that the round was over right then and there. But the one thing that Raga did really well is actually identifying that what the hell was that second shot, man. I didn't even see it in the replay. How the hell can you find shots like these?
He's unholy good. But this is the sort of plays that gets teams out of these ruts and things like that. He's 21 and 16. Top frag in the lobby as Jenny has had a bit of a quieter time of things since the switch. But even still, all you need is one round from EDG to go their way. And Kang has found the opener again. Happyway's also having a rough time of things. 4 and 18 for him.
Yeah, him and No Man, unfortunately, just haven't been finding the form. Well, speaking of which, the latter proves me wrong. That is the caster curse I've ever seen one. And with the sheer prog, maybe EDG want to set up a trap play. They've only got one rifle in their acquisition, and that might allow XLG to just decide that enough is enough. You know, they pull back, things are safe, Raga is healthy, and all four can just go back towards either B or C. But whichever side they choose, there is a player that is either jump spotting or waiting for a timing. It is going to be C in the choice. 35 seconds, and the rotations are already made by EDG.
Nobody has been able to grab an upgrade here. So instead of the Vandal, he's now got... Oh, sorry, instead of the Stinger, he's now got a Vandal in his hands. And that could be a big boon for them. Obviously, the rest of the team on Cheris, it might not matter, because Jenny is delivering death blows, and there's nobody with the rifle. Like you said, time so damn low. Chichu, he's on the site here in a 1 versus 2, caught in the reload. Classic gets it done from Happyway. Revived by Raga in that round, and he saves the day for them. Now just a 4-round deficit, but goodness me, this scrappy Valorant.
My heart has dropped from that round. I mean, that exchange at B was absolute. Look, there's labored duels, there are whiffs, and there are absolute glue fests. And unfortunately, I feel like the final duel ended up being the latter. It just has been a couple of great shots from Gianni. We've seen multiple players in this first game of the best of 3, like firing some pristine shots from the Sheriffs. But at the end, it was that. You know what, guys? I will say it, just for this performance from Raga, it is worth taking a timeout, because that round was so close from EDG. I feel like they've definitely solved the Rubik's Cube, but the problem is, it's not really like a safe Rubik's Cube. You know that like fake treasure chests that like, I don't know what they're called. They're called the Mimic in like a lot of the games and anime. Yeah, that is basically what XLG are. They're pretty easy to figure out, but they're very dangerous if you're unsuspecting.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing as well is XLG have now started to string rounds together, and EDG, they need to put a stop to that momentum. To the timeout being called to, again, let their players take a breath, get back in this game, because you can see it. They've been having good starts to the rounds. That's the thing as well. They've been starting well and then crumbling, falling apart. You just need one of those opening kills to get converted, and suddenly this is a completely different game. For XLG, keeping on top of things, not getting complacent. Yes, you've won 4 in a row, but now here's the timeout, and it's a 4-person push coming through from EDG. Kang abandons it to go towards C. They've dealt with the trap wire.
I gotta say, it's necessary. They need support on C. It's a full-on commitment from XLG. They know that there must be a player there. Such a great grab net. It isolates Chichu alone on that duel. Revealed, taken care of. Excellent work by XLG there to break that one down. That looks like an actual round of why you pick that calm. The deadlock viable. Ooh. The pain shells buying valuable time
shot
though.
Through the wall.
And that might allow them a way back into that one. If nobody's able to win that 1-on-1, Happyway has not been having the best of days. He's still expecting the duel. He's expecting nobody to be there. But until the spike goes down, everything still rests on that one. Night falls just to create the space. Nobody is trying to be cheeky around the angle. Raga spotted, and that is the main man. Right now, the rest of the team have got to figure it out together. The paint shells are still there from Gianni. Well, perhaps this is too little too late. Their economy is suffering, and they will choose to back off and save.
There's really nice awareness there from Happyway. He knows his trip got destroyed in the back, and they have a 2-player advantage at that point. XLG can afford to just have one body, watching that B main position, making sure that nothing goes wrong. Obviously, nobody to slip the net a little bit with a kill onto Raga. But it doesn't matter in the end. He still can't get anything done. And like you said, EDG, they decide to save here. No one from XLG goes punishing or hunting either. Just keeping secure in their weapons, secure in their economy. Because they can't afford to have these rounds be particularly close either. They want to make sure they save as much as possible, to have as much in the bank as they possibly can to allow this potential comeback to come on through. Again, it's now 5 in a row from them. They keep on pushing. EDG just a couple of hero rifles, the one saved from the previous. They have to try and do it all. Smoggy and Jenny here with the guns. Everyone else just a sheriff. We do know what EDG can do with this lower buy.
I like this from XLG though. That's their own smoke right there. Just trying to absorb the pressure. They've seen them do that before. They know they might go for the play. The seize is there and it will take away the space. No man is still able to find the kill somehow. That was absolutely filthy.
They had the reveal from the trapwire there, Volt.
Yeah, and here's the thing, with the Sage being present, the damage from the paint shells is pretty much negated. It's like they've done nothing and wasted a pivotal ultimate that might have won them a post plant in the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, this is the same thing. They're using their ults when they don't have to. Kang though, his position not expected. Find the kill. Annihilation to try and clear that position. Dealt with. Kang just a sheriff in hand. Again, it's still lethal. And it's in his possession. Happyway though has the better of him. Now Chi-Chu to step up to the plate, to step up to the mark. His Razorvine's caught up above, and now he's been spotted. Now he's been dealt with by the Gravnet as well. They know he's inside of this cage, trying to creep on forwards, and now shut down entirely. Smoggy yet again saving this Vandal for the 2nd round in a row. XLG get closer and closer now, just 2 rounds away from bringing us to OT.
I don't want to mention it, but absolutely right, Charlotte. It's pretty much just teetering on the edge of it being a beautiful comeback from XLG, but for now, the ultimate economy still slightly swinging in the favor of the defense. They're 1 away from the Steel Garden, 1 away from the Nightfall of Nobody, and also Smoggy only needs 1 from the Shadows.
And 2 away from Kang as well, so Dimensional Drift can also come online.
But as I was about to say, like, the main problem for EDG is not the way that the rounds end. It's just the fact that the way that they start the rounds, they overinvest in the A push for the last 2 rounds, and they don't have any further timeouts. So there is no real way for them to communicate with their coach and try to figure out how to play that one out, because I feel like they're starting to get lost in the complacency. That is something that we've said before about XLG. I feel like EDG are falling into that trap right now.
Yeah, and suddenly it's not just complacency, but desperation. Because they know that XLG have momentum. They know that XLG have what it takes to win these next 2 rounds as well. They've been trying to push on forwards. XLG now just looking towards B. Very simple, very clean. They know there's probably less players over here. The operator from Kang over on C, but a C is massive. And Kang is just watching, waiting to see whether they pivot back through that door instead. The site's under their control, and the plant is coming in on 5 versus 5.
Your mesh broken on one side, the other one not that valuable. The operator is not going to have the best of value in the retake, and it starts well for XLG. And that barrier mesh right there, keeping no man alive, blocking the bullets. You've got to say that they've got a pretty deadly 4-man stack. The only way to break it really is going to be if Smoggy is able to take control of that part of the map. But with him being spotted by Happyway, there should be no way back for them into that one. And it seems like... okay, I'm sorry. It seems like XLG have done the impossible. I'm just really flabbergasted at the way that they've got that one back, because I'll be very honest with you, outside of Rarga, it did not look that enticing. Rarga has run out of steam, but somehow the rest of the team has been picking up the slack.
Yeah, they absolutely have. The two players that we were saying were having a rough time, Happyway and No Man, have started to sort of come into the moment. You've still got Coconut firing, you've still got Viva firing, who was a massive player for them yesterday against All Gamers, basically won the map of Ascent for XLG. And again, he's the IGL. You look at EDG, and this is where the IGL question starts to be posed, right? It was nobody. Now it's gone over to Chichu. He's no longer having the performances that we're used to seeing from him, 7 and 12. And EDG, they still have been looking a little bit shaky. And if they don't win this one, we'll have let a 12-8, oh sorry, a 12-4 lead slip.
Yeah.
That is when the questions do have to be posed about this the instability that's still plaguing this Edward Gaming squad.
I mean, I gotta say, like, the tactics themselves are okay. It's just the fact that mechanically, maybe they've... That's the thing about EDG, is that they need a round like this to get the things going. The Thorns start off, the Steel Guardian is there as well. You're speaking about those ultimates, and they come into fruition just in the right time in the final and ultimate round of regulation. They find themselves in the lead, 2 players ahead. The Steel Guardian eventually will expire. There's still players at 3. Might start making some thoughts. Actually, all 3 are there in the angle. The flash is not good enough. Raga still able to open things up well. 4 on 3, 35 seconds left on the timer. They might have enough time to go back towards B, but C is definitely denied as an option.
Yeah, I do like that from EDG, though. They just sort of step back a little bit, not wanting to get too aggressive. They know that that's plagued them in the past. With a spam kill from nobody, taking down Raga. It's on Viva and Coconut. The 2 versus 4. And they're isolated from each other. These 1v1s trying to be taken, and nobody here on B can put a stop to this entire push. The C's keeps them in place. Viva now wary of the behind. They've got to push forwards. There's only 4 seconds left. They've just about got time enough to try and get this. Coconut has tried to save them. Now it's on Viva. The weight of the world on his shoulders. These 2 EDG players, they can try and swing together. He doesn't know where they are. And Kang gets it done. EDG at the final moment grab the map and drag it across the line.
That must be disheartening for XLG. They've done everything that they could have to grasp the straws back off their own map pick, but it just was not the case in the end. You gotta say, pretty valiant performance from XLG, but there just needs to be more to be done. I'm looking at Happyway, I'm looking at the start from No Man, I'm looking at Viva in the entirety of this game, and I gotta say, those are the people that I expect to step up. Sure, EDG has always been one of the teams that they have struggled against before, but in this year, I was expecting maybe some more in Stage 2, because they already won against them in Stage 1. You would think that the anxiety have passed over them, but it just doesn't seem to be the case. They didn't need to be forced there. I understand that there were pain shells, and it was a damned if you do, damned if you don't spot, but again, like, it's all about absorbing the util with that composition that they're playing on the side of XLG, and that was something that they were not capable of.
Yeah, interestingly enough, though, XLG are 1-1 in the VCT against EDG. Kickoff went the way of Edward Gaming, and now Stage 1 obviously went their way. But when you look at, there's 2 off-season tournaments played before this season that XLG played, and they actually beat EDG in both of those. So potentially a winning record, but right now when it counts, EDG, they have stepped up to the moment, despite heroics from Raga, despite heroics from Coconut, from Viva. XLG just, they didn't quite have enough to take things over the line.
Yeah, well, there's the man of the hour there, Raga. Unfortunately for him, despite all of his efforts, there was another shooter present on the side of EDG, and all credit has got to be due to Gianni, because if it was not for the red hot start from Gianni to have somebody to match the rising comet that was Raga in this first half, this might have just been XLG's map.
Yeah, for sure. And again, that comeback got all the way to the end and just the train derailed just before the final station. Which is, yeah, it's just so damn unfortunate for XLG. But again, the mental fortitude is there from Edward Gaming, where, you know, we were having questions. You know, I said about the IGL switch from Nobody to Chichu. There have been some questions raised about it, and I just want to see this second shot again. Yeah, ridiculous. There have been those questions posed, but hopefully this does answer a few. Yeah, sure, they should never let it get to that point, but it did well to keep things in the running. So with the team comms coming up, we'll be able to tell in at least one of these rounds how EDG were able to come out on top.
我不是狙，我一点不给你封烟了。不封。那我先去靠 A B 连，你自己在来妈在了，来妈在了，来准备接点。C 大要单向吧？啊 ，C 大要，给了。好，他怎么进来了？他蹭的。OK。进来了吗？没有，就是他一个。Sniper 跟奶妈没进。哎呦，兄弟，别，他们可能在这刀具刚说。现在还有，要来，还是想打。我看不见。保安都在。强死了！我在帮你后一个。Nice， 外面 ，Nice， 打不到我，我知道我回来了，我来不及了。是，我开始以为你是鸟狙，不是，你不能走啊，你下次。
In the most deserved fashion, an MVP for the man of the hour. We spoke about how important Jenny was for the team. 7 multi-kills with a 1.8 KD, almost 300 ACS. And as he said, like, sure, he wasn't really the sole proprietor of their victory, but him being there early on in the game to try to dwindle Raga, at least stand head-to-head, that eye for an eye was everything. And he and the utility from the Rays was just very good, unlike what we've seen from XLG, you gotta say, because that it is a comparison. It's two teams playing against each other, and they look pretty sharp. XLG, unfortunately for them, just feel like that they were pretty disconnected in a few of those rounds, especially on the attack.
Yeah, still though, defensive woes, I think, for them, but for XLG on this map, you know, you're playing I'll said it before, and I'll say it again, you're playing a triple Sentinel comp, and you're only able to win 4 rounds on the defense. I mean, Sentinels are there for the defensive side, so, again, there is weakness there, and it's another close loss for them on this map. This time, though, they picked it, and now they've got to try and fight on Corrode, which, again, is a map that we haven't actually seen from them. We'll talk about that more in a second. Let's just have a look at the overall standings here. Again, Raga 23 and 20. You look towards the bottom end of the XLG scoreboard, and, I mean, again, we pointed it out in the map, but No Man and Happyweight, they had a rough game.
Yeah, like, I mean, even Chichu had a rough game himself, but
yeah,
it was really up to which of those two teams at the end will actually have the mental fortitude to carry the torch on to the end. And as you can tell from the first bloods, I feel like that is the stat that is most important of that. 14-10, so close for XLG, but when push comes to shove, the first blood conversion has been really good for both teams. Whichever team got the 5-on-4 most likely ended up winning the round.
Yeah, there were a couple times in pivotal moments where we saw, especially in that second half, EDG start out well with the opening kill and then let things slip. And, you know, when that starts to happen as well, that's when the worries about the mental happen. It's not like they're getting completely destroyed, it's that they're letting things slip away from them, which can often weigh heavier on your mind. But when push came to shove, EDG, you saw at the bottom there, had 1 clutch over XLG 0, and it's that star power and those that they had in the final moments which eventually got them across the line.
Yeah, well, I mean, XLG has had a few heartbreakers in that one, a few close calls. It might not be the case in the Corrode. It's one of the best maps for EDG. They basically were the pioneers here in China of how to play this map to a T. We'll see if they're able to keep on that streak, or if we are slated for a decider when we come back from the break.
A disappointing map number 1 for XLG. Yes, it was close, but that was off the back of, well, a comeback, at least a comeback attempt. 7 in a row thwarted at the final hurdle by Edward Gaming. Now we head to EDG's map pick of Corrode, which is a map that we haven't seen from XLG at all. So the questions that we have there are, how do you prepare for a map that you haven't played? It's very difficult to fix mistakes that you haven't actually seen in practice. That was the big talking point that me and Zobi had about Icebox yesterday for G-Like Gaming, and they ended up losing it. We've got the exact same question here for map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the Icebox, though, is it is very much individual play related. I would argue that Corrode is actually much more of a team play map if you know what you're doing, if you are able to exploit areas in mid. And we've seen EDG struggle against that, which is actually one of the things that can become a factor. You know, nobody was getting lost in the sauce a little bit playing the Yoru. I felt like the team at times looked very good when the enemies were attacking the extremities. But when mid was involved, the results were pretty shaky in the way that the game was approached. So that is something that maybe XLG have had, is that they've had time and they've had tape to study on how to play against EDG on this map.
Yeah, it is obviously, you know, like you said, EDG have been pioneers of this map, but that was week 1. And I'm going to be honest, if I see the same comp that EDG ran in week 1, I'm going to crash out. I don't think Gecko is a good pick on this map. And the last time that they played the Corrode, it was in the upper bracket against DRG. And I was very, very annoyed with their composition. They because they were playing, again, nobody on the Yoru. Everything just looked so bizarre. This time, though, we've returned to normalcy. Kankang, Yoru, Jenny, Neon. This is the new look Edward Gaming. And I'm excited for this. A Viper Omen combination for both of these teams, I think, works very, very well. And these sorts of lineups lend themselves very, very well to site pops, but with the Viper, you can still control mid. If a team goes for a bit of a slower paced round, you still have that vital control in the center of the map.
Yeah, Nomad actually electing to play the Sentinel, so that is going to be the primary difference between the two teams, is that we see double controller, double duelist for EDG. It's double controller with a single duelist here to facilitate the space for the Sentinel. And of course, for XLG, is then going to be all a matter of whether or not things will be the difference, because they are going to start on the defense. They cannot repeat the slow start that they've had on the Lotus, and that is going to be the primary factor. That's why I think having a Sentinel is pretty okay, but Nomad didn't have the best of starts on map 1. And if things don't improve here on Corrode, unfortunately for them, that is their journey, and they won't be able to make it to the grand final. For EDG, as we said, it is a story of redemption. For XLG, this is them facilitating the space to crown themselves as the solid champions of the Chinese region. But this is the toughest test that they've had yet, and they will need to claw their way back to make their sweep against the Kings. Right now, they got their sights set, and there's no more chances to miss.
For a self-proclaimed EDG hater, Volt, you seem to be calling them the Kings a lot. Are you just an anti-royalist? Is that the angle we're going for? Either way, they got dethroned last stage. Let's not forget, not even making the international event. Their streak as the team to attend the most in a row ended by XLG and Billy, two teams that would face them in the bracket. If they win here, it is then Billy up against them. Jenny here on the A site. He's getting pressured. Takes down one, but Beaver's there to trade, who, again, he has been solid. Raga, again, he's firing. He's doing massive work with a double. EDG go for the A-pop. Been rebuffed, and now they fall back towards main.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe if there is a rebuttal, though, is that it is Kong Kong and Chichu left in the clutch. Perhaps the two players you would want to be put in that position. They're starting to line up on the side of XLG, but the timing is pristine. A full house between Viva and Raga to give them the start that they need desperately.
Solid round. XLG finally get a pistol. It's something that we saw on the previous map. That's where they struggled. EDG got both fairly convincingly as well. So a flip of the script perhaps. And again, winning double pistol, you expect to win the map. Got close previously. Now XLG could potentially set themselves on the same path where obviously we've got to wait 11 more rounds to see if that does come through and come to fruition. There is always that chance now that they found the first round. This time, EDG are looking towards the B site.
And Hathaway only got a ghost. They can clearly be outnumbered there with those pistols, but thankfully the Seize comes right in time. Viva taking a bit of a chunk, but with the regen shields still gonna be healthy enough. Take a fight back, and EDG are frozen at the helm here on the B site. They definitely would love to go there, but I feel like if there's good cycling of the util, XLG can just deny them for like 5-10 more seconds. If Hathaway wants, he could have just went out there, shoulder peek, shot in the snake bite. It would have made things a lot easier, but they're playing with Viva there, taking an initial bit of contact. The util will remind them that there are a presence of the players from EDG, and eventually now they go to strike.
Yeah, I do like that from XLG, but Edward Gaming, they're swarming them on the site, have them surrounded, overwhelmed. 2 versus 3, but look at the HP. Nobody on 17. Kang just on 10. Still finding the kills, though. Coconut has also been taken down. It was the low health players to find the frags. EDG not content with losing the pistol. Find the follow-up and tie up the game immediately.
For EDG, this is the best case scenario. They halt any momentum that might have been built by XLG, and right there, you know, if there's a presence from the attacking side for the better part of 30 seconds in one of those sites, to only have 2 players and not to have the quick rotate, I've got to say, maybe not the best course of action from XLG. And we've talked about their decision making on the Lotus. Hopefully that will not continue to be the case here. EDG have a massive advantage now in terms of the firepower, but maybe the play there could have made a difference. Thankfully for Kong Kong, he's got a TP on the other side of the map, so there are no problems, no harm, no foul. It's only No Man there with a measly classic. I don't think he's going to be able to pull off that much.
Yeah, he does have a bit of utility for himself. Nobody catching Viva on the rotate around to the side, and yeah, he's just been forced to dip away. Sitting inside the smoke of Elbow now, forced to show his hand, forced to press on forwards. Dealt with, Coconut also falling by the wayside. And Happy Way and Raga, well, they've got to try and clutch up a 2v5. Very likely, they'll just look to go down to the spike here. They're not even going to be able to do that. EDG find all the kills. It's a flawless round 3 to get on the board. Now, we do have the full buy, but it was a good start from XLG. Very quickly, things have gotten away from them, Volt. Do we start to see a similar sort of beginning as on Lotus, where EDG got to, you know, a 4-1, 5-1 scoreline?
It's too early to say, because what we have seen is still not indicative of the way that they're going to play for the long term. This Viper wall, I feel like, is going to be a big factor if that they try to approach the map. Now that they've changed the setup a bit, No Man is actually stationed on B, which I actually don't mind whatsoever. I think that you can definitely play Happy Way there, get some support towards that A site. And the 2-player hold is doing pretty well in keepsaking EDG off the side itself, but EDG themselves are also happy enough to not really have any risks taken, because they got their purchase, they got the dimensional drift, and that is going to open up a ton of information for them to regress onto the A site.
Yeah, this is a pathway through middle. Now, Kang I think has misdroned slightly. Doesn't know of the player that's pushed up forwards. XLG falling on back themselves. Clearly worried with that dimensional drift about giving away that space. Now, on the retake, but EDG, sorry, have decided to change tack. Instead, back through mid, retreating all the way over here to B. They do find it available for themselves, a plant coming in now from nobody.
A great first shot from Happy Way though. But open up space
on the
for the
lurk, though.
retake. Yeah, I love the spacing from Nomad though. He understands all that he needs to do to keep this round safe, to allow the space back for the rest of the teammates from XLG, who will all actually be behind the dark cover here. 3 players on Nomad. If him and Rog are able to combine for a multi-kill, that is pretty much the round right there. Collapsing for EDG. Smoggy keeping hold for a few seconds before the rest of the team corral in, and they are able to collapse on Smoggy. Can he pull off the miracle on 32 points of health? Seems unlikely, but he
Surely
starts
not.
off well. His crosshairs in the right spot, but Coconut saves the day. And XLG will have a stroke of good fortune for them to recover the game.
Very risky there with low time, trying to maximize the ult economy, but they do just about get it. Second or so left on the defuse. I'm tying up the game here 2-2. EDG won't mind, they'll still probably have a buy-in for the next. It's nice that from EDG. I did like Kankan going on the lurk there on the Yoru, potentially trying to feign. But there's a bit more presence from EDG over on that side, but thankfully XLG had the read. Again, like you said, that's partially thanks to No Man's position, and he did so well, doubling up with Raga in that spot as well. So very, very nicely done, and a dimensional drift there from Kankan, utilized without any success.
Yeah, and for XLG, they got their own ultimate ready in the Nightfall, and that could definitely be a tool used in the retakes. And again, we've basically seen now a third permutation, where we actually see Rarga in middle, the 2 controllers in parts of the map where they can definitely establish deadly crossfire, isolate some space. Rarga considering being aggressive behind the wall that should eminently be fallen down. There's a paranoia ready for Coconut. I love that they got the read, but perhaps they don't have enough numbers to pull the trigger on that play. So this one is going to be scary. Nightfall in for the attack. The stuns comes out. Raw got a 3-1. He could not fire a single shot. It is a crucial whiff, but it will be saved by XLG. A double kill from Coconut to leave Dust, Pichu, and Smoggy last left alive. Spike out in the open. 30 seconds left for them, and they are able to create some space. Pichu with that duel, he wins that one.
2v2.
He opens up the space for the rotation. They got the ultimate. Is from the shadows back onto that A site. Viva trying to find a space, but the snake will bite, and everything is left onto No Man in a 1-on-2.
Yeah, the only thing is this time is low. EDG, they're not playing for the plant, instead expecting that swing, and swing No Man does. A triple kill there from Smoggy, and it's that full house from EDG. A crucial whiff there from Raga, and I was going to talk about how crucial the Viper is on this map. It gave XLG so much space here in middle. That Viper wall was so good for them. They let them slip the net, and the kills go the way of EDG. Individual gunfights being taken by the defenders. Again, a lack of discipline and just a lack of understanding of this map. They let things slip away from them. Down to an eco. Nothing to purchase apart from a couple sheriffs. A very stacked A main here that No Man is going to try and play aggressive out hold. He's dodged the flash, they walked right past him, but the sheer wall in the way. He's now isolated here on side of main, finding a double. Rips is still guarding straight away. 2 kills from EDG though to answer back. An upgrade in his hands. EDG pushing forwards, Jenny with his ultimate overdrive being popped. Viva in the corner now dealt with. No Man also falling in main, and it's Happy Way left to try and do something. He's here on tracks. He's been able to spot the TP from Kankan. Still just Sheriff in his hands in the 1 versus 2 to try and find. Now picking up the upgrade, a Phantom to boot.
And they are pretty close to lining up. They got the high-low. Can Happy Way isolate? Can he find a shot? He will not be able to do so. Gianni again coming up big into that fight. Another multi-kill from the main man here on the screen. And apparently Charlotte is going to be the same cause here again. The effect is the same. A really good performance from EDG as a unit. And despite their best efforts here, unfortunately for XLG, They just, again, seem a little bit disconnected in the way that they played. They got the Steel Garden, but they were not ready to bounce on it, which might seem like it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. That's why we see an imminent timeout here from XLG, because that would have been very beneficial for them to actually gain back the momentum on the gun round. And they came so close here, but yeah, unfortunately, just didn't perhaps pan out the way that they wanted to when it comes to any popping that overdrive.
I do like the initial play there, though, from No Man, just playing with the expectations that EDG have. He gets forward. They obviously think he's going to fall on back instead. Sheer Wall maybe does troll him slightly. He can't quite capitalize as much as he'd want to, but still, there's a double kill available for him, and the two players ready and raring to get through the starting gates, unfortunately for them, shut down. But the round still goes to EDG, but even with these wins, the money isn't going to be perfect for them. But still, plenty in the coffers from the previous successes that they can still buy into this one. So it's good damage, and EDG, XLG have a purchase again.
Oh, will that purchase be enough for XLG? They pretty much lost most of their ultimate momentum. The timeout is there. No Man has been jump spotting for a while. It's a chance for the operator to find a pick. Concon came so close. Catching the right timing there on No Man. For the rest of XLG, primarily stationed towards middle. At least they tried to deny a split, but that's not going to be the case. Neither will it actually be a commitment on the A side from EDG. Coconut finding the opener though on Concon can both problems, but they might work out pretty well if Happyway got no support, because the players at mid are pushing, and they're leaving Happyway out for stranded here if he gets basically pushed and executed upon.
Yeah, instead relying on the toxic screen. We can see the Viper there pops up. And behind the box, try and cause a bit of distraction, but he's been spotted out here, forced down into the open, Recon bolt in his face, and damage being dealt on towards Jenny from his own team Snakebite, but now pressing forward, playing the advantage here in front of the smoke. Spike plant comes in, Viper's pit taken away, and a 4 versus 4 retake here for XLG that looks very, very difficult.
Got some pieces of util. There's still a paranoia from Coconut. Toolkit of util from Rarga. They'll need to find the shots first. Rarga scared of getting into the pit. They take out 2. Gianni's still alive though on a single point of HP. He goes down. It's a pristine one from XLG. All the kills are fine. They cannot believe it, and neither can I.
I mean, that's a retake that shouldn't go like that. I mean, you're in a 4 versus 4. You're against an attacking Viper's pit, and on the retake you just get all of the kills. I mean, that shouldn't happen. Oh my god, that spray is disgusting. Coconut as well. They're literally just spamming blind through the smoke, and I mean, I agree. What the hell was that?
What the hell?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, well, it's a modern brain rot for you then, Volt, is it? I mean, a peek behind the curtain, he refused to catch the woe earlier. Unbelievable.
Look, I try my best to deny that I've become the brain rot. That's all I'm gonna say, Charlotte. But well, what we're seeing right now, the brains are active for XLG. They spring away the plan again. They had that push work out before. This time, Rarga, very advantageous, split into the right to keep some space covered, but Chichu spray down through the fast lane will bring the numbers back to a 3-on-3. There is still the Viper in play. No Man is set up towards the A site, so the 2 sites should be pretty short off for XLG, but that incision deep in towards B main can prove to be the big factor, as Chichu could be pushed. He spotted neither of those 2 players. The wall's gonna go down. He's still gonna find a kill despite that, which is very problematic, because now both of the players are split, and it leaves an advantage for EDG. Wherever they will pick, it's gonna be a 1-on-1 for Smoggy anyways. They do not really need the numbers advantage. Do not need to play for the trades. They just find their victories, and right now, they're making it very tough on Happyway. There's a Viper spit, but the spike is planted in a tough spot, and despite Concon having an op, it just should not be winnable for XLG.
Yeah, you can tell Noman didn't quite expect the push there from main. Kang though, it's been caught out on a rough timing. Smoggy's dark cover drops and fades away. Jump up, Happy Wave now gets the spot, and Smoggy dipping away. Another dark cover to come on out. Playing ahead of this, and now a Viper's Pit to boot. Smoggy's pushing forwards into this. I don't know if Happy Wave's going to be aware. I think I thought he expected it, but no. Pushes forward, the ultimate wasted. And another round for Edward Gaming.
Even if the smoke is always a 50-50, unfortunately, that was a massive investment in the Viper's Pit. And despite Raga again fighting the opener, that kill right there, that was the first piece of the domino falling. Pretty much 3 sets of 1v1 duels, all going for the favor of EDG, which is unlike what XLG have done. Like, XLG needed a set play to win that one, and you can see like some frustration on Havoya because they really have had the round 1 there at middle. They just really had to take a risk that unfortunately forced an unforced error from their side, and now EDG 2 rounds in the lead, and if they win this one, they break the college of XLG once more.
Again, EDG just playing with the expectations here. This time, the hefty stack towards B main. In the previous, Noman was expecting them to rotate through mid. This time, their actions pretty fairly telegraphed. Dimensional Drift coming on through. Paranoia on towards Viva. He's cut out short. The shorty from Kang gets the kill. Happy Way's been spotted in elbow. He's forced away. Spike plant comes on in. EDG, they've got the advantage. Dark cover in the way. So XLG, they're going to have to try and flash through or something to try and get this. Arc Rose delivers the flash, but Kang plays ahead of it. Noman, at least it's there for one, but quickly traded back upon. Nobody on the site. It's good for it, and Raga, he's got to save this Vandal. Dipping away, running away. Jenny is on the chase, as is Smoggy. The pincer movement, no rifle can be taken into the next.
That's really tough for XLG. Again, like, you look at the way that they've lost that round. The main thing about approaching a corrode is that they really could have played the map a bit differently. They're trying to funnel most of their retakes right there from mid. Meanwhile, I feel like Heaven and Elbow are just the better choices if you're trying to make a play. Fortunately for XLG, the veto, they've lost the game before they really played it, I've got to say. And right now, EDG are running away with the lead. 5 sheriffs for XLG. Raga posted in a good position, but he's a shadow of his former self on the Lotus. It was almost a collateral. Somehow Kong remaining alive there. Untraded, unfulfilled, but only Noman is going to find a kill for XLG.
Speaking of untraded, Noman's been able to escape with his life. Despite the fact that nobody was backed up there on B main, Noman gets one for free. So 4 versus 4, but even still, like you've said, it's just the sheriffs on side. This can be quite deadly though. We've seen it in the past, on Lotus especially, but with Noman falling, Coconut as well. EDG, they look to stamp their authority on this one. Beavers has been red, and so has Happy Way. Spray transfer controlled enough to get the job done. And EDG confirm that they will at least win this half. Goodbye. Well, that's unfortunate.
Absolutely. I mean, the unfortunate part here is, I'm going to be very honest with you, Charlotte. I feel like this is basically XLG devolving into a pug. They've lost most of their rationale, and that was something that we were talking about in the green room when we were talking about the Sunset. And I thought that the Sunset wouldn't be the best map for them because their setup is very rudimentary. And sure, you know, they got some ideas, but they're very basic, very linear. And EDG are just able to absorb the majority of that pressure, and then the rounds become almost unplayable there. Viva almost got off by the operator. But they get to keep their lives for a little bit more. EDG, the constellation is stacked towards the A site, but there's no real reason for them to commit to anything just yet.
And for 2 days in a row, I've been very, very wrong about the map pool. I thought that the map pool would favour AG yesterday, but I think the bans went a bit wrong for them. And again, here today, we said XLG should get the better map pool here, but picking into a Lotus instead of perhaps a Haven, where you know that you're probably going to be better than EDG. And troubles start to arise. Here on B main though, Raga has found the opener. He gets away. The Haunt has been dealt with. And Happy Way still sticking here on A, and he's reading correctly that these players are here, but perhaps thinks that they're still in main instead. Elbow and nearly on the site itself.
Unfortunately for XLG, they might have to bow out of this round early. No discipline there from Gianni, but he still will be able to find both of those kills on the back of the slide. Maybe the Nightfall can be considered a bit overkill, but you secure the 8th round and you're putting yourself in a spot where Deja Vu to the first half of the Lotus can be the case, but right now I truly see no way back for XLG. No Raga, and unfortunately for them as well, Happy Way hasn't really shown up on this map either. No Man, dead to rights. At least the final 2. Trying to escape here, probably Raga, but he's going to be caught off by the seas. A triple kill for Gianni, and he is hungry for more. Blood in the water. And the Jaws willing to try to find Viva there with his trusty Odin.
Yeah, plenty of time left on the spike fuse. It's finally now. It goes off. Viva should be able to stay alive, but no. Opts into the fight with Jenny and goes down. A crucial weapon taken away at the final breath. And, you know, I don't actually, thinking about things, mind leaving Corrode open here from XLG. Because it comes to that point that I said, you know, how do you fix a map that you haven't seen? And we know for champions that XLG have secured themselves. We know that Corrode is going to be in the pool. And they've already qualified to champs. Why not take the opportunity to at least give Corrode a little bit of a tester? We've seen Fnatic do something similar in EMEA. Works out for them. EDG though.
Fnatic has the luxury though. I feel like that's the main difference between the two teams. They don't have the luxury. Sure, they're going to qualify the champs. They're going to qualify as the 4th seed. And that is going to put them against a very tough draw. When you think about the top teams from Pacific, from EMEA, hell, even from the Americas, none of those teams are really easy. And right now, it's not easy either domestically. 9-3 for EDG as they just continue to stomp their authority on that Corrode. Maybe a pistol will change the way the map is played, but you can tell that EDG just feel completely calm and confident, and that is where they are the most scary.
Oh yeah, for sure. The other thing as well is that champions mean so much more for XLG. Because of course Dragon Ranger Gaming have qualified as well. Whichever team places lower at champs is going to have to play at Ascension like immediately afterwards. So at the very least, testing the Corrode here seems like a good opportunity, but there they would have been backing themselves to win on Lotus. Now, that hasn't happened. This is where the question marks start to arise. 9-3 half. And that is the danger. Do you believe in the 9-3 curse fault? What's the feeling here is, oh goodness me, the Tacta Friend debate has been very easily won there by the Tacta Bear. Tacta Penguin doesn't get any love from the VCTCN crowd.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm a Penguin person, so I feel a little bit hurt about that one.
Yeah, take the L, mate. Take the L.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, is that nobody in this arena is more hurt by this result than XLG themselves. They keep trying to find the missing formula in stage 1. They just look like they are world beaters, and despite everything that they talk about in the press conferences, and they say, oh, we got a lot of things that are ready, that are prepared, it just did not pan out for XLG. Ever since the addition of No Man, they've been going through a bit of a shaky time, and it will continue to be shaky for them here. They need to win the pistol to have any chance into going through that one. And I gotta say,
I think that's a bit unfair on No Man, to be fair.
I'm not too optimistic, personally.
Yeah, I think that statement is a little bit too unfair on No Man. It's not since the arrival of No Man, it's since the departure of YOU. really that they've been struggling at Toronto, obviously. But Happyway, he's found a double kill to start off this round. Again, the pistol looks to be going the way of XLG. Here's a bit of excitement into the mix. A triple, but Chichu gets a double himself. Happyway was caught in the reload. It's really only the Vipers that have been doing anything. Now a reload again, trying to dodge, trying to get something done. It's a quad kill. Nobody falling through the wall. No idea what he was actually trying to do there, because no bullets went the way of Happyway. And no man finding the last one. Another pistol going the way of XLG. I mean, that first shot is crispy, but again, what is nobody up to there in A-Link?
I mean, he was probably thinking, you know, he's trying like, oh, there's players. You know, maybe it happens, and sometimes maybe the urge to press mouse 1 is not there. But hey, it works out pretty well for XLG. They kind of needed that round, but they cannot risk losing another second round conversion. And you can tell that EDG are enticed by the result of the first half. They got 2 sheriffs, and that could become a big factor, especially if GN is able to find a kill on Rarga. They trade 2 for 1. EDG almost ended up positive on that trade. Thankfully enough for XLG, it ends up being even, but that is not a winning line, especially when you had such a massive firepower advantage. You give away a Guardian, and if you go back towards that B side, you're going to give away another gun. But speaking of guns, they're trying to go for the backstab. I like the positioning from XLG. I like them going up and back into that defender spawn, but it's going to become a question of where to from here.
Looks like they're heading towards B. You can tell Chichu, he's not expected this Rapin position. Instead, potentially expecting the A main push. Instead, oh sorry, B main push. Instead, he's just sitting back. Now, oh yeah, he just doesn't expect Coconut to be up in heaven. Caught out there. But weapon upgrades here for nobody in Kankang. This one seems doable. Arcrow's out. It does find a catch, but it's not quite enough. Oh no, they're falling. They've lost it again. The second half in a row, EDG lose pistol and win the follow-up. Double digits already, and XLG, they're going to have to attempt a similar comeback on Lotus, but this time convert it. And even then, that's just to get to bind. Again, they've just fallen apart in brutal. The rounds that shouldn't be lost. They've been eco'd twice.
Yeah, it's just very brutal. I gotta say, like the little dance of joy there from the hitman himself. But on the side of XLG, like, you know, they got the right movement, but again, it comes down to the initial bit. Like that 2-for-2 sequence in A-Link, that is unacceptable. When you're trying to play a game like that, you should expect that at least there's going to be some resistance from the defensive side. They do not respect that. And right now, they themselves will be punished for trying to make a move. Happyway is out of commission. The rest of the team are moving their way towards the A side. Their position are known, and they are forced into this tiny chokehold. And Gianni and Kong Kong are going to completely wash them in the blood. At least a face-saving kill will be found there by XLG, but EDG just continuing to stomp with the lead.
Truly, what do you say? Truly, what do you say as, you know, a coach? Havoya, how do you get your team to fight back from this? 10-4, make it 11-4, in fact. Kankang's fired up. EDG firing on all cylinders. This is where Havoya has to chat to the team to get a similar run going. We saw them string 7 in a row on Lotus. And again, EDG won round 24, won the map. Gonna have to be something similar here. Havoya letting the team talk things out. And giving his own input as well. It's a tricky situation, Volt. It's a very, very tough time.
Absolutely is, but you gotta say, like, if you're talking about the 5 stages of grief, maybe like Voya at this point is in depression. Like it's very apparent. Like he just feels like a lot of things have gone wrong with both the team. I mean, individually speaking, of course, some of the players didn't show up today. But even tactically speaking, they just don't look as sound. And that is usually one of the main, I guess, takebacks against the Chinese teams when they go to the international stages. Is mechanically, they might be pretty solid. But on the macro level, they seem to be a peg behind everyone else. Nobody surely trying to be the first person to shoot, but maybe that would have given away his position to Tracers. Almost alerting a few shots to his place. There's support there from EDG towards mid. But A-Link is the place that maybe XLG can try to capitalize upon. I like that crossfire. But then they'll need to be wary of the other position. They're trying to spread their numbers, 2 on Link, 2 on mid, and perhaps a victory in one of those duels is gonna bring some conviction to stick to those sites. It's gonna be a site that they're trying to go to. Smoggy holding the line, a couple of dinks, but none of the kills. And the site should be open for play. Only nobody that is now dug himself into this corner to leave a 3-on-5 on a retake.
I do like that from Raga in mid. Just Jenny not expecting his position, and Smoggy just can't face the wrath of the entire team. Now nobody's called upon. That's the first, but only the first. No man now in main. He's had a rough day. And that's a kill against Kang, who maybe hasn't been the world champions final MVP that we've known him to be. It's been Jenny's time to shine, and with him taken out of the round early, EDG let the round slip. Chichu trying to save onto his Vandal. And XLG will get a 5th on the board.
Again, you know, we've seen them try to make a respectable comeback on map 1. Oh, the bomb.
Oh dear.
Spike plant position. Yeah, not a good idea to stick too close to it, you gotta say. But now it puts XLG in a bit of a peculiar position. We've seen them grasp that momentum and went away with the last map on Lotus for quite a while. But you've got to say that individually, they still need to find some real form, because none of any of their 5 members are actually positive on KD.
Yeah, at the very least, in the last map, you had Raga doing incredible things this time. But it's an opener to deny the Odin, but Kang is there to trade. With an operator in his hand, you certainly back him to find at least another.
Backed into a corner now. EDG are trying to force XLG out of their dug holes. The Paranoia doesn't find much value. It's gonna be Chichu and Smoggy to clear off the angle. The final man that is targeting is No Man, and he's in No Man's land. Detected by Kong. He turns around the corner, and they are going to overwhelm that player. No Man almost good for the transfer, but it was a little bit labored, allowing the final kill to come in from Smoggy.
Yeah, just a very effective mid-crunch coming through from EDG. Utility pumped in and taking the fights one by one. They end up falling. Again, that momentum, that reprise is only a momentary treat for XLG. Now they've got to try and get 7 in a row. It's a similar situation to what we saw on Lotus. For XLG, they still don't even have a buy here. Coconut bringing a Stinger along, but the rest do have rifles. Spam on through from Smoggy and towards A main. It's nearly good for it. Kang on this angle. Raga, he's toying with him, playing with his food. The blind sign sent in. He can just sit back, relax, take a bit of a different angle. Jenny's found the kill, found a second, wrapping through tracks. But Raga has his number, a 3-on-3 taken down. Now the overdrive popped, and he's found a double kill. It's a 1 versus 2 for Kang. Operator sent out. The shot heard around the world. Now into a 1 versus 1. Kang creeping slowly forwards. Coconut grabs a spike. Ultimate available. Invested
A single hit crash. That's all that Kong has in terms of util. Nothing remaining though for Coconut
HP.
after using that dark cover at Heaven. He's trying to get an advanced angle. Kong is unaware.
No.
He will still be able to stick the spray. And that is the tail told. XLG will be the 4th and lowest seed on Paris. And EDG will have one more chance to try to claim their crown back.
Yeah, it's looking rough for them. Again, like you said, 4th seed coming in. But none of the groups in Paris will be easy. Still, a chance to test their corrode, perhaps not worth it in the end. Lotus really was the true sticking point. A quick 2-0 though there from EDG. And it should have been quicker. Let's not admit Lotus shouldn't have been as close as it was. A 12-4 lead into a 13-11. There's still some question marks for EDG in terms of the leadership and calling, but a lot of those fears have been put to bed today.
I mean, individually speaking, they're still back on their form, and that's the one thing about EDG that is usually very frightening when you meet them on the international stages. You know, you got the clutch factor of players like Chichu, players like Smoggy. Now you got Gianni, you got the rest of the team. And of course, you know, the showmanship of Kong is second to none. But the rest of the team have also been a very big contributing factor. You said that maybe this is not the Kong of the last year, but that's because he's still sharing the spotlight now with a new player right next to him and Gianni. The two of them have really been trying to combine together into a newer force to elevate the firepower to a different level for EDG, and they are one step away from reaching their grand final. They need to play against Billy. That will be there tomorrow, a full-on best of 5, and that will be their first true test of the depth of their map pool.
Yeah, the problem with facing Billy is that, well, it's Billy, but we'll find out more after the interview. We'll send it to BDOS on the translation.
Yeah, and why do you pick race today? It's like your debut. Yeah, and he's like the playstyle is kind of like more suitable, like more in combination with Kang. Yeah, how does it feel returning to your old role? It's like yeah, and play like very freely. It felt great.
一直都知道你有着非常谦逊的性格。那回到赛场之后，其实你的改变以及成长，大家真的都看在眼里。你觉得相比最初的那个杰尼，你有什么样的进步呢
？You've changed personally.
我觉得我已经很怎么说呢，已经没有这么紧张了。我感觉来重庆这几场比赛，已经和场地融为一体。
And he's like, I've been like become like less nervous, and it's like these matches at Chongqing, I feel like I'm like kind of just I kind of just like became one of the crowd in the arena.
对于你而说，今年有没有什么不一样的意义呢？
今年其实对我来说挺坎坷的，但我想在后面的比赛继续证明自己。
Yeah, he's like this year is actually quite rough, but I want to continue proving myself in the following matches.
很好的证明了自己。那接下来对于你第一次的世界赛，你有什么样的期
And what are you looking forward to your first international?
一步一个脚印，打好每一场比赛。
You just step by step, just play every match very well.
相信你们最后有没有什么话想要对教练说？
And what do you want to say to the coach?
其实很感谢两个教练对我的帮助，也很感谢刘世纪和申帅对我的帮助吧。
And he's like, thank you to coaches and the staff for helping me so much.
希望你接下来表现越来越好，加油！那我们的赛后采访到这里就全部结束了，接下来我们把时间交还给解说们。
And that's it for the interview.
Oh, it was a good game, a very good game from EDG and Gianni in particular. You heard him talk about it in the interview there, Volt. He's feeling confident, he's feeling alive in this new role as a secondary duelist.
Yeah, you know, there's a few things that definitely has been noted from the interview. Like, there's a little bit of joy whenever Gianni's like, yeah, you know, I'm getting duelist, I'm playing my role, and now that the options have opened up, I feel like, you know, Gianni and EDG, they're getting out of Gianni what maybe XLG was hoping that they can get out of Nomad. Somebody that's aggressive, somebody that can unlock a different caliber of the fragging, facilitate maybe a little bit for Rarga or be the main man himself. And well, Gianni has been doing that job pretty much on top, you know, MVPing, I believe, both maps at the end. So that should tell you pretty much enough. He had 18 kills in the second map, and
Wild.
I believe 4 of them were first bloods. And that was actually, I guess, to counterpart what Kong has done, because Kong was 2 and 4 on opening duels, so he ended up going negative. And if it wasn't for primarily Gianni and Smoggy, maybe the first bloods would have gone XLG's way, and that could have been a different factor if they're playing the game in the way that they are.
Yeah, for sure. EDG, despite losing double pistol, came out on top. We'll hear how they did that in the team comms right now.
我出了烟先抓着了，我自己先不疯。避点还是没错，避点没错。哎，给了。我开点。黑大没升，我们可以继续顶中，一点为师，我关联了。中路要来，中路上来了，开始黑了。靠中路了。我打个闪，我先看他反点啥道具啊？有人点近点凹槽，我可以推黑，推呗。黑了。中路继续闪弯子，跟着闪打。小心你们左边，小心你们左右走。我看他帮你找人。推黑了对面。来了 ，nice，小心的，避的，最开始避的。我被锁了，兄弟，我啥都不知道。最开始避的。我脸上，兄弟，我脸上。别急，我来划他，跟我补枪。我给他烟了。哎 ，nice。
There's still more Valorant and a champion to be crowned on the 24th, but for XLG, perhaps with all the things to solve, they played themselves in the veto. I feel like that's where I want to start. Like banning the sunset, I don't see any real reason to ban the sunset if this is the sunset, if this is the corrode that you're gonna play. You might as well just try to avoid the corrode and work into that sunset and try to play a normal game.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, again, I this is where I agree with you. I think that they shouldn't. I think banning sunset is fine, but maybe not as the first ban, like you said. To stick with the permaban of the corrode, but again, I understand wanting to test it out before you get to champs. But unfortunately, like you said, they've hindered themselves being in that 4th seed, and I think the XLG playbook hinged on winning Lotus, because if it's like what we saw yesterday, you win maps 1 and 3, then you get to play a map that you haven't played before and at least test it out before you go to Paris. But it didn't work out. They ended up losing on Lotus again, potentially raising questions again about that triple sentinel composition. And you see it there, 30-11, 13-5, and the 13-5 on a map where you win both pistol rounds. I mean, that is... There's no other way of putting it. That is horrible. It's awful that you've let that happen.
Yeah, but hey, if you're gonna look at the full half of the glass, you gotta say, you know, like individually, Rarga's been looking pretty good. I feel like the little pocket tactics that they've had, like the pincer at mid on corrode, the little bits of 1-2s that they've tried to make on the B site and the C site, especially when they're on the attack of the Lotus, both of which are sound strategies in their own right. It's just the fact that then there's a lot more in the game, and I feel like the key point of this game has just been the mid-rounding. The mid-round calling just wasn't really up to scratch when it came down to the play. Something that, you know, you don't really expect, because Coconut is usually a pretty good caller. But unfortunately for XLG, They just been off on the wrong foot today. They haven't really found any success. And even when Rarga did individually, when he found first bloods, when he found multi-kills, it just really wasn't completed by the rest of the team. Like, what he scathed wasn't then excavated upon.
Yeah. For EDG, though, we look to the future, a best of 5 against Billy Gaming, a team who, well, knocked EDG out of the lower bracket before, denied them that opportunity at playing in Toronto. And again, it feels like there's been a bunch of teams that have been on a bit of a revenge story and a warpath. You've had Dragon Ranger Gaming getting through all 3 of EDG, XLG and Billy, the teams that are going to Paris with them. EDG now getting revenge over Trace, getting revenge from the group stage, and then getting revenge over XLG from last stage. And again, there's that one final bit to conquer of getting revenge on Billy. And if they can do that, then getting revenge on the entire region for having the gall to dethrone them in stage 1.
Well, speaking of the goal, let's see who had the goal. And he dared to dream and picked EDG in the predictions. Affinity, Crafty, and Zobi, they are the winners of this round of predictions, which actually was very heavily slanted for XLG. And I gotta say, while EDG looked pretty good yesterday, I was still expecting a lot more from XLG. And that is one of the things about the XLG that I was talking about. Like, it's about realizing the potential of the team. And right now in this second stage, they just see, it seems to be illustrious to them. They just cannot reach and solidify what they have been trying to find.
Yeah, it has been a brilliant game for both of them, and yeah, the majority has been upended there a little bit, but I think that tells the whole story for today. So thank you very much, Volt, for casting with me. Had a great time, as always, when you're also on the mic. And obviously, thank you to Magnum and BDOS running things behind the scenes, obviously, with producing and translation, respectively. We also just want to thank you as well at home for tuning in, for supporting. You can see the tips and Twitch subscribers down at the bottom of the screen. And then, obviously, super chats come through on YouTube as well. So we appreciate everything that you give us. Remember that we are only volunteers. We are doing this for the love of VCT China, and this helps us know that you at home also love this region. And if you do want to show your support, there is a discount on gift subs right now on Twitch as well, so you can potentially show some support, save a little bit of money from yourself as well, and help us keep doing the things that we do. So again, thank you very much for tuning in, for watching, for giving us your love and affection. We'll send it off for tomorrow, where it's a lower bracket final, best of 5 between EDG and Billy. Goodbye.
接下来，请共同见证谁有可能是第2赛的。
比赛有很多支队伍嘛，你要把所有队伍都干掉，你才是主角啊。
我觉得还是挺好的吧，就是去新的城市打比赛，因为我觉得我真的变成一个明星一样。
我觉得先不立 flag 吧，然后我们好好打，拿下比赛就是顺理成章的事儿。你刚刚不是说喜欢去新的城市吗？巴黎怎么样？
巴黎肯定可以啊，可是我们得先在重庆，那个怎么说来着？抓切。
枪准一定能进世界赛的吗？
没有子弹的那种欧盾过来是阵地。
肯定可以。Stage 2给我的感觉就是走对路了，就是在纵横交错里面中找到自己的一条主路。就是打得没有那么犹豫纠结，就直接一点。终结了比赛。
在 PS 游戏里面确实够准，就可以不讲道理，让 U 神在重庆秀肌肉给你们看。
Go。B 区。小帅哥下来，确定了这件事情。拿到了 Ace， 他是DRG的王牌。我们讲过，天路其实在本赛段又有一个很大的变化，就是索南又回到了选手这个位置上。
去年长大季后赛，以为是自己人生中最后一次去冠军赛的机会了。
转教练，然后又转回选手。没想到这次又还有一次去冲击冠军赛的机会，肯定是不想放弃的。而且这帮小兄弟还有点猛，我说说。
Skills 要先解决一边，他想快速先打掉一边。Skills 完成了一个不可思议的残局。
这次你在重庆想点什么菜？
反正不是川菜，也不是粤菜，而是……
如果能拿到去巴黎的机票，将是我而立之年最好的礼物。
记得去年长沙被淘汰后，在 VCT 生好像一直没有赢过，说好像是392天吧，我记得。在今年拿到首胜的时候，有一种释放的感觉。
从不被看好到逆转取胜，新赛段的黑马故事也由此拉开了。
我觉得我们的实力就是一直都是有的，你能看到我们的胜利啊，都是比较顺利的。
Kira 飞将一枪一个，专打不一样的人。
王一虎起飞，但吃到了黑宁的黑。Kira 准确的判断了水下人多的情况。
我觉得重庆的火代表了我的性格。我们现在要去巴黎的话，必须要打到决赛。我觉得已经没什么退路了，就是干吧。
重庆再回来了，你只要小心点。
我们从晋升赛走上来到第一赛段冠军，再到第二赛段的小组第一，其实我觉得我们速度挺快的，但是如果没有把握住这次机会，我怕就没有下次。
要上吗？不会转第二个，最后一个。
所以第一年拿到冠军，我们算主角嘛？
算不算主角，得先过重庆这一关吧。但是我觉得我们 VCTCN 得要新的主角。
那对于 EDG 来说，他们需要去找回同期巅峰的一个状态，我觉得他们可能需要一段时间去进行一些恢复。
我觉得我们今年现在的话，应该是处于最重要、最艰难的一个时刻吧。
现在就是大家在互相的适应，怎么样能把两个双指挥这种的作用发挥到最大化。我觉得如果是要夺冠的话，肯定就需要克服问题吧，然后要去面对问题。我觉得 EDG 不怕失去冠军嘛，然后就怕失去想夺冠的一个心气儿吧。我觉得花火的奖杯我们还要来继续卫冕。
补包点就能补能补，都在，我们也在。
诺巴底这个欢迎连击的能力非常的强。
Nobody 4杀。
这次在重庆，我想跟大家证明，我们 EDG 还是 VCTCN 的主角。主角登场，让重庆记住我。